We're live. Painkiller Already, episode 234. Here we go.
This episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by Dollar Shave Club, keeping your face nice and smooth while keeping food on our tables. We appreciate if you'd support them. And we have a very special guest tonight. We got FilthyRobot on the show. And we've been talking about him a lot lately. Chiz and I have been playing tons of Civ, as everyone knows, and we've been watching Filthy's videos. And I noticed Chiz sent me some notes here. Chiz is pretty good. I feel like I'm stern over here. I've got some notes about you. It says here that you were a sexual sociology or sexual social psychology major or something like that.
I have a master's in psychology and kind of an emphasis in intimate relationships, which also involves sexual relationships. Yep.
Okay, well then I'm glad we've got you on the show because tonight we're going to talk about male sex toys a bit because our other sponsor is Autoblow, the Autoblow. And
no, not to poke fun, but I think you might be more of an expert at this than I am. So,
I guarantee.
Oh, please, your fucking name is FilthyRobot. Tell me more about how you don't understand.
I have my own FilthyRobot here with me tonight. But the Autoblow is something that. All right, so here's the deal. I feel like women really get a pass here. Every woman who's got a vibrator, you would never make fun of a woman who has a vibrator.
That's empowering, Kyle.
Right? Yeah, totally. Yeah, she's got a pocket rocket, a vibrator, a dildo, whatever she may have, some
magic
sort of sexual
wand.
device. Yeah. You would never think ill of a woman who had a sex toy. Your mom probably has a sex toy. But a guy who has a sex toy, a blow-up doll or like a pocket pussy as some people call it, something like that, you kind of look down on him. You're like, oh, what, you need that thing? Why don't you just use your hand? It's like, it's completely unproportional. So later on tonight, we're going to be talking about the Autoblow. And I think it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, quick note. There's a link in the description to the Autoblow 2 video. They wanted me to show it, but it's really not safe for YouTube.
Quite risque.
It's quite risque. There are some almost like medical diagrams of vaginas and then some, not cartoon drawings, because that makes them seem more fun, but there's some hand-drawn vaginas in the video and such. So click on that if that's what you're looking to see. If it's not what you're looking to see, then don't be surprised.
A lot of lunch meat innuendo.
Yes,
but they're holding a contest, and they want to see, I guess, the world's prettiest vagina, and then take a 3D model out of it and make like a host of sleeves that people might like.
And then they're going to send one to me, and I'm going to fuck it. So really get on board with this thing. Let's make this happen.
Yes, I might just, take a photo of my rear end and see if this works out, right? It could happen. Shut up, Kyle.
I guarantee your ass is not going to win the prettiest vagina contest. How could
but perhaps if you're really tight with these sponsors, they would make you a special sleeve of his ass.
Oh,
wow, that's
now
really
we're talking a PKA special.
That's right. So
right?
people at home can sit there and be like, you know what? I'm more in a Kyle mood. Pull it out, slide it back in. Yeah. And you know that they worked all the kinks out because it's the Autoblow 2. You're not an early adopter. You're getting the quality.
Mm-hmm.
The quality
I felt very safe the whole time that I was doing my product testing. I got to say, it's a real work of art what they've done there. But we'll get to that later.
How many times have you product tested?
It's hard to keep count, really. It's
thoroughly. Would that be accurate?
Many times. I've done thorough product testing. I think that would be the way to put it. Yes.
Outstanding. Unlike Kyle, I've tested the very deep end of it, and it's just as good as the top.
Oh, it is.
Yes. Yeah.
It's good to know. For all of our viewers who are hung like horses. Obviously, because they watch.
Yeah, especially the Patreon members.
So
Busting out the other end.
Your education is very impressive, and that's one of the reasons we thought that you were interesting. Could you list out your accomplishments for us? Because I want to preface that. I want to get to that before we talk about your streaming and what you do online.
My accomplishments? Do you want?
Yeah. Like,
what's your academic
resume? Tell us what
resume?
you're doing in school, where you're going, like what you're up to there.
All right. So I have a bachelor's in psychology. I also have a master's in psychology from Northern Illinois University. I think I am now at either 3 or 4 published papers. One of which I'm first author on that is in the process of being published, and a number of second author publications as well. But I mean, I don't know how any of this is relevant to bringing me on to talk about Civ, but sure, let's talk more about that if you like.
It's
It
relevant.
is relevant. How
Yeah.
can psychology not be relevant to Civ? I'm sorry, Kyle. You want to jump in?
No, go right ahead.
Yeah, no,
Let's
like
get your input on this because I think they'll differ.
I mean, I know that Kyle in particular, when he plays Civ, lying and salesmanship are a big part of the way that he plays, right? You know, he will talk you into doing things that aren't in your best interest. He'll tell you, like, you almost want to be part of his religion during the game. I don't think, I'm not sure it would work on Filthy, but this is a big thing. And he'll say, oh, no, and, you know, that army amassing at your border, it's strictly defensive. Pay no attention to them. You'll be fine.
The bad thing is both those last things you listed were total truths. My religion was, I had gotten first religion, so I had tithe and a couple other things, and your Roman Empire was going wide. I was like, Woody would like tithe. He could use this. He doesn't need whatever other lesser tenant you picked. And my religion truly was the best bet for you. And those units really, I wanted to hit you with artillery. I didn't want to hit you with those crossbows. They were just there hanging out to make sure you didn't do any funny business.
Of course. Why would you want to do that? See, he's doing it right now. He's doing it right now, and everybody's believing him.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, I mean, that's one of the things I enjoy most about the free-for-alls. I mean, you can play Civ as a teamers game, you can play Civ as a 1v1 game, you can play this as a single-player game, but I like the social interaction that goes along with the free-for-alls. It's a balancing act. You're never, even no matter how good you are at the game, you're never going to be on top all the time, every single time. So it's a balancing act of how do I play my opponents against each other, as well as playing the game to the best degree that I can to get ahead in that. So I really enjoy that. So I totally understand that.
Early on, I watched a Civ, I forget which one it was, attack you in today's stream. And you killed him, and you're like, let this be a lesson. Let this sink in. I'm glad that we're streaming this. This is a lesson for the stream. If you attack me, you die. And get
Yeah, I think that's a really good persona to have on there, right? Like, it was interesting. Chiz today, like, he backstabbed someone, and it tends to be a really one-off strategy you can get away with in the community. The community is small enough that you play with people a lot over and over again, and you tend to get a sense of the style of players playing. And if the player backstabs you, that works once, right? The first time someone backstabs me, it tends to work because you don't expect it. It's betrayal. And then the next time you go, I can't trust the fucking thing this guy says to me. He wants a Lux trade? No, I'm going to kill him. He wants to scout my lands? Yeah, we'll let him do that for 5 turns, then I'll kill him. So it kind of goes like that a little bit. So. Yeah,
I do that all the time. If these guys come close to me, I go to war. And they're like, what? It was just a scout. You're really making a big deal out of nothing.
It's true.
Screw you all. No. You've never got... Don't even come around here. It's war.
Yep, build a persona, right? Like, I mean, that's part of it. Like, especially if you're a visible member of the community and you're streamers, so you get Team the Streamer comes up all the time, right? Oh, Filthy's gonna win. He's the biggest threat. Let's just all rush him with crossbows, right? So the kind of mentality I want to be perceived as, and it's going to be long-term beneficial for me, is fuck with me. I'll spend the rest of my game killing you, and that tends to be fairly effective.
And it's not just that either. It's not just that it's kill the streamer. It's you often seem to be the best guy in the game. Like, are there online rankings? Like, is there any way to say who is the best multiplayer guy, or at least the best multiplayer guy in your Steam group?
So we've run around. The group as a whole has experimented with rankings before. We've done actually ranked play for a while, and the biggest problem with that is that the scoring system tends to be a big pain in the ass. We haven't figured out the optimal scoring method, because what you tend to get is you get people playing for second or third, where they're very clearly not playing to win, and will admit that if you push them to that, they're trying to get, for example, I've had a game where I was a highest ranked player in that game, so like 4th through like 2nd, we're like, well, even if we don't win, if we come in 3rd and 2nd in this game, it can get Filthy to 5th, we get more points from this. So
I see.
We tried the ranking thing, it didn't work out so well. We don't have an optimal solution for that. But you can too, if you're in the community for a long enough time period, get a sense of who the really good players are. So yeah, you can get a sense.
Hey, did you get a vibe for Chiv? I'm calling him Dr. Shiv. Did you get a vibe for Chiz?
For Chiz, I didn't get enough time to play with him. He seemed to do okay. His demos were kind of midway through that. I think at some point in the stream today, I kind of mentioned I really wanted to meet him in the game, because I can't see his demos in the game until I've met him, and I wanted to get a sense of what type of player he is, because I haven't played with him enough. Like, all the players in that game actually were new to me, but when I play with the regulars, like, I have a very good sense of who's really good in this game and who isn't, and then who to watch out for, and get from there.
So how do you rank yourself personally?
You can't be like the top player or the top 5 player, because there's too many players doing it, right? There's a lot of really, really good players. You tend to kind of rank them in tiers. This is a really good player. This is a fairly good player. This is an average.
I like that.
So.
And you're in the top tier.
Clearly, I'm up there, yeah, for sure. I play too much not to be. So.
How many hours do you have? Someone was saying you're threatening 4,000 hours now. Is that right?
Man, I could check real quick, but it's probably
Jesus
on that.
Christ.
Yep.
That's
They say
I
you
didn't.
need like 10,000 hours to perfect like woodworking or something. So you're like halfway to perfecting being a
Civ.
blacksmith in Civ.
I think I'm probably pushing Kyle's time with the product at this point.
Oh,
Yes, you
not
got
even
it.
close, Filthy. Not even close.
See, I guess I should check to see how much I have as well. I know it's nowhere near.
I could check. Yeah, I'll check real quick.
I think my daughter has about 500 hours. I don't know what I have.
So how much do you play every single day, Filthy?
So I'm currently trying full-time streaming, and I stream primarily Civ with some XCOM. I stream 5 days a week, and I play Civ generally about 4. Although I'm kind of slacking a little bit right now, playing a little bit more XCOM, kind of getting into that, and I'm waiting on the next version of the No Quitters mod that we're playing with. So I'm kind of in between my Civ fix right now. So yeah, probably on average about 4 times a week. So.
How does the No Quitters mod change Civ?
Oh my god, it's hundreds of changes. Like we could go through it, but it would take forever. Basically, what it's trying to do is it's trying to do away with tradition being the dominant strategy, and there being a very set tech path in multiplayer. So the goal is to give options in social policies an option in tech path. And it's combined also with there's a No Quitters map out there, and the map does away with a lot of the isolation problems that the original Pangea map has. So there's a lot more human interaction needed because you're much closer to the other civs around you, and it makes this for a much better game. It's really cool.
That, as I watch you, I guess I'm a SimCitier. You know, like I prefer war to really start when like Musketmen, start getting developed. And I'm not the player that you are, but I was like, man, it's all early game ambush stuff. It's all knights and crossbows and spearmen and things like that. If I still have spearmen, I don't even want to be making an army yet. I still want to be SimCitying, so I don't think I would fit.
Yeah. I think you'll find as you play that the game. I really like Civ as a game where the technologies come in the kind of the larger scheme of things as being that these are hostile players, right? You might have temporary alliances with them. You might be trading Lux trades or the rest of it, but at the end of it, only one of you can win this game. And the technologies then become the military techs have always been important, right? You get to artillery first, you're in a big advantage. You get to infantry first, you're in a really big advantage. You get to bombers first, you're in a really big advantage. This is just true again, but starting all the way back to crossbows, right? So it's like, can you find the hammers to get the technology going, to get the culture going, while simultaneously defending yourself and potentially, being big enough that you're not going to be taken out, or being big enough to take someone else out. And I think it makes a very dynamic game that's really fun to be a part of.
It's a balancing act.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a balancing act, and it's really easy to go. Things will look advantageous, and you'll get greedy. Like, ooh, I could build this building. It's 5 turns. I really should get those 2 units out, but I want the building. And then the game's over just because of that tiny mistake. Or you could just work the wrong tile or something. There's so many macro and micro mistakes to be made in the first 50, 75 turns. It's
Filthy's fun to watch, though. He's smart and he's ruthless, and those two things are interesting to watch. He's just out there like screwing your mom every freaking stream. Like he has no patience for idiots. He doesn't go easy on anyone. He is just ruthless in the game.
To be fair, I think some of that got trained out of me, right? Initially you kind of go into it. I feel bad for this guy. He's not that great at the game. I don't really want to kill him right now. Or, man, this guy was nice to me earlier. It'd be really bad to just crossbow push him. You do a couple of games of that where it bites you in the ass and you're like, well, fuck, now I'm screwed because I didn't take that guy's lands 50 turns ago when I needed that, and now my science can't compete with this other guy. And you get to the point where you're like, yeah, okay, it's a game, and I want to win the game. And that requires that, I treat it like these are my opponents and not my buddies, even when I'm playing with my buddies. So.
There was a game I was watching.
Ruthless.
I think you might have been playing Denmark or someone. But anyway, someone asked you which religion you wanted, like which symbol. And you're like, go ahead and take it. I'll come get it later. And I love that. I love that. And it seems like that happens. I find that if someone makes war on me at the wrong time, I really feel like I've been caught with my pants down. Not necessarily because I don't have the units built, but because I'm just not heavy on that military tech. And they have, and that's where they've went. And I feel like if I'm attacked then I'm just so vulnerable that I can't turn everything around and right the ship and win. But when that guy started pushing you today, what was he, Mongolia or something?
The Huns.
Yeah, the Huns. When he started pushing you, it seeed like he had 3 battering rams and 4 of those horse archers.
He almost took WoodyCraft.
I know. I felt obligated to defend that. I'm like, this city's been donated for. I really ought to fucking put up a fight here.
Did that actually cross your mind?
Yeah, sure did. Like it would be betraying my because of the same level. Like you don't ever want to lose cities, period. So of course I'm not going to give it up if I can avoid it. But at the same time, it's not like I'm like going to throw the game to take that. But at the same level, I'm like it'd be kind of amusing if I just give him nothing. I get a sneak attack terracotta army. He's the Huns. He comes in with his battering rams. Let's just give him absolutely nothing. Let's give him one pillage on a sheep tile, not lose a single unit, and then take his capital.
For people who don't understand, in the stream today, I donated, and in exchange for the donation, I asked him to name one of his cities WoodyCraft, and then it went under attack, and I don't know. I'm in the stream chatting about DDoS protection and how they can't they can't hurt us. But
and it looked bad for a second. I wasn't watching the stream the whole time, but I looked up and I was like, oh, he's got like a mini little army over here on Filthy's borders.
Three battering
Filthy's got
rams.
like one spearman there. Like, oh, this could be trouble. And then within maybe 3 turns, the army's like scattered and running across the desert. So I think that's my favorite part of watching you play is little when you fight war, the units skating around on your road system, and that's the most. I see you like move your units in a way to maximize their potential and save units and stuff like that. And I feel like that's where
this is how I watch him stream. It's like this, right? I'm just all right, and then he takes the wrist brace off. Whoa! Now what?
Yeah, I'm currently wearing a wrist brace. You think you're a streamer, right? You're playing video games for.
You need the Autoblow.
Yes, right?
Clearly
he wore it out.
Yeah,
I've had that suggested. I actually heard it on stream. So
repetitive stress injury, he says.
The camera, but yeah. I guess that's what it is. But,
so, as someone who never has played this game, like you guys might as well be speaking fucking Mandarin. Like I have no idea what any of this means. But is it ever so lopsided? Like, is the game pretty fairly well balanced, or is it ever so lopsided that like you'll storm into someone's area with Marines and they'll still be like sharpening bronze spears, and then you just bowl over them, or is it kind of more even?
So we're playing in a community that has a number of rules that are designed to make the multiplayer experience better, and one of those rules is what's called an irrelevancy vote, which you can ask to be voted irrelevant. If the other players will pass that, you can leave the game. And what that tends to happen is when someone's so bad at science that they have they're sharpening their spears, or you're rolling in with the nukes, and so people tend not to be in that situation because they get voted out before that. But yes, it's possible. I mean, you can be so bad at science that you're not doing anything, and I'm teching.
All the situations. So I've watched a whole video series of yours, and then today's stream. And whenever someone wanted to be declared irrelevant, like guys, just grant me mercy. You're kicking my ass so bad. I want the pain to stop, but I don't want to be known as a quitter. They hold a vote. And the answer is no. The answer is stay around and absorb your ass kicking.
That's totally what Chiz was doing today. Chiz was like, nah, fuck those guys. Let Filthy destroy their fucking cities. And I was like,
It's a demoralizing thing. They don't even let you surrender.
They don't.
They make you declare, I am irrelevant. I'm not even worthy of surrendering. I need all of you to validate my feelings of irrelevancy. Tell me how not matterful I am. I don't mean it.
But that's the thing. The guy says, I quit. I surrender. Please just stop beating me. Losing in Civ is slow. Like, you've spent 3 hours building up your civilization, crafting it, whatever. And then you realize that you are inadequate. So inadequate that you can't play with these people anymore. And you say, guys, please just stop the pain. And they say, no. The pain's still coming.
So here's what happened today. Quickly, they were playing a 6-person free-for-all, all on the same map, on a Pangea map where they're touching. And Filthy's neighbor attacks him early, and so Filthy builds an army and kills his neighbor. And at that point, he'd already built the army, and he had a lot of the military culture tree. So he just kind of kept on going. And all of the remaining civs sort of formed an alliance against Filthy. It was Chiz and Egypt and 2 other civs. Ethiopia, and one more, Germany, and they had this 4-way alliance against him, and he's like, well, I can beat any 2 of them at hammers at any time, but all 4 of them together, and it's looking bad. And then Chiz is like, you know what? Fuck this, and he backstabs Ethiopia, takes their capital, like when they had peace declared between them. And it was just a shit fest. And then Germany is so like disgusted by this that after 1 round of trading blows with Filthy, he goes, "Can we vote me irrelevant?" He's just like, "Can I fucking go?"
All right. In today's game, I'm playing with mostly players that I don't know. And what it turns out was most of the players I played with today were fairly newer players, right? They're probably looking at somewhere around like 500 hours of Civ. They don't really know what the hell they're doing.
Filthy casuals.
Right, exactly. Filthy casuals. And the thing about that is that the games tend to be a little bit prescriptive when that happens. Not entirely. You're still always going to have different circumstances and different civs and different starting locations and different problems. But what it tends to be is that there isn't enough time. Like when you hit the medieval era and you're running into crossbows and knights and things like that, players haven't enough time to really become irrelevant. They, that difference in relative skill level, you're gonna be, the better players are going to be a little bit ahead, but they're not going to be ahead in the terms of like an era ahead. They're going to be ahead in like 4 or 5 techs or 20% hammers or something like that. So what you tend to find in the lower level games, the games with players who aren't quite as good, is that a lot of the action happens very early before those players leave the game. And what tends to happen is the demographics tend to be really like showing. They're like, okay, this player's really far ahead, and the rest of the guys in the game going, we don't know what to do with this. The only thing we can do is hold hands and use the buddy system here. So it's like, that's exactly what happened today, right? It's like, I got a little bit ahead, and then everyone in the map is like, all right, we need to put aside our differences and just go kill Filthy. And today it wasn't enough, but you can sort of plan for that as a streamer, right? As the person who has the experience with this, I'm planning on the fact that in a game, once I see that the demos are showing that the players aren't that great, I'm planning to be teamed in that era because it's going to happen. So.
It seems like it happens a lot, and I feel like it's not just because you're a streamer; it's because you're oftentimes, right there at the top of the, you're in the lead, and you're the one that needs to be chased down. And when they start seeing 200 or 300 or 400 points difference in the overall score, and they see you've got 10 cities connected with roads, and they've got 3 or 4, it's just like, why even continue? Like it's too, because. I think anyone who knows you and has watched your videos knows that you're not going to make some weird macro mistake that makes your cities go unhappy or stop growing or some bullshit like that. It's quite the opposite. So it's hard to make that ground up, I guess.
Listen, hopefully at 4,000 hours of playing a video game, you start to be reasonably okay at it. Hopefully.
Yeah. Wouldn't you feel terrible if you were bad? like how would you feel? Like clearly you have a love and passion for the game, but what if you put this 4,000 hours in and you just got your ass kicked every time you played? You were just pulling your hair out, like what the fuck?
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to me. Like, you'd just be like, but there's players like that. There's players out there, players who love the game and play the game for the fun of it, and they don't actually care. So the No Quitters mod, there's a forum for that on Reddit where people talk about the balances of that. And there was a player arguing that. He's like, this is not a competitive game. Most of the guys I play with just play with this to build civilizations and build cities. And I'm like, I'm not playing the same game you are, am I? Because like I understand the sentiment, the idea being that this is fun and we don't need to get good at it. But at the same time, for me at least, part of the fun.
If you're gonna spend 4,000 hours, why not get good?
Yeah, right. Like, and
what's
it's
the maddest you've ever gotten? Like, have you ever
maddest...
broken anything, or like any good stories of you being enraged that some douche in Transylvania beat your civilization? I don't know the countries, so his vampire.
So my nickname is FilthyRobot. I get called that quite a lot by fans and not so much fans because I tend to emotionally engage with the games I'm playing with, and especially in the moment. So I absolutely can get fucking irate at people when this is happening. So the maddest I've ever been. It's not actually. I didn't actually upload this game. I ended up banning 3 players from the No Quitters group for this, which is, I guess sometimes you wonder about the power differential there in some degree. Is it really fair that I banned those players? Well, they did violate the rules, but I was really fucking pissed at them too. And this was when there was still the rank system in play.
Just because it feels good doesn't mean it's abuse of power.
That's a good way of looking at it.
That's true. Taylor said that.
So this was back with the rank system, and basically what it boiled down to is I was actually Russia again. That's who I played today, and Russia has a really nice hammer bonus. They have production bonus, right? And it makes a very clear target on the demographics. People go, shit, he has a lot of hammers. He's really dangerous. And I was getting teamed by like 3 or 4 players again, right? And it went like this. They're attacking me 3 or 4 of them, 2 of whom in all likelihood had no real reason for doing this. They wouldn't ever improve their position. I would only improve one other guy's position, which is in of itself sketchy in the rank system, because the goal is eliminating the main player should be you improve your position and you have a better chance of winning the game. It's really what should happen out of this. This is why you team a player, otherwise you don't bother, right? And then what happened is they were killing me, and I was basically down to 1 or 2 cities, and I'm just refusing to lose, and I'm just making them choke on everything they take from me. The longer I can stop them from converting anything they've taken from me into something useful, the more enjoyment and like satisfaction I get out of this, right? And what happens is at the end of this, there's 3 of them playing this game. It's a ranked game. The goal is to win. 2 of them, as soon as my capital is gone and I have like 1 or 2 little cities left and I'm basically done, the other 2 guys remaining in the game concede to the last guy. In other words, their whole point for that entire game was not to win. It was literally just to knock me out of the game. And that pissed me off. I mean, that's against all the colluding rules. It's against the teaming rules. It was just like, it's against any sort of like good sportsmanship. It's against any sort of like self-respect or dignity too, right? You play the game to fucking win. You don't play the game because like I'm so bad I need like 5 of us to bring that one guy down and that's mission accomplished. We're done. So
It
that
seems
was
like
probably.
this game is just as much about having fun as it is making sure other people don't have anything.
Yes.
A lot of fun.
You know what the most fun I've had in a long time was? I put a diplomat in. We played a 1v1 last night with the NQ mod because I wanted to finally get to use piety and enjoy it, and I put a diplomat in Chiz's city that he didn't know about, and I could see what he's building and how long it's going to take him to build it. So I know he's 6 turns away from getting Notre Dame, and he needs the happiness badly. And I start reworking my hexes until I can build it in 5 turns, and then I wait. And 1 turn before I'm done with it, I kill his whole army, and he says, GG, and I was like, let's go 1 more turn. We go 1 more turn, and he gets the notification that I have Notre Dame. My happiness is 32 now, and he's just like, fuck you, that's it. Game over. And that's how our game ended.
If you'd like to even maximize that particular strategy, you can use a great engineer, and you can let them spend 10 turns or 8 turns building a wonder, and on the very last turn, you can engineer the wonder at the same time, and then same turn them on that. And that's a really beautiful thing to do.
How
I
does
love
that?
doing that as well. I just didn't have one.
Can you? I'm not an experienced Civ guy, but when 2 people finish a great wonder that only 1 person can have in the same turn, how does the game pick who gets it?
Order that they join the lobby. So the host gets first shot at it, the second person to join the lobby gets the next shot at it, and so on down.
Yeah.
That's a lousy
So-
system. There should be
that's-
something more
That's a lousy
merit-based.
system. It's so frustrating.
I just learned that today watching your game. Yeah, that's what I always say. Like someone will ask me, like they're like, because I just looked. I have 1,356 hours, and somebody be like, "Wow, that's a lot of time. I guess you got it figured out now." And I'm like, "No." Every day I learn a new thing. Absolutely every single day. And if I watch a couple videos, I'll learn 5 or 6 things.
I'm so disappointed with that answer. Order that they join the lobby?
Yeah.
That's not.
Isn't it crazy?
No, it
That's
should
not
be
fair.
like, you know,
Well,
he had
better-
excess hammers.
Better get in there fast.
I know. There's so many better options out there, but that is the current system. I mean, this is the great part about the modding community, honestly. And like, these are just super fans, basically. These are players who watch the streams, watched us play, watched the quote unquote pros playing this, and been like, and heard us bitching about various mechanics, and gone, hey, we can fix that, and have started to do that. I mean, the No Quitters mod is so good for the game. It's doing so much to redress some of the imbalances that are in there and make it so much more fun. It's really cool.
I'm
So-
not that
Why
good at
has-
Civ, but get this. So I donated to your stream, and I had you name a city after WoodyCraft, right? And then I think I had another one named PKA and another one named something else.
Factions fire.
Factions Fire, yeah, thank you. And then I donated again, and I asked him to join PKA. So what I feel like is, well, I can't hang with you in Civ. I kind of purchased a city-state's allegiance.
You literally purchased him for a while. Yeah.
I had the thought today that I think I do sub goals pretty regularly, and the sub goals sometimes I do like, I play with my subscribers, like we do some games like that. Those have been pretty fun. Sometimes we do like me and another quote unquote pro versus a number of the subs or that kind of thing. I had the thought that it might be fun to do like a donation game where I let the chat actually choose like my kind of like, go cross the continent to attack Germany on the other side of that mountain range because the chat's donated for this. I think it might be kind of fun to just have like a totally like anarchist, total anarchy in terms of what I get to do. Like no choices on my part, just do like that.
I like that. That's really
You can
fun.
literally purchase how the course of the game goes. Filthy's gonna take up tourism this game. Like,
I like
So, are there really shitty civilizations that you would never like when someone joins and they're like Romania? Are you like, look at this idiot, or like, are they all pretty okay? Because I'll try it out with Kyle. He's kind of convincing me to try the
I have
game.
funny.
Don't do it. Oh my
The
god.
funny, the best
We're gonna
thing
talk
I
about it
think.
this much. I need to play it because I have
No.
no fucking idea what you're talking about.
No.
So Filthy has an amazing video where he goes through every civ and ranks them on his own tier scale, and he gives very good arguments for all of his ideas for their ranking. But I thought the funniest thing that came along with the NQ mod is they completely just remove Venice from the fucking game. They're so irrelevant in multiplayer, and that was my favorite part. So yeah, in a multiplayer aspect, I would have to assume that Venice is the absolute worst with their inability to build.
yeah,
sectors.
there was.
I don't see how
never-
Japan would thrive in Pangea.
Oh, it's pretty shit. Japan's a pretty bad one too. I mean, the tier list was specifically designed for multiplayer games, and what I found is I really wanted to do 5 tiers of civs. Like that was a pretty reasonable like rating system for me. I could reasonably place pretty much all the civs in that, but there were 2 outliers that I couldn't place on a 5-tier system, and they were Iroquois and Venice, because they're the only civs whose bonuses actually made them worse than if they didn't have bonuses at all. So those would be the 2 that I would recommend strongly to stay away from.
What are the bonus? Like Venice can paddle very quickly. Iroquois, very good at lacrosse.
So Venice's bonus is that it gets double trade routes, but you can't found new cities. You can only settle your one city. And in
Of
multiplayer, the game is about production and science, and you have to have more cities to get production and science. So if you go Venice in multiplayer, what happens is either everyone just expands around you and laughs as you're still sharpening your spears and they're launching nukes, or they just look at your one city and they go, oh, we'll just kill that and take that. So it's like either way, you're kind of boned with Venice. So that's their problem. And then the Iroquois, I've always been saying, I say that wrong in all my videos. I call it Iroquois, but it's actually Iroquois, and I figured that out recently. But anyways, the Iroquois, their big deal was that they had buildings that were worse than the base buildings. Their modifiers it was supposed to be a benefit. They give you production from forests, but the downside was they didn't have a properly functioning workshop, so you lost like a % modifier and gained a absolute value that wasn't equal to the % lost. So.
And that is what I find most impressive about your videos and your gameplay. Over there, you have like a bulletin board sort of set up with all kinds of charts and graphs, like information like how much is it to buy a spearman, like 170 gold. I guarantee it's written right there. Like,
Jesus Christ.
Is your shit list on there? Please tell me
No.
it is.
No, I did keep one by hand for a while, and then basically what I found is that people get better at the game, right? So like putting someone permanently on a shit list with no way to get off of it is pretty much not a good thing overall.
He'd be like, that's
Like, you want
bullshit.
internal-
That's bullshit. This is my shit list.
I put in chat for a while, but then like one guy messaged me. He posted it in like the No Quitters like Steam chat, and he was like, "Can someone please ask Filthy to remove me from the shit list? I really don't deserve to be on the shit list. I'm not that bad a player." And I'm like, man, maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe I'll just internally
The shit list isn't even people that were mean to you. They're just bad players. It's
Yeah,
just
they
like,
do
oh,
stupid
fuck
things.
this guy. He
All right,
doesn't know
so-
what he's doing. He's building
And he-
boats when he should be
both.
building.
Can I have
And you guys play
permission
poker?
I would really like to
No.
maintain a shit list on my stream. Is it okay if I copy this concept from you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
But the problem is this, right? So, okay, you're in a game where you're balancing 5 other players, and the goal is to win this game. And to win this game, it's going to be a long 8-hour game, probably drawn out. There's going to be a hell of a lot of stuff going on in this. And the thing is, you need to be able to predict what your opponents are going to be doing to some degree. And to do that, you have to have some sense of how they're thinking about the game. And there's some people who just are not sane. They do not think like I do. They are building fucking boats. You're looking at them, you're going, why are you building boats right now? You're being attacked by a land army. There's absolutely zero reason to be building 45 boats right now, but you have 45 boats floating around outside your harbor. And at that point, they go on the shit list because it's not possible to predict them. They're doing things that are so different than the actual winning strategies in Civ that they might as well not be there.
what you're talking about is why, like, oftentimes a question that they'll ask professional poker players is, would you rather play against an absolute novice player or a professional player? And a lot of them will say a professional because you can actually you can guess what a pro's going to do. You can get inside that guy's mind because you're thinking on the same level and you both understand the game thoroughly. But with someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, they could, like you said, they could build a bunch of frigates out of nowhere and come bombard your coastal city, and there was no real reason for you to build any defense there. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
That's also a very easy cop-out for professionals of anything to say. Like, if you ask me, like, would you rather have Sidney Crosby shoot on me in goal, hockey player, for those of you out there, would you rather have him shoot on me when I was playing goalie, or, a 9-year-old who's really gifted? I'm going to pick Sidney Crosby every time, because if that 9-year-old is just fucking schooling me, I'm going to look like a jackass. If Sidney Crosby is scoring, it's like, I don't give a shit. He's the best player in the league. Of course he's going to score. Like, so of course poker players would rather lose to a professional than somebody like me who's like, are these colors good? Like,
Well, that's the
doesn't
problem.
even know.
I mean, part of the game is responding to your opponents, right? And the same with poker, right? You're trying to get reads on them. You're watching how they play. You're watching what their bets represent and what they actually have for hands and that type of thing. And like the same with Civ, right? As you play with these players, you see how they approach the game, how they think about things, how they hide their militaries, how they react to threats, how they react to aggressive expands and this type of thing. And you have some sort of read and ability to respond to that. And what it is a Civ is it's a series of incremental victories that win you the long-term stuff. It's 5 hammers here. It's getting a wonder here that you might not have got. It's being able to say, I don't need military in this situation. I can invest in infrastructure instead that allow you to pull off these wins. And when you have players who have no idea what they're doing and play totally insane, often, to be fair, like that Hun player today, right? He just randomly decided we don't have particularly conflicted borders. There's not a lot of reason to attack me. I have triple his production, so any war that isn't immediately won in the first about 10 turns, I'm going to crush him in. In other words, I don't even identify him as a threat. At one point in that game, I looked at him, I go, he has 10 hammers. I don't care what he does. It doesn't matter what he does. He's totally irrelevant to the course of my game in this. But because he's so new at this game, I have no way of predicting his thought process. He looked at this and goes, I guess I should attack Filthy here. No one knows why he came to this conclusion. We don't know the thought process that went to that, but it makes it very, very difficult to play with, and often kind of frustrating to play with. When you're playing with 4 good players and one player who's like that, he acts as a wild card that tends to just like sabotage games for me. Where you're planning around a kind of logical or reasonable set of opponents, and then this one player just does something so fucking off the wall that you're like, okay, well I can deal with that, but the game is probably over for me while dealing with that.
I got a question for Filthy. So you're taking a gap year, right? So you're pursuing a PhD. Am I right on that?
So what I actually just told my department about this a couple weeks ago. Actually, a mildly amusing story. I took a year leave. I finished my master's. I was in a PhD program, so I was in a psychology PhD program, and the master's is along the way I get my master's and go for my PhD. And I chose to take a year off and do streaming full time, and that's what I've done. I'm actually about 10 months into that, something like that right now. And I just recently had to go back to my department and tell them, it's been that academic year. Do I want to come back, or do I want to, basically terminate my stay with the program? I've actually just chosen to terminate my stay with that program.
So you're not going to pursue the PhD anymore.
So it's not a door closed. So I have the option at some point of they've said you did very good work here. We'd be happy to have you back, but I'd have to reapply for that or go to apply to a different program for a PhD program. So yep.
Gotcha.
So I have a master's.
So I'm just trying to think here. So I guess the streamer thing's working out for you. You're happy with your income and lifestyle. Are you going nocturnal and unhealthy on us? Have you gained 20 pounds like so many YouTubers do when they first go pro?
Yes and yes. So am I happy with it? I'm fairly happy with it. I mean, this is one of the big decisions for me to actually try this route. Is that I, of course, probably like pretty much everyone out there, I enjoy gaming, and I've enjoyed gaming for a large portion of my life. It's a huge hobby of mine. It's something that I really identify with and spend a lot of attention to. It's one of my hobbies and free time pursuits, et cetera, et cetera. I was kind of at this point in graduate school where I would be proposing my dissertation is what I'd be doing, would be the next step in that. I'm kind of dealing with the publication process, the peer review and publication process, which is a huge fucking pain in the ass, by the way. If you guys have never done that, it's a lot of sending it out. You get random people reviewing it who are like, you need to change this, and then you change that, and you send it to the next people, and they want you to undo the changes that the first people have done. It's a huge pain in the ass. It's a really long process. You're seeing often easily a year and a half before when you send out a paper to when you're actually getting it published. And it's just, I was at a point in graduate school where I needed to decide, was this really what I wanted to do or not? And the total answer is there's lots of things I really liked about graduate school and academia, and lots of things I would enjoy and could see making a life out of. But I wasn't entirely sure about the gaming side of things too. It's like, can I potentially make a living doing this? Can I potentially find some niche that I can fit into that will allow me to both make the hobby and make it a living? And kind of what actually pushed me over the edge, which is my stream last set, is that I wouldn't have done this. I would have stayed in graduate school. But what the kind of culminating factor for me was the girlfriend. The girlfriend said, I really think you should go try this. This is something you're really good at. This is something you really enjoy. I see the change in your personality and enjoyment when you're doing this versus when you're not doing this. I really think you should go for it. So I got kind of pushed into it from the girlfriend to actually try this as a actual thing. As to the income, it's been a year. I don't seem to make all that much money on it, honestly. We'll have to see how.
There's not a lot of money in being a student either.
No, there's no money being a student, but a student is working on an education that results in an end goal that is not being a student. So, yeah.
Well, this is it. This is your launching pad. You're watching it right now. You and Autoblow 2 are about to blow up.
You definitely have your own little niche, though, because like there's tons of tutorial videos on YouTube. If you search Civ 5 tutorial, you'll get with a menagerie of videos that are worthless. So many of them are just bullshit and worthless. And like I've watched all the top 5 tips videos, and I'm just like, this is juvenile stuff. This is first day like tutorial shit that the game's in-game tutorial stuff would tell you. Like, yeah, I know where to plant my city. Like I'm not getting anything out of this. But then you go to your videos, and they're exactly what I was looking for. I see how you're working your hexes. I see how you fight a real war. Things like bringing the road system with you and making huge swaths of road-covered tiles to be able to bring units in and out. I'd never seen that before until we started watching your videos. So, you've definitely got your own little niche, and you seem to be the best at making videos of it, not just the best at doing it.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, it's the part of graduate school that I really liked was pursuing my research topics of my own interest. So finding and answering questions that I had that were interesting questions to me, and then teaching people who gave a shit. Right, that was the other part of graduate school that I really liked. And you know, this is kind of a continuation of that to some degree. It's like, you know, the first couple guide videos I put out there, this is before I'd chosen to go try streaming as a profession, and it was basically about like, all right, well, I know about this, I get a lot of questions from people about this, I get a lot of people on my stream asking me about this, why don't I talk about this for a little bit? And you'll see some of them, you know, I get accused of making guide videos that are too long, you know, like the guide, like for example, we were talking about the Civ tier list. The Civ tier list is a 4-hour video, 4 fucking hours of me talking about Civ, right? And I mean, the whole point I made it this way was it's a reference guide. You know, it has time link stamps to every single Civ. If you want to spend 5 minutes and hear about your Civ, you can go do that. But the complaint I get people, and I don't understand this complaint, which is, you know, Filthy, if this was shorter, I'd watch it. What? You want me to like give you nothing? Like, I mean, it takes time to talk about a topic. It takes time to tell you, you know, to do anything that is more than just like the surface level. Yeah, this is a good Civ. They have science. You should pick that. You know, that doesn't tell you anything.
I watched the whole
I don't
fucking
know.
video.
4 hours is
Good.
pretty long.
4 hours
Yeah.
is pretty long, but Filthy. Here, if I don't mean to pull the old man YouTube. If you don't know, I've been on YouTube since 2009. I have 1.2 million subs. I used to go at YouTube really hard, and I had the most success with making the kind of videos that I like to watch. I've made videos here and there where I maybe copy somebody else's style. I've made videos that you know, that maybe I thought the subscribers would want, and they never went quite as well as when I made the kind of videos that I enjoy. What I made is much different than yours. It was usually like 5 to 12 minutes of like how I feel about a topic, you know, and like this is what I see going on. This is what I think we should do about this or that. And sometimes it was game related, you know, like a Call of Duty mechanic. Sometimes it was not. It was like, you know, why Google is getting into the ISP business, and I would analyze that. And those are the kind of videos that I like watching, and they were always my most successful style.
Yeah, it's such a weird business. It's so different. It's so different than anything I've ever done before. There's so much self-promotion in it that I don't like. I don't like that.
Oh, I was going to say that earlier. So your stream, I was watching, I've only watched one of your streams, but I've also watched one of your pre-recorded streams. So I kind of feel like that's 2, and which is long because they take hours and hours to go. Yeah. And you have a nice balance of playing the game and fan interaction. You thank people for donations, but you don't make it like I've seen other streams where they do donation wars, where they really go overboard with the graphics and thank you and play a movie and kick into a dance. And I was like, aha, I feel like this guy, in watching it, hits the mark that I aspire to hit. And
thanks for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be a monkey, right? I don't want to be like, you know, like they donate like
That's
$5
the term
and
I've
like,
used.
dance for me, you know, and I'm like, I don't really want to dance right now.
A dancing monkey is the thing I've said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Like,
yeah.
I don't want that. It's not at all interesting to me. It doesn't fit at all how I want to interact with that. I appreciate my fans supporting me, and it's absolutely crucial if I'm going to do this as any sort of like actual financially viable thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the goal is actually to move away from being forced to do things I don't want to do. Is to be doing things that I want to be doing. And hopefully, what I find is the market of, you know, the people who want to be watching what I'm providing, and hopefully I can adapt to what that is. But, you know, if it doesn't work out that way, the last thing I want to end up doing is, you know, sitting there fucking, you know, doing push-ups for fucking subs or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I my most recent stream, I left T-Notifier off, and I thought it was weird that nobody donated at all. But whatever, you know, I'm fine with that too. And later it turned out that people had donated and they didn't get the proper thank yous, and there was a whole. It wasn't a hate thread. It was really constructive criticism. But a lot of constructive criticism is sometimes hard to swallow.
A lot of very constructive criticism.
Did you see the thread by
Very
chance?
specific constructives.
Yeah, it was like, Woody, you're not doing this right. You're not doing that right. And a lot of it was revolving around the subs and the donations. And I just left T-Notifier off because I had recorded a private video. And I didn't want, I don't know if people don't know this, but there's like a 20-second countdown when you first turn it on. And you don't want that in a video. So anyway, yeah, they only had my best interests in mind, but it was awful to read.
Is Civ growing? That's an interesting question. I guess we could look up like Steam demographics to have a look at that. I don't know. The Civ
Top 10 game.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's really good. I mean, we don't get shit for numbers on streaming it. I mean, it's a very small game if you look at it for Twitch in terms of actual viewer count. Mm-hmm. You know, it's basically me and two other 2 to 3 other streamers who actually pull any numbers on that. And even I don't pull numbers. I mean, I say that. I mean, I see somewhere between 300 and 500 viewers probably on average.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's pretty small fish as streams go. So.
Do you not care for Beyond Earth?
No, Beyond Earth. I mean, I don't want to knock the company. The company produces a lot of really good stuff, but Beyond Earth was a pile of shit, and it is a total disaster for multiplayer. It's so we tried it as a group. We were actually quite excited for that. A lot of the Civ guys, we basically they came out, did 24-hour stream of it, played a shit ton of multiplayer of it. It's not viable for multiplayer at all. So
I didn't play enough of it to know the reasons why it's not viable for multiplayer, but I played enough of it to know that I didn't enjoy it as much as I did Civ 5 for a number of reasons, and we went back probably within a month, I would say.
Now, how was Civ 5 upon its release, though? Because it's had DLC. That Civ 5 without the DLC, in my amateur opinion, isn't half the game that it is with all the DLC. What do you think about Beyond Earth? Can it be saved with DLC?
I mean, anything can be saved with DLC. It depends how much effort and time they put into it, and how much they care about balancing the game, right? And I mean, it's scary to see some of the things that companies are doing out there versus what some other companies are doing. I mean, look at Blizzard, right? Look at Blizzard's repeated patches. I mean, regardless of how much you like the content they're putting out, you look at WoW, or you look at like Hearthstone or something, regardless of how much that type of game appeals to you, the support they put into it and making sure that when imbalances crop up, they get addressed, and making sure that no one class is overly dominant for any length of time. That type of stuff is so good for the game as a both a competitive game, but also just for like replayability and actually enjoyment, right? And I think the problem with the Civ and to some extent to Beyond Earth is that there just isn't that kind of input into it, like that repeated. It's not ever going to be a one pass thing. It's going to take evaluations and coming back to it and having to look at this. Oh, how does it play for newbies versus pros? How does it pan out? I don't think you can do that. I mean, this is one of the great things with the modding stuff. I'm an XCOM streamer as well, and XCOM 2 is coming out. And one of the things they've announced with XCOM 2 is that it's going to be totally open for modders to do whatever the hell they want with it from the get-go. That's not a multiplayer game, so it's not quite the same. But at the same time, that kind of mentality is so good for the game, because you can go, okay, well, if we have a dedicated community, we have a dedicated group, we can go, all right, the gaming company doesn't want to put the time into balancing this, well, we can. So that's pretty cool.
Hey, back to the gap year thing. So you've been streaming for an entire year, and when did your girlfriend say you should do it? Was it the start of that year, or is it current?
Are you asking if she's still advocating it?
I guess I am. Yeah.
Okay, so initially, I was thinking about it. Basically, we were coming up to comprehensive exams, which are the portion. So after you finish your master's in the PhD program, you take comps, and comps are like a huge, like 2 days of testing, basically everything about everything, what you're supposed to know. And then you go and you write your dissertation. And I was coming up, basically studying for comprehensive exams, and I'm like, do I want to do this? I basically have to put 2 or 3 months into just studying, and I'm kind of at a point where I'm not entirely sure I want to continue with this program or not. And she basically said, give this a chance, give it a try, see how it goes, take a year, take a little bit longer in a year, take whatever you want, just see if this is something viable. So how is she now? She's equally supportive as she was then. She it's tough to say, you get your income sources are so diverse when you're streaming, right? You have things like donations, you have things like YouTube, you have things like Twitch advertisements, you have things like Patreon, that type of stuff, right? It's all over the place where you get it from. And then Civ died for 2 months or 3 months while I was doing this, So I'm taking a year to play Civ and see how it goes as a streaming thing. And for 3 months, Civ was not playable in multiplayer. They patched it and they broke it, and they didn't unbreak it for 3 months. So I'm like, oh wow, that kind of put a bit of a downturn on the finances for that period of time. So
it's scary. So I'm married, like you. So I had a regular job. You don't know me, but I was a senior software architect working at Cisco. I've been a programmer for like 20 years, something like that. 13 of them at Cisco. And then I was doing the YouTube thing, and my wife is like, yeah, go ahead. You can switch. You just drop your whole career. Like, you do what you want to do. And one of the challenges with Jackie is that she's like ridiculously supportive. And
that's a challenge?
Yeah,
that's one of the challenges?
I think
what kind of a
it is. Filthy might line up with this. But wait till you hear this.
I wanted an overcome adversity story, and she ruined it. I wanted to be able to talk about it later.
If I told her, honey, I want to be a juggling clown. Like, this is my new passion. It's what I'm all about. My essence is in juggling. and I want to be a juggling clown. She'd be like, you get him, Woody. You'll be the best juggling clown they've ever seen. And I can't fucking juggle at all. Right? Like, I'm awful.
Not with that attitude.
But she would support me anyway. So, like, on one hand, it's great to be supported, and that's wonderful. On the other hand, it means that it's really your responsibility to make responsible decisions. You know, like, I have a wife and 2 kids. And, you know, like, this is not a game here. Well, it's kind of a game, but yeah, you know, like if she's going to support me.
Wait a minute. What do you do for a living? It's not a game here. I love it.
But, you know, like, okay, this is serious, right? Even though I work with games, this is serious. This is, you know, we're buying the house. We're taking the kids. We're putting them in college. Like, these are real life things. They're huge repercussions. And, you know, she's so supportive and it's great. But on the other hand, it puts all the burden on me to make sure that I don't screw this up, because she would support me, you know, like, you know, to the top and to the bottom. So make sure you're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, you can't tell for sure. You know, like time will give me the information to make the decisions, right?
Well,
you know, like
I hope that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I hope that your time on here, I hope a lot of our listeners go and check out your streams, because I really enjoy them. I definitely enjoyed today's because I was watching Chiz play. He messaged me to try to join in, but I didn't get the message until it was too late. But hopefully next time, I'd like to play with you guys and see what I've got at the highest. What do I consider the highest level?
I'm gonna be pretty honest here. This wasn't totally selfless that I'm here. I didn't just do this because, you know, like,
What?
Yeah, you know.
Wait a minute! Oh my God!
Get out.
Learning the self-promotion shit a little bit, and it turns out that when someone with a lot of view count goes, "Hey, you should come talk to us," I'm like, "Yeah, that seems like a really good idea."
That's the whole point. Yeah. There's a give and take there. That's what makes this whole business work. That's what gets people together and lets people meet and exchange ideas.
That's the thing, right? And you know, there's a win-win here, right? Like, I think you're interesting because you're smart and you're ruthless, and you think I'm interesting because I can promote your stream. Well, let's do this.
Yeah, and, you know, and honestly, you know, like, a lot of it is going to be, it's like every other profession in the entire, you know, rest of your life. Is a lot of it is knowing people, right? And this is, you know, this is going out and meeting the people who are doing what I'm interested in doing professionally, and they're doing it already. So I think that's a pretty good thing as it is. So as to, yes, would we like to get some other games? Damn right, I'd like to get some other games. If nothing else, I think it'd be really, really fun to play. I mean, I like playing groups of games anyways with people I know. You know, the better I know them and the more interaction we can have in the game, if we're on voice comms, like, that makes the game better. When I play with the regulars, the game is more fun because we have personalities that I know and understand interacting with each other, right? So, you know, like, bringing in a group of friends to play, I think, is a really, really good idea anyways. So
I agree completely. I'll often tweet and the lobby will fill up pretty fast, and then we'll delete, you know, we'll get rid of anybody who doesn't have the correct DLC and who can't communicate or whatever. And we're usually left with there's a group of players that we have, and some of them have been put on the shit list, and others have been put on, yeah, let's go after that guy. He'll stay in there for 9.5 hours if we need him to. And we've kind of...
Lord Peter Baelish.
Lord Peter Baelish. Let me just say this. When I tweet, playing Civ 5, open lobby, let's go, free for all the DLC, Peter, I look on my Steam notifications, and Peter Baelish is online within 45 fucking seconds. That means that he's getting a text notification. Kyle's playing Civ, and he's like, Steam time. Like, I imagine him like
when you remote, like, you know, VPNs in or whatever the fuck it is, and, like, you know, like, logs in. He's like, I'm kicking the rest of the day off work. Yeah, get in the lobby on the way home. You know?
Yeah, he's fucking running. He's like a superhero who's got to change while he's running away to the scene of the crime. He's like getting logged into Steam and loading his PC up as he's running to his house or something.
He's the new God of Death. When I played COD, I had a guy named God of Death 89, and he was two things. He was really good at the game, so he often, when I played with people that watch my videos, they were better than normal players, right? These are people who are very into the game. They're not just casuals. And God of Death would lead the lobby of good players all the time. And also, it was hard to join my stream. So when I streamed COD, I would pull between, like, I don't know, 4,000 and 8,000 people. So it's difficult to get in the game. And I'd play maybe 3 games, empty the whole lobby, and then bring in the next 11. He would get in that 11, like, 75% of the time. Something about him was, he had better equipment, like he had a keyboard for his Xbox, and everyone else is like working the controller. And
clickety clap.
Yeah, and he also just knew what to do. He had a different technique of joining the games, and he was so good at it. After a while, I just invite him into my games for the start.
Because he was so fucking good, you wanted him on your team.
Because if he's random, he could end up on either team. But if I invite him in, he's always on my team. I said, like, oh look, got Knight of Death.
And he was truly. I watched a lot of your streams, and I remember that guy. And I think I've played with him a few times. And he was one of those top tier COD players who, if he's on the other team, you can't lead a group of randoms to victory against real players, but you can ruin the other team's fun. Like, you can make a group of guys who usually pub stomp and really have a great time every game, and you can have them cursing because you're taking their kill, you're ending their kill streaks. You're
so
fucking.
True.
Yeah,
I remember
totally.
playing with you, Kyle, when my connection would be bad, and it'd be you, Socrates, and me in a party, and I would get booted or something, and I'd just rejoin your game, and I would get on the other team of Socrates. I'd just leave. It was no fun playing against that guy. He would just beat the shit out of you relentlessly. You always thought you had him, and you never did.
Filthy, you don't know Socrates, but this is interesting. So Socrates was an amazing Call of Duty player, right? Like, just top notch.
Because when you said you don't know Socrates, I'm like thinking back to my philosophy classes.
Okay, different Socrates.
Okay, well, I'm with you.
Some
And
history
buddy
guy,
of
right?
ours.
he was a gaming buddy of ours I met through Kyle. And then he stopped playing COD, joined the Air Force, and started flying UAVs. Like, so in real life, he applied his fucking skills.
But some level, he went to the next level, right? He's like, you guys, you fucking noobs actually sitting here playing this.
He's ruining a lot of people in the Middle East's day.
And he was
each and every
really
day.
good.
I think my KD in COD was 4.2. In real life, 87,000.
Yeah.
Get the rig for audio. He's really looking for the cursing. That's really what gets him through the day.
But yeah, he went and started like real life video games essentially in war.
He had a talent. And he had. I find this in all players who are like a master of the game they play. There's a kind of calm demeanor while they're like in any circumstance. It might, to a regular player, you'd be like, oh shit, we're done. But he's just like, oh, all right, well, I got to fall back and use my M16 now. And I feel like it's the way you lamented today. You're like, all right, I guess I'll build a few units. All right then. And in your head, you're like, now I have to crush you. And that's kind of how he was in almost any situation, but with COD. And he's truly a step above where I was, certainly, maybe 2 steps above where I was. Just a really good player. And I don't know if it was hand-eye coordination or just the thousands of hours we'd played, but I mean, we'd play Black Ops, and he would run like UAV, counter UAV, and a Blackbird, and I'd just run behind him and get chopper gunners over and over. When you play with him, you've got surveillance the whole game. I still got him on Skype. He needs to get some time off. I'd love to play with him again.
Yeah, I enjoyed his company so much. He reached out to me when like a new Borderlands was dropping and was like, "Hey, we should play this together. I really like playing it with you." And I'm like, "Me?" You like?
Well, I guess I am pretty good.
It's funny too. Like, I mean, you guys sounds like you know you're doing this for a living, so you probably have the same experience, right? You meet people through the gaming that like become friends like way beyond the game that you're playing with them. You know, I went out to visit. We're out to my girlfriend and I actually sold a. Well, I don't know if I should say that here. I guess it's too late now. I sold a game account in one game I was interested in. Took a trip to Hawaii with that, right? And I stayed in while I was out in Hawaii. Part of where I stayed was with a friend from a game I'd been playing with, who I'd never met in real life before. I stayed out there for like 3 or 4 days at his place, in between that and like the hotel we ended up at, and like. It was great, like we met him, like I keep in touch with him. It's like started in a game, and it was, we were together in that game because we were both good at the game and enjoyed each other's company. And it turns out that translates into real life as well, which I think is a pretty cool part of the gaming experience that you get. Yeah,
we're very familiar with that.
Oh yeah,
that's how we all met. Taylor and I used to. How did we originally meet? What's our earliest?
You and I think.
I remember I messaged Woody. I messaged you during Modern Warfare 2
I feel like
times,
there's a joke to be made here with the product today.
I feel like Kyle, you were saying you messaged me on Modern Warfare 2, but I think I first met you in Wings and put me in the same call as you.
Oh, maybe so. Okay, then
I might have met Kyle through Wings too, playing, but I can't recall when we first played together. It might have been a zombies thing.
Taylor paid to be my friend.
Twice.
Twice?
Well,
is that
once.
true?
No, that's
No, I was doing a thing where it was for March of Dimes. I think it was called something. It was by March of Dimes, but it was like March for Babies or something like that. And I was doing a fundraiser. and anyone who donated $50 towards the charity, and it was all straight up, like it wasn't, they had their own website and you were able to donate it directly. It wasn't like, give the money to me and I'll send it on. No, we're good. It was all legit. And he donated $50 to prevent birth defects in babies, and anyone who did that I would do a dual-com with, and that's how I first met Taylor.
See, and that worked out fine, because at the same time, Wings was doing something where it was like, yeah, send me $100 and I'll put you on. And everybody who got popular that way, they were like, you fucking sellout, you bastard, you didn't earn this. And I was like, well, if I donate it to charity, people can't be mad.
No,
or
they
in
can.
my naive stage of the internet, yeah, that's what I thought. At the time, Woody had like 28,000 subs, so I was like, oh, this guy's going to the top. So,
yeah, but that's how all of us are. We all kind of, and I'd say, it's just the three of us here, but there's a larger friend group that we're kind of part of that we all kind of met online in one way or another, where there was, friends of friends playing Call of Duty a lot. We used to all play Call of Duty heavily, and till we had vitamin D deficiencies, and
it's such an unhealthy profession, streaming just in general. It's so fucking bad for you. I'm sitting here, I have an arm brace on today because I'm doing this too much. Are you kidding me?
Doing
like,
what now?
In this chair? Like,
hey, can I suggest the Autoblow 2?
This was the perfect segue I've just given you.
it was.
Yeah, it's so the online friendship thing, and my regulars have heard me say this before. I think it's interesting because it doesn't matter if you're fat, it doesn't matter if you're old, it doesn't matter if you're black or white or whatever. The only thing that matters is the content of your heart and the tone of your voice. Everything else is just right. So gay, but everything else is when you're online. That's it. Oh, and maybe how good you are at the game. Like that kind of.
I was gonna say the last one
definitely
matters.
Yeah, the last one matters. But
Well, see, and most of the time, people have these horror stories of like, oh yeah, I got along with, Zebra Slayer 69, and then we met up online or in real life, and he was just a weirdo and a perv, and I hated him. Like, that does happen sometimes, where you get to know somebody online, then you meet them in real life, like after playing a bunch of games, and they're just a totally different person. Like, they won't talk or look you in the eye. But 95% of the time, they're the same person. So if you get along with them, you're going to get along in person, too.
My experience was a little different. I was like, yeah, we were hanging online, and turns out he's like a weirdo and a perv, and it was great. We were like two peas in a pod.
It's weird when you meet someone that you used to be sort of a fan of online. Like the earliest, the first guy that got me interested in making YouTube videos or watching YouTube videos, or even the first Call of Duty videos I watched were Grizz. And 3 or 4 years after seeing his first video, like I'm at some Machinima award show or something with Mike, who is Zergriz's real name, and having dinner with him and drinking beers and stuff. It's just weird how you end up meeting those people and moving around in the same circles. He got really drunk that night and lost.
It's
a bit like that in psychology. I'm reading when I'm reading these textbooks or these articles that I'm reading for these classes, and you see these names pop up again and again and again. These are these are the celebrities of the psychology world, and then you go to the conferences and you meet them, and they're like regular guys and they're pretty cool, and you get to chit chat with them about your research and shit like that. And it's like you have this weird There's actually people who study this and look at the interaction between fans and celebrities. It's kind of a weird thing.
The other interesting thing is this: sometimes you'll watch people who make videos or do live streams, and you only see the best side of them, and you think here's a guy who's really got things figured out. Here's a guy who's got things figured out. He's so awesome. And then I meet them in real life, and it's like, wow, this guy has a drinking problem. This guy, is completely unsuccessful in his personal relationships. Yeah. And it's he's able to hold it together for 7.5 minutes. Yeah, right. He's able to hold it together in 7.5 minutes, and he seems like a superstar. But when you really learn about this guy and who he is, he's a wreck. And that stuff happens too.
So guys, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Just started pouring rain, and I want to go close the window before I.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Yeah. I'd like to talk about my PO box very quickly.
Oh, okay. But I think we need to pimp Dollar Shave Club too, because we kind of ran through that quickly at the start.
I thought it's we started at 8:20. We do it at so we're 30 minutes out.
Okay. I just want to make sure we do it well for them.
I'm on it 100%.
Thank you.
We start in 17 minutes on that ad. So my PO box is 102 Carnesville, PO Box 102 Carnesville, Georgia 30521, and I got some cool stuff recently. You guys really seem to be beating that whole me disliking that random photo of me online thing to death. So I got this enormous. I'm gonna have to zoom out with my camera. Let me.
Keep sending him these things. This is hysterical.
I think it's really funny. Like, you guys get creative with this shit. This couldn't have been cheap.
Yeah.
Like, look at the definition on that. Like, this is a HD fucking print. Like, I don't know if they use Canvas World or whatever. We're looking at them as a sponsor actually right now, but it's perfect and it's massive. It covers my whole fridge. I hope you can like get an idea for just how big this
my
thing
whole
is.
fridge.
Yeah, that's how I left it. I like showed it to my girlfriend and Kitty, and like when I came back, they had magnetized it to the fridge, and that's what my fridge looked like. And then like I had a bunch of stuff come on the same day. And the other thing is this. So I got a shirt with the same thing. You guys just are relentless with that. And then I guess this one is more for Kitty's office, but I got this. So you guys really spare no expense with your fucking gag gifts. I appreciate that. There was also a big shoebox full of candy that arrived. I will not be eating any of that. But thanks for sending it anyway.
I'm gonna get a PO box. I'm really excited about this kind. So people, I don't have a PO box, but what they do is they dox me and get my address and send me stuff. And some of my most prized possessions are like from subs. I've got like quotes of me and stuff. Like here, I'll take it off the wall. This thing is old. But at one point in a video, I think I was talking about some guy who was in the friend zone. And I had recently gone on a trip to the Dominican Republic, and we did this like cliff diving thing. I jumped, but whatever. And I was like, hey, you only need to be brave for a second, and the rest takes care of itself. And something about cliff diving and talking to girls just seemed like, once you kick off that first like thing, then the rest just rolls from there. You're in it. You're committed. And they loved it and built this. Dude, it's like 3D and stuff.
Ooh, embossed. Very high quality.
It's homemade. On the back of it, it says handcrafted in Torrington, Connecticut, Joe Koppler Art Gallery. Like someone
fancy.
See, that quote is risky business. Like, it makes sense for cliff diving. But like when you said, cliff diving, talking to girls, like you can
Bank
walk up to a
robbery.
chick, and be like, "Hey, what's up, baby?" She's like, "Oh, not much, you." You can be, goodbye. And then
That's all I had. That's all I had.
I didn't think we'd get this far. I'm gonna go home and write some more lines.
No, man, it's not like that. You figure out the regular people, and it all goes smooth from there. I used to do this thing called Mail Monday, and subscribers would ask me life
gay porn
questions.
recommendations.
It was not. Oh, Mail Monday, I get it.
How did that work out for you, though, in general?
The gay porn? Yeah. No, the advice thing, it worked out super well. Like, I even today, so it's been years, right? At the time, it was all requests for help. Now, like every day, I get thank yous for here. I got one today. If I scroll up in these
You
messages,
get these heavy messages, and people who were like in really rough situations in their life. They had like, they're 16 and they got their girlfriend pregnant, and or it's like, people who are like flunking out of college and they don't know how to
spend the rest of your life answering those. So you have to give them actually real like real energy and real thought into this. You can't just be like flippant when someone like gives you like that request.
Exactly, it's a big responsibility. And occasionally, I would come on and I would help him, and I would do the opposite of what you just said. I'd be like, fuck it. Maybe she falls down the stairs. Maybe
Filthy. Keep this private.
Move.
But
Find a new place
read
to
this.
See, those questions that he got, I'd say they could be segmented into like 3 different types. 1/3 were those deep, I really need help and I trust you as an authority figure and I respect your opinion. 1/3 was, how do I talk to girls? And the other third was like, I'm masturbating too much, how do I stop? Like those seemed like the 3.
And I would pick them like across the spread too, right? It was like, all right, here's one that I think is a situation a lot of people would be in. I can help a lot of people with this. Here's one that's whatever, kind of funny, or maybe I just haven't answered it before. And here's one that will contribute to clickbait titles. Like, oh, do you have bloody ejaculate? Let's get you in, because that's a title people will click on.
Yeah.
So
I don't like that one.
I mean, on some of them. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Dan Savage. I listen to the Savage podcast.
Yes.
Right. So like, it's really really cool. But he has some expertise in this. Where like he like farms this out. He goes and calls like PhDs and asks them these questions. For me, like I don't know. I think I would be very very hesitant to be giving out large amounts of advice on stream.
Nah, I'm a genius. We're good.
There you go. That might be it.
Here, do you want to read one? I got one. This is from yesterday. Oh, this is great. I'm just scanning it because it's important to me that I keep it anonymous. We should be good.
Is this a thank you, or is this an actual advice question?
This is an advice question.
Okay.
Unprotected virgin sex need help. Hey, Woody, longtime fan here. I'm currently 14 years of age. Been watching since I was 11. You've given me some great advice and pointers in life. I just lost my virginity to my girlfriend, who's also 14, and we've been together for 7 months. And we don't see the relationship ending anytime soon. There's one problem with all this. The sex was unprotected. It lasted for about 6 minutes, and I pulled out a minute before I finished. Yeah, I pulled out, but there's still that danger of pre-cum and an STD. I had masturbated before I got to her house and peed after that. I read that if you peed after your ejaculation, it gets all the sperm in the shaft out and kills it. With that in mind, I could have eliminated my pre-cum, and that's what I'm hoping for. With all that out of the way, there's still a chance of STDs. We both peed afterwards and even showered afterwards. And she should start her period in a couple weeks, but we're just thinking and waiting for that. The issue is she's sometimes a week late, and that will cause both of us to worry even more severely. I'm really just nervous and could use some advice. I don't want to throw my life away at 14 years old, and I hope to have a bright future in front of me.
He's fine.
Any response would be
you're gonna
greatly
be
appreciated. It's almost done. Should we tell an adult and get a pregnancy test? If she is pregnant, should we get an abortion? Again, any response would be appreciated, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Answering this?
Yeah. Oh,
if
yeah.
You should decide whether or not he gets him and his 14-year-old girlfriend, who you've never met and know nothing about.
We know the answer.
Oh yeah.
That's all I need to make a clear decision.
we could totally attack this from like a realistic, like logical perspective. You know how to give advices at this point. But when it gets to the questions like that, how do you fucking possibly answer like stuff like that?
I know exactly what he needs.
First of all, yeah. Go ahead. Kyle, do you want to take it, or do you want me to go?
Rest easy, little man. There's like no chance you knocked her up. And the STD thing, don't even worry about that if you're both virgins. You're so young. Dude, the 14-year-old's really, is there like chlamydia being passed around?
12 from
Yeah,
her,
right?
You know, play school scooter. Like
I
you're gonna be
fucked
fine.
a lot of girls, and I've never ever gotten an STD. I just really think your chances are low. And even if you do, like most of the STDs they can
With
treat
some
now.
background in this, that is some of the worst advice I've ever heard.
Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about
No,
it.
it-
Don't actually say that to people.
Here. Listen.
Now is when you go, when you need to turn around and go like,
It's gonna be
okay,
great.
I'm fucking kidding. Don't actually
Don't
listen
tell
to
any adults about this. That's
Adults
a
are
bad
nothing but
idea.
trouble. They don't understand, man. Don't tell anyone.
No. Now, if you want a pregnancy test, I'm sure
all
you
your
could
friends.
acquire one online for free or something. I bet there's some website that just send them to you, or you could. You just really don't need to. You just need to relax. You need to use protection going forward every time. Don't be trying to like pee and masturbate and come up with some sort of a magical no cum thing. Don't be like. Don't look at her ovulation cycle and try to do that. Don't try to pull out. You're going to get your 14-year-old girlfriend knocked up and ruin the rest of your life unless your parents are like, unless you're like Sarah Palin's kid or something like that. Don't do that. Don't do that to your parents or yourself. Use protection. That's the answer. But don't worry, you're fine.
That's not too far from the answer I gave him. I told him that so 14 struck me as really young to be having sex. It still does. Having said that,
I want to see demos on that before I went one way or that on the other. It doesn't seem like
it doesn't seem young
Is
to
he
you.
Hispanic?
14.
Hispanic.
I
man.
didn't see any
Kyle,
clues.
that's offensive.
I don't think so.
That's offense.
I think based on his username, I know his first name,
does.
so I'm predicting he's a white guy, but I can't be sure. But
Richard.
no, I'm not giving.
It's a white name.
Anonymity is important. So here, I can write it to you.
I'm kidding.
No, we don't need to know his name. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it's only a guess anyway. But dude, I don't think his girlfriend's pregnant. The fact that he's a virgin and she's 14, I don't think she has much of a sexual history. That lowers the STD risk substantially. Them both being 14-year-olds, they might have both been virgins. He didn't call out her as being a virgin, but that
Careful
would.
with that though. You know the highest risk STD population.
You're telling me the highest risk is two
Toilet
virgins?
seats.
No, the highest risk is actually the elderly right now. They're not, and that's
gross.
because they don't fucking use protection at all.
So
So in some sense, I don't think you should just be like age equals safety on that. But on some level, I think the advice that Kyle's giving is fairly reasonable on that, which is use fucking protection. It's pretty unlikely she got pregnant. Pretty unlikely.
I'm still going. I wasn't saying that age equals protection. I was saying that sexual history, to some extent, is related to STD safety. And if they're both virgins, I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
That
grant
makes
me
sense
that.
with the elderly thing though, because like they've been going at it since before getting tested was even a thing. Like they could have had chlamydia since the Eisenhower administration and just never known.
Yeah, and then
Now they're just passing it along in the old folks' home.
right, and if she's hit menopause and they don't need to worry about babies anymore, and so they stop using protection. The other thing was, like Kyle said, wrap it, use protection, and I sort of went on a responsibility rant with this guy. I was like, look, you're 14 years old, and the reason that people think that 14-year-olds shouldn't be having sex is that they don't have the wisdom to handle it emotionally, the intimacy and the challenge there, and they don't have the sense of responsibility to do it responsibly. And I'm like, does that sound like you?
Yeah, you want to find an older adult to maybe have these experiences with, maybe a teacher, someone,
Yes,
maybe some of the faculty. Yeah.
All right, I'm not getting anywhere with this.
You around.
Most people under bridges always willing to help out.
No, you want somebody with a car. That should be what you're going for at 14.
Jesus Christ.
It's not only will they have sex with you, but they'll take you to like the bouncy castle when you're finished.
Wherever you want to go, Burger King, whatever.
Cheese.
So yeah, if he's having unprotected sex, it strikes me like he just seems like he's not ready to take the responsibility. Did you not have condoms because you were embarrassed to buy them? Maybe you're not ready for sex.
I don't know. I'm still embarrassed to buy condoms, right? It depends what the clerk is, right?
Not me.
Like,
I'm not embarrassed to buy condoms at all.
Let's say his parents are particularly like sex negative, for example, and he can't keep condoms in the house because if their parents find him, he's in a lot of trouble. Same with the girl not being on birth control.
In my
it's
opinion,
easy to hide a condom.
You know what makes
they're just
makes buying condoms less embarrassing? Buy them in larger quantities, right? Like, all right.
That's the only economical way to buy condoms anyway.
I'm going to need 100 pack.
Yeah. I need 200 packs.
What are you running, a whorehouse, little man?
That's going to be my next plaque on the wall. You know what makes buying condoms less embarrassing? Large quantities. I'll hang it up there.
That's not a bad idea.
Or just dilute your purchase with other items. Maybe you want a Snickers. Maybe there's another video.
They see that coming. As the cash register lady, she's like 4 Snickers bars, a Coke, 8 packs of Skittles, and condoms. All right. What are you, fucking some kids? What's your problem?
Put together a really
Just go
interesting
buy it.
shopping list, right? Like get 4 packs of condoms, 3 zucchini, some latex gloves, and a plunger, and be like, all right.
And a lot of Crisco.
You're like, I don't know what the plunger's for, but take a video.
Get one of those party balloon pumper ups, like those things where you go, geek, 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 and just, it's all for a prank. I'm goofing. And then that's it.
You could say they're water balloons, I guess, if you wanted to be silly about it. But I still order all that stuff off Amazon. I ordered some lube after. Yeah, I ordered my lube off Amazon because I like the wet platinum, as everyone knows. But you can't get it if you go to Walmart. It's like $11 for this tiny 3.3 ounce bottle, and I want that big bottle with a pump on top. So
I went to I did a tour of the Armory, which is where Kink.com does all their porn shooting. When I was out in I think it was San Francisco, right? And they have tubs. They have the friggin' you could put a body in them style tubs of lube. That's where you gotta go next.
Giant Breaking Bad vats.
There you go.
Stuff.
Yeah, I like the pump bottle though. It's I think it's $45 worth of lube in the pump bottle. It's very expensive, but there's no point in buying those little tiny 3-ounce bottles.
Even know how much I have left. Wet Platinum.
You go to an Adam and Eve or something, you can get those pump bottles.
Wet Platinum sent me a lot of lube.
Just tell that kid who wrote into you that sooner or later, if he keeps fucking with no protection, he's gonna get someone pregnant, and he's gonna be in a world of hurt with that. So let him know that
that's an 18-year sentence.
You just did.
You just did.
There we go. That's right. That's right.
Just a fan of the show.
Let's never
Wet
give
Platinum sent me a lot of lube as well, but I don't care for any of the lube other than the original Wet.
The one in the black bottle.
The black bottle.
That's the one.
Anytime they add a flavor or some sort of a special effect to a lube, no, it should just be slippery and wet and non-sticky. That's all you want. You don't want like KY immediately turns to glue, right? Take KY and put it in your hands and rub them together for, I don't know, about the same amount of time as you would have sex.
So
and see if your
30
hands
seconds,
don't turn to
45
fucking
Not even
glue.
that long.
Yeah, 8 to 12 seconds, But do it hard and fast, make it real. And you'll see, it's fucking tacky, like glue. Whereas if you did that with Wet Platinum, you would be like, holy shit, that's fucking slippery.
It doesn't wash off as nicely, though. That's the other side of it.
It doesn't wash off. It towels off, if that makes sense. Like if you wash your hands and then like take a towel and really like rub it off, it's because it's oily. It's it's greasy to an
Like
extent,
wet
but it's
platinum,
never sticky.
Wet and platinum, if you shower down or just spray yourself off with it, you're pretty much back to bare skin. If you do that with No, I said it backwards. KY, you can shower off and you'll pretty much be back to bare skin. With wet platinum, you shower off and it beads up like you've been properly waxed.
Yeah. I've told the story before, but like I bought a fresh bottle one time. I got home, I had a loft sort of bedroom, and I sort of went to flick it up to the loft, and I figured it would land on my bed. You know, I'd be crafty, but it hit the railing up there, crashed down to the floor. The bottle shatters, and now I've got like 2 or 3 ounces of wet platinum on a hardwood floor. And I like toweled it up, but I didn't get the mop out and like the Mr. Clean and really scrub.
That's an all-day endeavor.
Because it was under a table. It was like there was like an end table there, and I figured, who gives a fuck? We moved the furniture around maybe a month later, and I stepped there and just like felt like it was a banana peel in a cartoon.
So not instant karma, but still
and, like,
fairly
my
reasonable.
back. Yeah. It's so incredibly slippery. It's got to be something at a molecular level that I don't even know about. There's a lot of science.
Isn't that the story for Astroglide, like, which is another lubricant? Like, isn't that that was originally a lubricant, like space lubricant of some sort? Or for, like, the fucking
shouldn't be
shuttle?
because it's so sticky. There's no way, because it's just Astroglide is junk in my opinion. It's just like KY. They both turn to a sticky glue. I don't care for either one of them. Wet platinum all the way, and they don't sponsor us like the good people over at Autoblow.
Yeah,
But
grouping in KY and Astroglide together is not fair.
I'm a big fan of Astroglide.
KY is horrific. So Kyle, you're not one for the warming or the tingling sensations that they try and promote.
No, because like I feel like if there are going to be any natural like hot burning feelings, I want to be aware of them immediately. And I feel like, but if I've got like the warming lube, that'll prevent me from ever noticing if for some reason my genitals do start burning. Like, what if I'm allergic to her vagina, or something like that? And the next thing I know, I look and my penis is like covered in like angry welts and like blisters again.
So here's the thing. I feel like everyone should know this. Give me a second. We gave some of the flavored wet platinum to a neighbor/wife's friend, and she got a yeast infection from it. And they said that, yeah, the flavored stuff has sugar in it.
Yeah.
And that creates yeast infections. I didn't know that.
Totally does, yeah.
And my wife's like, what? No. That's just for, like, non-vaginal use.
That's just for oral, right? Like, you're not supposed to be.
I think that's
some of it's internal versus external. Some of the lubricants say that on them, whether or not you're supposed to be using that internally or externally.
I'm not playing on a slip and slide. I'm fucking ass. We need some internal lube. What are you talking about? External lube.
I think that should be on the bottle. But like the bottles that are for internal use should use that exact quote to just really differentiate themselves from the rest of the market.
Are you going slip and slide? I thought not. We're fucking ass here. Wet platinum, hardcore. That's what I need.
Why aren't you sponsored, man? This would be perfect for that.
We got a knack for it.
We don't have the. Well, we are sponsored by a couple of good sponsors. I guess it's time.
I'm sorry, I meant by that particular sponsor.
I know. I had a whole idea for how we could. Literally, I wanted to get like a huge vat of it from them, and I was going to build one of the biggest slip and slides in the world, and it was going to be covered with that lube, and we were going to go down a hill on like some sort of tarp that was like a synthetic like.
I was going to reach out to Devin Supertramp for the filming.
Hit a ramp at the bottom, then you could do flips and stuff and land in like a lake or something. Like we were going to. So like yeah, and part of it was getting our friend Wings, who you've probably heard us mention a few times, do it. He's a YouTuber/streamer, but he's a big guy. He weighs like 425 pounds. So like I was like, it's gonna be incredible. Imagine this big guy. Like we'll get models to be like greasing him up with this stuff. He'll be standing like you'll see like me slide, Woody slide, Taylor slide, and everybody's doing their backflips and stuff like that. And then you just see him like his profile against a bright blue sky behind him, standing on top of a hill, wearing a fucking cape, and he's just
with some music. Yeah, it's got to be some really like
then he turns,
like epic.
And it's just a close up on those angry eyes of his. Like
Wings of Redemption has been training his entire life for a video like this one.
Yeah, gravity, you have been my enemy my whole life. Today, I harness you. He comes running. Superman slides, and he's just maybe a GoPro just looking at the intensity in his eyes as he moves close to the speed of sound, rocketing toward the bottom.
Yeah, he goes past you, and you feel that like boom, like.
I wanted it so bad, but they didn't have the budget to pull it off, and it just never went through.
My wife was not a fan either.
It's got to be like $1,000.
It is.
Plus, you have that PO box now, right? Never know.
Send Kyle things covered in lube.
Those ladies,
only.
don't do that. The ladies at the post office literally are like my cousin or something like that. I'm from the South, so everybody's fucking related. But like they know me. That every time I see them, and they're hi Kyle, and just like they've got to like hand give me my packages because I cheaped out. Got the little PO box, and you guys send huge stuff, so they pile it up in the back. So don't send anything. Somebody sent me a glitter bomb the other day, and it's basically an envelope full of glitter, and they take a razor and slit the bottom so it spills glitter all over you. But I was too smart for it, and I put it in. I saw it before I got.
Wily.
Yeah, I put it in a little plastic bag before I went back to my car. So it's time to talk about Dollar Shave Club. So this episode, as you know, is being brought to you by Dollar Shave Club, keeping your face nice and smooth while keeping food on our tables. Apparently, some of you still haven't joined Dollar Shave Club, and we don't know why. I know.
Yeah, it makes no
We
sense.
can't figure it out. Their razors are amazing, and it's more convenient. It costs just a fraction of the price. Many people are confused, so we're going to break down exactly how Dollar Shave Club works. So you go to dollarshaveclub.com and pick one of their 3 great razors. The options are the 2-blade Humble Twin. Now, that's what we use for our genitals around here. We use that because it prevents ingrown hairs. You don't want a lot of blades down there.
You get better angular motion with the 2.
In the nooks and crannies.
Yes.
You want 2 blades, not 4 or 6. They also have the 4-blade model, which I recommend if you're, you're touching up maybe your armpits, ladies, or your legs or something like that. And then there's the 6-blade Executive. And now that's what we use on our face. Now, I personally don't shave my face, but I think that Woody has used the Executive on his face, and I think Taylor maybe has as well.
I have definitely used it. It's very high quality. You'll feel like a baby's ass for at least like 14 hours.
But if you're
like
actually going to shave a baby's ass, you want to use the 2-blade Humble Twin. Don't get confused by that. So you get your first box in about a week.
Who's making noise?
Yeah, someone's mic's a little loud.
Don't think that's me.
It's a problem. Someone's. Can you guys mute yourselves? Is it me? I don't think so. Whoever just muted themselves, you're the problem.
Give us
Mirka.
Figured. You get your first box in about a week, and it includes a free handle and the sleeve of blade cartridges. I get those all the time. I have so many sleeves of blade cartridges. This is high quality, real deal, weighty stuff, guys. The handle is what they're talking about. It really feels like it's got some oomph to it. Like there's no way you're gonna break it and drop it. It looks and feels just like the expensive stuff that we used to use. I used to buy those like $35 razor packs. It's the same thing, really. My Executive has 6 stainless steel blades, a 90-degree pivot head, and an aloe strip. You got to love the aloe. That also prevents irritation. But once again, don't use that on your genitals. It's too many blades. I've never gotten a shave like I do with the 6-blade razor. And after all, they mail you for 4 replacement blades every month. It seems like I get a lot more than that, or every other month. If that's better for you, you never have to worry about it again.
It's awesome. Yeah. No, in all honesty, I have switched from electric razors to the Dollar Shave Club stuff just because I find that it's a better experience. And they send the shave butter, and I like that, and it makes me smell good. And when I smell good, I get laid more. So that's a nice thing.
I tried the shave butter again. I gave it another try after you had recommended it, and I actually liked it more. The first time, I feel like I was just using an old razor blade, and that's why I had some irritation. But since I've used it, it works pretty well.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the whole system. I use the shave butter. I use their stuff. You might think that they wouldn't be good quality because they're less expensive, but they're way better quality. And then the other thing is the buying experience. Like I'm an online guy. Some might even say like an agoraphobe. Is that the people who are afraid to go outside?
I'll go with that. Yes.
Filthy. Who are the people who are afraid to leave the house?
I have specialties in psychology, so that's not mine. I have no idea.
It might be agoraphobia, but I probably screwed that up.
Agoraphobia is heights.
Oh, anyway, someone out there knows for sure.
Don't miss out anymore. It's by dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. That's dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. I think they're doing a special. The club makes a great Father's Day gift, so maybe that's something you want to get involved in. It's the gift that keeps on shaving.
I wanted to say the buying experience, right? So I buy everything from Amazon, right? Mostly. Like if I wanted the 9-volt battery, I'd buy it from Amazon because it would come in 2 days and it would be guaranteed. And there's like a whole team of people out there in the world making sure that that happens. If it's up to me to actually get my ass out of the house and go to like a drugstore, a week later I might still not have that 9-volt battery. So that's why I do stuff online. And Dollar Shave Club fits the model that I really like. People just deliver that stuff to my house for a really good price. Perfect. It's a way better buying experience than going out and dealing with the lock cases and all that nonsense.
I think there should be some kind of a service like Dollar Shave Club, but it's all adult products.
Yeah, right. I actually
condoms and lube and the stuff that a lot of people are embarrassed to go pick up.
What else would we sell? Condoms,
dildos,
sex toys,
and
Autoblows too. Autoblows.
Autoblows and really anything. This thing is outrageous. We're gonna get to this thing more later, but just like listen to that kitten purr. You hear that? That's oh, it's absolutely so disgusting when you really look in there. It's really going to work. That's awful. We're gonna get to this a little bit later. This is gonna be fun.
Hey, I got a thing. So Reddit banned Fat People Hate.
The whole subreddit.
Yeah,
gone.
There's actually, shucks, I really should get, I had the list in front of me earlier, but it was announcements. Let me look.
There's been an absolute Fat People Hate revolution on subreddit maybe the last 36, 48 hours.
So, shit, I'm very close to finding this. List of subreddits that were banned. So the only really popular one was Fat People Hate, but they also got rid of Ham Planet Hatred, Trans Fags, Neo Fags, and a subreddit called Shit Niggers Say.
Oh man!
Jesus Christ!
So these are
a mod.
You were a mod. Jesus Christ. So they got
those all really small subreddits though.
Except for
they all had
People
less
Hate,
than
which was the 13th most active subreddit on Reddit. The Fat People Hate, that is.
And what happened was the Streisand effect. If you guys don't know the Streisand effect, in fast forward, here's the scoop. Many years ago, when like satellite views for things like Google Maps, it might have been MapQuest or whatever, came out for the first time, they started, you could like see celebrities' houses from above, and it was pretty neat. Like, this is Bill Gates' house, this is whatever. Barbra Streisand, I think, sued to not have her house shown in this aerial view. She felt like it was an invasion of privacy. Might kind of be onto something there, but whatever. And because she sued, it brought a lot of attention to her house. It got way bigger. I've seen her house from the sky. And
Me too, and I would have no interest otherwise. I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but only because she tried to censor it did it blow up like it did. And I've been on both sides of I've had luck and bad luck with censorship. Sometimes I'll like ban a guy or quiet it down or whatever, and no one notices, and the topic's dead, and it's great. Other times you try to quiet it, and it just gets 1,000 times worse than it ever would have been before. This and all of Reddit has temporarily turned into Fat People Hate,
and they're going right after, specifically after the CEO, this Powell woman. And they're like delving into her past business dealings and past lawsuits she's been a part of. They're going after her husband. They're talking about ways in which they feel like she colluded and defrauded to get her position by doing something dirty to some former CEO of Reddit. She's like #1 on Punchable Faces, and they've been shadow banning like 30 people there. I saw where she tried to reply to some of this, and she linked like her own PM box. Like the CEO of Reddit didn't know how to use Reddit. And so like she's since deleted the post, but like they've of course have mirrors of it and like imagers of it, and it's just so much hate is being directed toward the CEO of Reddit in particular and the mods who are responsible for this. It's incredible to see the entire front page of our all. Just everything is nothing but like SWAT. Calling her a Nazi, calling her a fascist. Calling her a cunt.
Lots of search engine optimization, so that if you look up her name, you'll get like Nazi flags and fat things and things like that.
Oh, does that actually work? So that's why they were doing that?
Some of it, yeah. A lot of that's intentional to fuck with their Google search results. They're really like going after her hard over this Fat People Hate thing, and it's really fun to watch that. I don't care. Whenever a community is motivated to do something, like whatever it is, it's fun to watch and just to see people like all get behind something, and they are really. They are
Can't
really
think of any
piling
bad
on.
examples with that in there, huh?
You know, like when the Nazis got together and said, we need a final solution. We're getting, like, right here now, like, to see everybody. No, like what I mentioned before, like World War II, America's auto industry, like, everybody got together and, like, we're going to do this. Like, I feel that's what Reddit's doing right now against the CEO and against, you know, what they see as a takeaway of their free speech on what's supposed to be sort of an online community that makes its own rules, and that's sort of been the way it's been.
Is like, I mean, I understand they're a company, they're a corporation. They don't like free speech is in regard to the government, so the government can't cause you to say something you don't want to. But that company, they can if they want. It's their right.
I think
they
the
can
users.
Say, I don't want this promoted here, but I think it's shitty that they're existing under the auspice that we allow everyone and all consenting opinions and all dissenting opinions rather, and then just go about and chop some things that are like
That's the
that people
hypocrisy.
hate, and then not chop like Coontown.
No, but there's a thing. So Coontown might be a good example of the latter. But here's the thing. They're saying that harassment needs to stop. They're not supporting harassment. So if there was a community involved with their subreddit about doxing people, they would get rid of that. If there's one about hating fat people, they would get rid of that. Harassment is bad, but they're not getting rid of just, what was the term they used for it? Like that they're banning behavior, not ideas. They're not getting rid of platforms for people to be offensive, right? You can still be offensive. There's a reason that cute female corpses is still there. It's not about harassing people. It's offensive, no doubt, but it's not targeting people. And I'll admit that sometimes what's offensive and what's harassment seems like a blurred line there. But they're just trying not to be a platform in which people harass others. And, Fat People Hate, it almost seemed like it started to be about Boogie for a little while. Like if you don't know FilthyRobot, Boogie is a YouTuber, and he's a friend of mine, and they put his picture on the side of Fat People Hate. Boogie's over 500 pounds. And there was like post after post about Boogie, and it got to be kind of a community of 100,000 people. I made up that number. Somewhat devoted to picking on a guy, and they got rid of it. Now, I'm sure they didn't get rid of it just because of Boogie, but there's a difference between harassment and offensive. And
I don't know. I wonder how differently we would feel if there was a subreddit called Drug Addict Hate, and we were just in it, and it focused on people who ruined their lives and the lives of their families with their addiction to drugs.
People would react.
Would you be like, hey, my friend's a drug addict, and they got his picture on there. They're saying, look at this guy. He's doing cocaine. His nose is about to fall off. Like, they're picking on him about that. They'd leave him alone. He knows his nose is falling off. Just let him do his coke.
Let him live his life. I hear what you're saying. It's a strong counterpoint. But I don't know why someone has to play devil's advocate. From the Reddit perspective, what they're trying to do is get rid of harassment. And a lot of people are like, well, this is an offensive subreddit. Oh, sure. Cute female corpses is allowed.
So
but
terrible.
Fat People Hate's not. Yeah, cute female corpses. I haven't been there in a while.
Disgusting. I find that so disgusting.
Yeah, I'm not going to go
there. Woody forced us that time. We had to look at all those dead women.
You
didn't go?
I've heard about.
No, I wasn't about to go there.
It's
awful.
Dead girls.
I'm feeling a little sick to my stomach now just thinking about it.
We had a different opinion about what was like the hardest to absorb from that. For me, the cute female corpses that were mostly intact, that maybe had like a wounded or scared expression, were the most difficult to look at.
I don't want to talk about it.
Kyle, well, that's tough. Then don't worry, I got you covered. I'll talk about it.
Yeah.
For Kyle,
I don't want to listen to you talk.
For Kyle, the most difficult ones to watch were the ones that had like horrific injuries. Like if their face was split open like a V, like you might see in a video game, that was hard for him to see. But for me, it was like, that's nothing. But the ones that were like connecting with me, but dead and lifeless, that was the toughest for me to watch.
See, I understand what you're saying with the whole harassment thing, and I agree. You shouldn't just have huge communities devoted to like what happened with Boogie, where it was just a bunch of people, like you're right, just bullying him and berating him and being mean. But I mean, that's what you expect with a subreddit with hate in the name.
He directly addressed them, though. He's sort of like, I felt like they had a dialogue going. He made a video about them.
Yeah, But my point is that this harassment thing, like, what constitutes it? Like, can one person from one community start being a real dick and trying to get personal information and being mean, and then they can use that as a rationale to shut down the whole forum if that fits their agenda? So it seems like it's a blurred line that's very easy to exploit by someone who very clearly just wants to get rid of dissenting opinions.
That's one of the biggest complaints.
Totally understandable.
That's one of the biggest complaints that comes from the supporters of the Fat People Hate, because what people have been doing for a long time, Fat People Hate's been going on for a while. It's gotten really hot in the last month or so. But even before then...
I think we were part of that. I really do.
Yeah, we definitely fan the flames. I don't like fat people. So what happened was...
Awful.
I mean, they're uncomfortable to be around. What are you talking about? Like I don't know why everybody's like, yeah, come on, you don't like fat people. Nobody does. I mean, you gotta prefer everybody to be. I mean, wouldn't we prefer it if everyone were healthy and they fit neatly in the seats?
I could take it beyond that. I would think ideal world, everyone, male, female, everyone were the exact same size. It would make it easier for buses and airplanes and everything to just make the world fit us appropriately.
I'm just trying to make sure that when we have a fire and we're going down the fire escape, that we all survive. We don't get stuck behind you. Come on. That's all.
Carry on. What were you saying?
Remind me. What was my track? Where did I sound like I was going with that?
You were something about the popularity of Fat People Hate blowing up lately.
So one thing people will do is they'll go on there and make their own like sort of posts on there that are really over the top, like that violate the rules of Reddit, just because they're trying to give that subreddit even more of a bad name than they should have. Now, if you think that they're making fun of fat people broadly and abstractly is cruel, that's one thing. But sometimes people go in there and they'll be like, look, this is Linda Marker. Here's her Facebook. She's a fat cow. Get her. And it's just like, whoa. That's against the rules of Reddit. You can't do that. And that's they were claiming that many examples of like the really over the top nasty stuff were people who hate Fat People Hate. Think about that. They're against the subreddit. They're putting those posts in there to make the subreddit look even more diabolical than they actually are.
Oh, like putting plants in there to make them look even worse than they were.
There's a term for that. It's French, and they do it in protests a lot. It's like, does anyone know this?
Surrender.
Fate accomplice or something like that.
That sounds familiar.
That sounds French.
Anti-protester.
Accomplice. Yeah. But yeah, it's totally not cool to be harassing people at all. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be putting information out and being a dick for no reason. But I also see how when any community gets hit to a critical mass, there's gonna be shitheads. It could be a community about hating cancer and like, fuck cancer. Cancer's evil. It hurts everyone. And there's gonna be somebody on there who's gonna go wish cancer on somebody. Or probably multiple people, because there are shitheads on the internet, and when a critical mass is reached, it's inevitable. People are gonna be mean.
Yeah, it's.
You want to weigh in on this, Filthy?
Nope.
Not the least.
You gotta take a side, Filthy.
Come on, Filthy. Agent Provocateur.
Right, I mean, part of what you're doing though is I honestly, this is the first I've heard of this, so I don't have a strong opinion on this one way or the other. But part of what I see from this is you're creating a culture, right? And a culture that has some things that are acceptable and some things not. So if you look at like anti-gay bashing or something like that, right? If you can go, all right, well, we're not going to limit your ability to have that. You can't target individuals, but you're still promoting a concept that's essentially something you don't want promoted. This is something you really don't want to encourage or allow or be allowed to even thinking that this is acceptable. So I don't know. Like you're right. There's not a direct, immediate victim, but
gay people deserve protection. They deserve our protection, and they deserve, because it's not a choice that they've made. They're just born gay.
Okay, well, you're starting to get into a little bit of trouble because all right. So what about fat people with medical conditions? Should they not be picked on?
That's a very small slice of the population of the fat people.
Okay.
I have no problem with those people.
Actually, lots of fat people have medical conditions because
caused
they're
by their fatness.
Yeah.
What about fat people who are poor and therefore have access to lower quality foods? These are bad foods for this type of argument like that. Like where are you applying like personal responsibility?
Do you remember when I talked about eating the whole loaf of banana bread and the large pizza today?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, like you just don't eat. Like tomorrow, I'll work out. I'll jog. I'll work out a little bit.
Well,
I just
not having access to foods because they're less expensive. Like you can, there's a Walmart near everyone. There's a Walmart produce section. It may not be
The
GMO
point is,
free.
hold on. The point is not that you need to knock each of these down as they come. I mean, you can if you want, but
Understand.
the point is to point examples, right? Where do you say personal responsibility ends and personal responsibility begins? If that is the criteria you're using to say one is acceptable to discriminate against and one isn't.
I still like my thing where I thought that fat people hate was analogous to poor people hate. You know, in either case, all it really takes is a lifetime of discipline and you'll get yourself out, right? You know, if you go to school at night while you're working during the day, if you just live your life in a disciplined manner, then you can solve each of those problems. There's nothing that like confines you to poverty in a permanent way. You can work your way out of it. And the same is true with being too heavy. Like there's nothing that
Does the research support that? Aren't we seeing things like less and less people actually doing that? Isn't it almost always now like a really, really high direct relationship between how you're born economic level to how you die economic level? Are we actually seeing these breakouts in
My dad did it.
I don't think we are. I think that is the very low percentage of the cases we're seeing for this.
I don't know about the stats, but I feel like that's an excuse. I feel like that people who, it's a very popular message right now that Bernie Sanders is capitalizing on, saying that, your lot in life has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. You were just born into the wrong thing. If there is a correlation, then I would argue that correlation has more to do with expectations from your parents and how you behave in school and what happens after you finish high school and you know what they think is the normal route for you to take. If your parents say, yeah, after high school you're going to get a job as a gopher on a construction site, then that's not because you were forced into it. It's because you were guided into it. But you can absolutely work your way into nearly any position in America anyway.
You can, and I understand what you're saying, but I'd still argue that it is person by person, and for most people, I would say overwhelmingly, it's much easier to lose weight than it is to
Who
work
here's
your way
been
out of poverty.
overweight? All three of us, right? We've all three felt like we've been at least 10, 20 pounds heavier than we should be. And we
I've been
all
like 40
three
pounds heavier than I should.
I have too. I was 225. I'm 172 pounds right now, and I feel like I'm in like decent shape. And I was 225 pounds when we were in Chicago that time. So since then, I've lost 50 fucking pounds of fat.
Yeah.
And like you just got to take responsibility for it. And it's not fun, and it's not glamorous, and it's a lot of fucking grilled chicken that tastes bad and salads, and running until you're exhausted and your legs are numb. But that's what you do if you don't want to die an early death at 50 with some, like, you know, horrible disease that human beings shouldn't even get.
I feel like that's
not as easy as people try and make it, though.
So my father, in fast forward, I know my fans know this already. He was born poor. His parents were both first generation immigrants. His father was an alcoholic who beat my grandmother, aunt, and my father, right? You know, the three of them. And he ran out when they were 10. So my grandmother worked as a cashier at JCPenney's, which is kind of like a Macy's, and supported the family barely. He put himself through college. He ended up with a master's degree. He started his own accounting firm, and he did really well. He didn't pay for my college. Instead, you know, I went to night school. I worked during the day. I paid myself through college. I ended up with 2 bachelor's degrees, 1 master's degree. I can't hang with Filthy, but I did okay. And
master's, you're hanging with Filthy. I only have a master's.
Okay. And then I worked as an accountant, and then I eventually worked as a programmer and software architect, and all the way through. And these to me are both now I may have had the benefit of expectations, you know, like go ahead, Kyle. You're trying to jump in.
Okay, so here's my question. I've never really put 2 and 2 together here. I've heard this story you're telling in particular multiple times, and I'm not getting tired of it. I enjoy hearing it.
You're very
kind. No, I mean that sincerely. But I know that you and I have talked about how you've been planning to provide for your own children since they were born. You know, Hope had that account when she was an infant that started accruing money for her college. Why didn't your dad pay for your schooling?
Because I bought a motorcycle. It stopped when I bought a motorcycle. He did this thing where, so at first he did, like the first year and a half or something like that, but he would do this thing, like if he gave me $100 and then I spent like any $100 in a way he didn't approve of, like, hey, I bought a video game, so that's where my 100 went. And I bought a motorcycle, and it was like, all right, cut it off. I don't know why I'm helping with his tuition or anything like that, you know, because he's doing that. The motorcycle was $1,000. Like, it wasn't like a really It wasn't nothing, but that's
Did you
what it
were
was.
you able to continue going to the same school after he cut you off like that?
Yeah, I just fucking made it
And-
happen. Yeah, this
Could you-
was the
could
moment.
you-
Go
do you
on.
feel like you could, if he had continued to pay, how do you think that would have altered your existence? What would you have done with the? Would you have worked fewer jobs, or would you have continued with the same working night school and earning a living the whole time? And what do you think would have been different if he had continued to pay for your schooling all the way through?
It would have been easier. So at the time, I had my own business, a job, and school at night. Like I did those three things, and probably like when he cut off me paying for tuition, it was like, all right, I need more clients in my own business. Back in the day, people the typical person knows more about computers now than they did in say '93 or something when this was, and so I would go into small businesses, accountants, attorneys, doctors' offices, things like that, and I would network their computers together. I'd be like, they could all share a printer, and they're like, oh, awesome, and and I would set that up. I would just create small networks and put these things together and give them a share, give them a backup. So I made sure that business thrived enough so that I would have enough to pay for tuition.
Okay, so
How would I have been if I didn't have to work that hard?
would you? I bet you'll agree with me that having to work that hard to really do it all on your own, for the most part, it seems you had the expectations there and you had that money for a short time in the beginning, but it seems like you shoulder the responsibility of all of that stuff, and then later laying on the added bonus of a family. But do you if you could go back and change it, would you? Don't you feel like you learned so much from having to work that hard? Didn't it give you an appreciation for money, for what your time is worth, for what you could be doing, and doesn't it make you appreciate what you have now more? Am I
I think it
stuff here?
injected some frugality into me. And, even when I started earning enough to make things go, the frugality kind of stuck around. I can remember in particular, I don't know if this is boring for everyone, but we'd go shopping and I couldn't afford orange juice. And orange juice is fairly expensive, especially for what you get, right? It's like a half gallon for so many dollars out in my wife's shops. And but I'd look at it and I'd just be like, that's not the kind of splurge I can afford right now. And, that kind of being broke sticks with you a bit, and it makes you value money. So
Look at you now, Mr. Fancy Milk.
But then to kind of comment on that though, I mean, if you're living that close where orange juice is splurging, right? I mean, you're a one RNG from fucking failure, right? Right? If you have one major life problem, like a health issue come up, or like your motorbike stops working, or your business for whatever reason quits, or you need a new computer at that point, you're that close to not making it. And then to turn around and then say, to the people who are like, you should be able to do this, kind of ignores the power of the situation on that, right? So what about the person who was like you, doesn't have the funding from their parents or going through college? The college is going to give the education that's going to allow them to create the rest of their life. And then, instead they have, problems like health problems in the family, right? Like maybe they're sick or their mother's sick or something like this, where they have to go and take care of that, and that opportunity's gone to them. And then suddenly it's their fault as well that they're not able to make this financial ends meet.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because I did have those problems, right? I had a wisdom teeth, for example, that put me out of work for 3 weeks. It just went horribly wrong. I have the worst wisdom teeth story that I know of. And I freaking recovered. I had a time I was working. I only had two things. I had one job at this point, but I worked at it like 110 to 125 hours a week. And I also had a long commute from North Jersey to Philadelphia to go to school. Well, it snowed. It snowed more than I could handle. And I don't know what it was, maybe an hour-long commute to school would sometimes become like a 3-hour commute. And I would just catch like the very end of night school. And there was a semester where I pulled triple Fs. Right, I took 3 classes at a time, and I got an F in all of them. I was on academic probation. It was a bad scene, So what did I do? Freaking sign back up, make sure I get good grades, fix it, take those classes again, and don't let a loss turn you into a loser. It's hard, but
See, I think you're
all right,
both making really valid points here. Like, Woody's right in that some people do take circumstances and make it seem like, oh, this is insurmountable, why even try hard? And they allow themselves to talk themselves out of it. But Filthy's right in that it's all on a gradient. Like, if a bad wisdom tooth story is certainly different than being in a catastrophic car crash where, it's $45,000, $50,000 of debt, that's pretty much like you're kind of fucked. So it's
Or you
it's
roll the
a
dice
lot-
that one time with your first girlfriend at 14, and
Yeah.
you're not rolling blanks after all.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah,
Should
there are a
have
lot
an
of
Autoblow.
contingencies in all in
But-
these scenarios. It's
But
really
that- that's the
difficult
point
to
I'm
discuss.
making. So I think I have a hard time to. I mean, you're saying I'm offering the alternate perspective specifically to move towards kind of the midpoint there, which is that I don't think you can say one way or the other. I don't think you can say like people are poor. It's their own. It's because they're not working hard enough. And I don't think at the same time you can say you can just absolve personal responsibility for anything. Of course that you have to be responsible for doing
Yeah.
the shit that's going to get you somewhere too. So,
Exactly.
I-
There is a middle ground there. You have to work hard to be successful. That's a given, unless you're born into a wonderful family where you get a lot of money. But at the same time, there are people who, no matter how hard they work, they're not going to get the opportunity to be successful and to. I mean, if it's just not possible.
Absolutely,
There's no way.
absolutely. And the guidance helps a lot, right? Like there are people who work super hard and just don't work hard at the right things. I don't see what Kyle is doing. He's messing with me. But
he's saying something, but I can't make it out what it is either.
He's being
It's awkward because he's in
snarky.
the center of the screens on the Skype, and it looks like he's looking directly at me, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I got because my camera is like.
Yeah, right there, right? Yep.
And
yep.
I'm so conceited. If you, that I always
He's wearing a
just kind
shirt of himself.
that I just kind of look at myself the whole time. So I might be talking to you, but don't worry, I'm looking right at me. I'm like, yeah, you're looking good talking. Keep it up. Yeah, good job. All right.
I'll throw this out there. If I had a baby at 16 years old, I bet I'd still have a good job and stuff. It'd just be like, yeah, my story now involves having to take care of a kid at home and this and that. And, I just keep driving until I get to where I
I
want
can
to
just
be.
imagine you on the motorcycle, kid strapped to your back.
Yeah.
He's holding your books. Like,
It is possible that you'd still be a really successful person, and that would be another, peg in the adversities that you overcame. But it's also possible that that would be the straw that broke the camel's back. That would be, in conjunction with everything else, what kind of prevented you from not being successful, but from achieving the level of success you've had.
at least nobody
Now.
ever.
That's true. I had a kid when I got my master's degree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you weren't 16 when you got your master's degree.
No.
Doogie Howser style.
Yeah, that would be pretty impressive. Filthy did, though.
his
Filthy was
doctorate.
14. Other kids were having sex. He was getting his master's.
14.
But anyway, my point is, like, fat people hate and poor people hate. Yeah, to some extent, it's the role model, right? The household that you were growing up with. They give you different eating habits and buying habits and expectations of what you're supposed to look like. If your mom is fat and your dad is fat and then you're fat, they're not really on you like, whoa, look, you're getting a little out of control here. It's the normal for you. And that to me is analogous to what can happen with being broke. In either case, a little discipline, and I don't feel like the formula of study hard, go to college, and get a decent job is a secret. Everybody knows that. Everyone I know knows that. Maybe if I went to some inner city, I bet they'd still know it. They just don't consider it an option for themselves, but it is. So anyway, yeah. Where I was headed with this when I first started is I don't know that I could get on board with the poor people hate. Like, it still just seems too mean-spirited.
Yeah, I definitely don't.
really
Well,
mean.
all right. So I just feel like that nobody ever.
Like, I don't think
The fat
making
people
poor
that I
people
like to
feel
make
bad
fun
about
Didn't
themselves.
trip and fall into being fat. They ate their ho-hos until they were fat. Is it okay to pick on those ones? I can pick on those ones, right? Like if they just did it to themselves because they just really like ho-hos.
Well, you can pick on whoever you want. It's just
Yeah,
kinda
I mean,
shitty.
Yeah,
if
but I
you were
would
to,
feel like without,
again,
without you looking down your nose at me like I'm all cruel and stuff.
no,
Like,
I
come on.
understand.
if you tie, I mean, it's like you're right. It's a self-imposed problem. It's people who can't seem to get their lifestyle in check. But again, that just seems to there's just a mirror in the poor thing. Like this,
Every day someone takes another group away that I can't make fun of, and I'm down to just a few, and I just don't know how much more I can take. Every day somebody's getting a support group or
Damn
like
liberals.
they're becoming activists and shit. They're like getting groups and their own subreddits and shit. No, stop it. A line must be drawn here. You got to stop them now.
Filthy, can you help us out? Who can Kyle hate?
Nazis.
All right, so I got some
ISIS.
AMA questions here, and
Oh, can I say something in 5 seconds?
Of course.
Agent Provocateur is the fake protester. So what happens is you have a protest, it's peaceful, they want to break it up. An agent provocateur might be a cop dressed like a protester who breaks a rule and gives them the excuse they need to disperse it. Carry on.
It's a common practice with Americans, riot control. There are lots of examples of that during recent riots.
Okay.
Where they send cops in and just act shitty for the sake of like making a news clip, or they're like, look at them, look at how they were acting.
Not the news clip, but they want an excuse to disperse the crowd. If the crowd's sitting there chanting, holding arms, and being peaceful.
Sometimes all it may take is like, as soon as they throw a brick, then we go to like stage orange, and you know that's what they want. Like stage orange, they get pepper spray people or something, and they're all jerking at wanting to let that pepper spray loose. You know they are.
So all you need is one fake protester to throw a bottle, and now the police have a license to do what they want to do.
Get your mace, boys. They're always ready. Okay,
Mace,
so I've got these
yeah.
AMA questions, and one of them was Civ related, so I thought I'd roll through this one really quick. Hey guys, I know you have touched on it, but what is your favorite Civ in Civ 5, and what is your favorite victory condition, or the one you normally go for? Also, your favorite unique unit and favorite unique building. That's a lot of questions. I really should just let you go first, Filthy.
Oh, I thought these were AMAs for you guys. I thought I was just gonna sit and listen.
No.
Right.
There's no way you're getting out of this one.
All right. Persia is probably my favorite Civ. It's so flexible. You can do anything you want with Persia. You have better bonuses towards war, bonuses towards production, and bonuses towards culture, which are all friggin' amazing. They have a happiness building. Happiness is growth. Growth is science. Science is victory condition. So it's friggin' amazing there. Persia, victory conditions in multiplayer, there's only one victory condition, is a domination. That's the only victory condition that matters. Even if you win culture or science, you basically won a domination victory by preventing your opponents from killing you, so that's the only one that's available. Persia has a really strong early unique unit, which is the Immortal, so that's nice early game domination, so it works out quite nicely there. Any of the early game units are really the ones that are going to be my favorite unique units, because they come into play early and they shape the rest of the game, right? If you have you have the German unique unit, you have the Panzer or something. Yeah, all right. When the game's already decided you have a unique unit that rolls around, who cares? It doesn't do anything. It could be the greatest unique unit ever, but most of the time it doesn't matter. And was there another part to that?
Put it in the Skype to help you.
Yeah, favorite unique unit, favorite unique building, favorite Civ. I think you got it all, maybe.
Well, I think I would just go with Persia in general. It's amazing. Those are all individual questions, and it took too long to do.
That's hard. I think Poland's my favorite. They seem like the easiest to play, if anything. They're just so balanced, and they get the pretty much an extra tree of culture policies throughout the whole game. And with the new the modded version, I feel like I want to get as many of those policies as I can now.
We're pretty much permaban. We pretty much insta-ban Poland every single time in the mod games because it's too strong.
Fair enough. Okay.
It's funny that Poland, of all places, it's like, oh fuck, Poland.
How many Polacks does it take? Just one. They're so strong. Okay. Well then, if it's no Poland, I don't know. I like Babylon. I like getting that free scientist at writing. Maybe swinging that into just a couple of science buildings back to back to back.
It's just fucking with my head, like the switch in conversation from what we were just talking about to like Civ favorite unique building, like that's just like a total 180 of what we were just talking
Welcome
about.
to PKA.
Back to it.
I think Arabia has like the Bazaar, I think, that gives them an extra copy of the luxuries, which seems really nice. And I don't know, unique units. I don't know. The hoplite are kind of cool. They come early. Greece in general, I've often had bad games against Greece because they'll have companion cavalry and hoplite so early and just chew my longbowmen apart or something like that and make a mockery of me. And then they're all their city-states allies early. I hate Greece. That's my least favorite Civ.
All right. I feel like we answered the Civ questions, right? Like we've done it in like an hour.
Sure.
Can we get an update on the landlord situation? Kyle hates me.
Yeah, I don't care. I never did anything else with the landlord situation. I told Kitty if she wanted to pursue it, she could. I don't care. I didn't want to deal with the headache. You got to go to I'd have to get some law enforcement official or go to some court somewhere and get somebody to
The guy stole 10 grand, right?
Yeah.
I would care.
Stole 10 grand from me?
Yeah. He debited my account, my last landlord, for about 10 grand over the course of a year.
He had his landlord had the ability to withdraw the rent from his account, and he withdrew an extra $10,000 because he wanted it. Like there was no damage situation. This isn't a close call. He just kind of robbed him because he had his account details.
Yeah. Yeah,
not-
but
not
I
good.
don't know what to do about that. And no one can give me a really clear answer. So I just don't know what to do.
I'm mad. If only we had like 500,000 people ready to make his life hell until.
God, if only.
I mean,
Woody,
let
that's
me
bullying.
see.
All he did was steal thousands
think
and
it's-
thousands of dollars.
I think his name was Chris. Chris, right? Maybe Chris.
Thieving landlords is a group you can hate, Kyle.
Well, don't give us.
No, give his name out. Give his address out. Someone
No.
needs.
I'll find it for next episode if you guys
There's
want.
no-
If this guy
Report to
fucking
that?
did this to me, and I'd be Liam Neeson on Neeson. I would go
I
all
go
over.
Leslie Nielsen on him. I do all these funny pranks, all this slapstick shit. I'd have him rolling over laughing. He'd just give me that money.
I would not let this go. I would be on him all the time. There'd be a whole world of people that knew what a dirtbag he was. It would be his nightmare. He would be begging me for an opportunity to pay me back. I would fuck with this
You
guy.
looked into legal recourses to begin with, right? This is not just
Lazily.
I don't know what to do. I don't know how to find out what my legal recourses are.
Have you tried like just talking to an attorney?
I
For
should.
10 grand, it seems like a pretty easy
Details
step.
still.
My attorneys are like specialized, like they're the attorneys are like doctors. It's like I don't have an ear, nose,
Or
and
two, they'll redirect you to the appropriate specialization, and 3 phone calls later, you get 10
hate
grand.
lawyers. You have no idea how many lawyers I already have. I hate dealing with these motherfuckers. I've got 3 different lawyers that do 3 different things for me now, and they range from $400 an hour to $200 an hour. And you don't even want to have a phone conversation because you get a bill for that 5 minutes.
Just quickly, how many at $400 an hour? How long does it take to get 10 grand back?
Well, carry the 2.
You would hope a day and it would be done, right?
Kyle, I love my attorney, and she doesn't have the problem that you're talking about.
Okay.
Would you
Well-
like? I mean, I feel like if you called her, I
Well, I would
almost
need someone
guarantee.
in Georgia to like do Georgia things.
I don't think that's true. Last time I used an attorney aside from her, he was in California.
There's no reason not to try, Kyle. It's $10,000.
Someone needs to do something like in the Georgia court system to like make this guy responsible. Like that's what it would take. And I don't know what the statute of limitations is on credit card fraud, or I suppose that's what he did to me.
I imagine what she does is she gets the district attorney to take action on this thing.
I would imagine that too.
Yeah, and I bet she could do that.
And it probably will be a pain in the ass, but it's a matter of someone's just stolen $10,000 from you. Like,
There's 2 sides of it. One, I'd like the 10 grand. 2, it's really fucking important to me that you don't have it, right? Like that's the bigger thing. Like me, like I don't mean to be a total douche about it, but like I can do it. I'll give a fuck
I
about
could
10
do
grand.
without 10
yeah.
grand.
Fucking take your 10 grand. If I could use it to start a fire at which he's burnt at the fucking stake, that would be a good use of my $10,000. It's not about the 10 grand.
I'm with
La-di-da.
my dream scenario would be that he was like, well, I don't have it. I don't have 10,000 cash, and the court was like, okay, well, we'll be showing up to your residence with some officers and Mr. Kyle here, and he's gonna take his pick of your belongings.
Yeah.
And I'm just over there like, that jet ski looks nice, and what kind of jewelry your wife got? Yeah, just give me that shit you got on. Yeah, that shit you got on. Yeah, come here. Like take shit like off their like that shirt. Give me
Yeah.
that fucking shirt he's got. Yeah,
I want
that
your
one.
whole outfit right now. No, you can't go to the bathroom and change.
$150 per boob squeeze. Does that sound fair to you?
I don't know about that. I want some like Game of Thrones justice though, where they're like I want to judge like Joffrey to be there, like really cruel and just like like, oh, you owe him 10,000.
That'll be 4 fingers of your choosing. Like,
Every man needs hands, sir. Oh, excellent. We'll cut his tongue out then. Like, I need that. I would love to take my pick of his personal belongings or something like that. But yeah, you're right. You need a lawyer, and then I think they got to do, like, nudge the district attorney and make him
It's
do
just
something.
hilarious that your first recourse was you're like, I'll reach out to Reddit before reaching out to a lawyer. Doesn't that sound just like mildly absurd to you?
yeah,
I agree.
it's
just such I've got so many annoying things like that in my life where it's just like, God damn it. Like really I got to go through all these steps to get, why did this guy have to steal from me? I didn't do anything wrong. Just, I hate being a victim, but everybody, it's, I feel like I didn't do anything wrong in that situation. I always paid my rent on time, never late. And he just stole shit from me, and he just a real scumbag.
Yep.
I
Did you
didn't
guys
notice it. So like,
that I won the death pool
Yes!
death pool.
Let's fire up another death pool. Filthy, are you familiar with death pools?
I just very briefly was browsing your YouTube before we logged into this, and I think actually Reddit subforum maybe saw something about a death pool in this. You're gonna get straight. You're betting on people who are dying.
Yeah, so about 40 weeks ago, we we made a death pool and we each put in $25. We didn't actually do it, but we each committed $25, and we got to pick 2 people. I picked Nancy Reagan and someone else. I'm gonna go to the subreddit and find it.
I picked Ozzy Osbourne and Rod Stewart.
Ozzy Osbourne's never gonna die. Foolhardy
And
choice.
Taylor picked Christopher Lee and
I don't even know
someone
who my
else.
second
Kirk
one
Douglas. Kirk Douglas.
was. Kirk Douglas.
But I think we all had good choices. But Christopher Lee, Sauron, the White,
Saruman.
died. You're right. Yeah, Saruman totally died today. I think he was 93 years old. He was Tolkien's first choice to play Gandalf and a very good actor. So that was a
Very
shame.
good actor.
But Taylor wins.
Taylor wins.
Like I just imagine like confetti.
It says here that Taylor gets $75, but I think Taylor
I
gets
think Wings
50.
owes him $50.
Oh, is Wings in it?
I don't know. I'm just teasing.
Who knows?
Yeah, I'm looking at the thing. It appears that Kyle, Woody, and Taylor are in it. I don't know why I used myself in third person. And so he gets $50. 25 from Kyle and 25 from me. And 25 from himself if he chooses.
All right. So do you want a new death pool? Or
That's
I
what
feel like
I'm thinking.
I feel like he should just chip in a new person because I totally want to stick with Rod Stewart and Ozzy Osbourne. I feel like they're both old and frail, and they're both like have active lives where a heart attack could happen any moment. They've both done tons of damage to their hearts over the years with all the drug abuse. Both these guys ticking time
See,
bombs.
I have an
picked
idea.
The dangerous way to do it. You guys were picking it based on like prior lifestyles, or at least Kyle was. I just found I just Googled like oldest celebrities, and Christopher Lee was on the list, and Kirk Douglas is on the list, and I knew that would pay out.
Muhammad Ali and Nancy Reagan seemed like good picks to me. I still like them.
Alzheimer's on both of them have degenerative brain disorders. Yeah, totally.
But here's what I think we should do. We should add a third pick, but with a twist. Okay. This pick needs to be under 40. Yeah, under 40. So there's not an old age thing, right? But you need
under 40 guy for you.
You need to find the next River Phoenix, right? And the next Amy Winehouse, someone who just looks
Murphy. Yeah.
Who's your under 40, Filthy?
Who's the under 40?
I thought you said you had one.
Yeah, I do. Do you want it?
I want to hear
Alex Hinault. You know who this guy is?
Alex Hinault.
Free solo rock climber.
Oh, so I know that guy. I love that guy.
That's a good pick.
He's incredible. He's incredible.
He's
I'm a big rock
amazing.
climbing fan. I do rock climbing myself. He's absolutely incredible. But shit, this is just a numbers game, right? Sooner or later, you're fucked.
Yeah, I want that. I got him. I'm locking in. That's my guy, Alex Hinault. Right. And I like it because he lives a healthy lifestyle. Well, sort of a healthy lifestyle. He's healthy. Dude, so I actually wrote about that guy on Reddit. So it was interesting because this guy, from the neck up, kind of looks like maybe your neighbor, like a cute sort of guy or whatever. From the neck down, he is one version of a perfect human specimen, right? Like he's not fat, he's super strong, and clothed, you wouldn't even sort of notice it. He's broke, I think. Is he still live in a van by the mountain?
I think it was by the river, but I think that was that was by intention, I believe. I don't know if that actually reflects on his financial status. So.
I can't believe none of us picked Leonard Nimoy. That would have been a strong pick.
That
would have. Yeah.
I know one of my next ones.
Go ahead.
Be Abe Vigoda. He was in The Godfather.
Oh.
Who did he play?
94 years young.
What an asshole.
Oh, there's another thing. This is a standard death pool rule. If he dies within 2 weeks, it doesn't count. Yeah, because you can't pick someone who's currently in the ER or anything like that.
Fuck that. I think it should be double your money if he dies within 2 weeks.
No, because this is what would happen. Like, I run a lot of death pools. I'm kind of an asshole. And people would, like, someone would get into a skiing accident, and they'd quick, like, all right, I got whatever, this person. And you're like, no. She's on life support right now. You can't pick her. So you have to do 2 weeks out. That way it's...
I agree with that. Yeah, I'm going to re-up my list with Abe Vigoda and Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, so you dropped Kirk Douglas.
No, I thought we were picking 3 now.
Oh, is one of them under 40?
One of them died.
Right. One of them has to be under 40. Yeah, so I'm going to go with Abe Vigoda and Kirk Douglas, and I got to find my under 40. This may take a week to decide before I spontaneously pick someone next week on the show.
Well, I'm gonna pick Valerie Harper for if I can pick a long-term one because she just got lung cancer a couple years ago. She's not gonna make it much longer. But I need a
Jesus
young
Christ.
one, huh? I mean, come on. She's already old. And she's got lung cancer now.
That's
Like
true.
smoking those
I don't
Camel
know.
since she was in short pants.
This is difficult under 40. I mean, I think that the rock climbing, that has to be one of the best choices. What's more dangerous than free rock climbing? You get one mistake. One.
Yeah,
done.
that's rock climbing. It seems pretty terrifying to me, especially
So
if
much
you're
fun.
free climbing like that with no safety, no rope, like keeping them from one fall you're dead.
I don't even know who's under 40.
Frankie Muniz. I'll take Frankie Muniz.
I have a near-death experience with rock climbing. Share that.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
tell us, definitely.
So, do you guys know anything about rock climbing at all? So
I've done the
much-
indoor
Generally,
variant.
you try and go up.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you've
mostly
got
on
the
rocks.
basics down. But okay, so any of the terminology for
Which
example?
one had the basics down? The one that had done the indoor rock climbing, or the one that said generally you go up?
I was responding to generally goes up.
Okay.
So okay, if you've done indoor rock climbing, I mean, I do mostly sport climbing is the type of climbing I do, and there's lead and top roping. Top roping, that's what you're doing in the gym when the rope's already up there, right? You start at the bottom, you have a rope, you attach it, you climb up. Lead climbing, you start with you're climbing up with the rope essentially, and clipping the rope to protective gear in the rock as you go up, right? So what this means is that you're climbing stretches where initially you have no protection, and then you're climbing stretches where you're above your protection, so you have longer falls. And there's something you can do if you improperly clip in. It's called back clipping, where you can do it in such a way that when you fall, that your protection might rip out. So I was climbing on a route that we thought was a different route, and it was a route that was harder than the grade at which I normally climb. And it was a lead climb, so I don't. There's protection in the rock. They're bolts I clip into, but I'm not yet to them. So I start at the base of the route with no protective gear. No protective gear, right? I'm climbing the rope up and clipping in as I go. And I get to the first one and I clip in, and then I'm climbing the next bolt. And the next bolt is probably 20 foot up, maybe 30 foot up, something like that. As I get to the second clip, and I'm
Do I
clipped
have
in.
it right in that the maximum distance you can fall is twice the gap between the clips?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep,
So 30
that's
feet,
exactly
you could fall 60 feet.
Well, no, this particular route, this is the one I'm clipping is 30 foot up. So probably I'm clipped in 15. So I'm probably only I'm gonna fall 30 foot if I fall this, but it's gonna be 30 foot fall onto rock.
Okay.
So, and I clip in. I'm getting up to the second one, and my arms are giving out, and I'm pretty close. I'm sitting there going, I don't know if I can make this clip or not. And if I fall, I have the protection, right? I've already clipped in beneath it. So all it's going to be is a fall onto rope, which is no big deal. You do that all the time when you're rock climbing, and it's that's totally acceptable. You fall onto rope, it's no big deal. So I'm climbing up to this, and I'm just trying to make the decision, and I do eventually decide, okay, I'm going to go for it, and I don't think I'm going to make it, but I'll just go for it. And if I take a big fall, so big, I take a big fall, I have protection. And I get the clip in, and then I realize as I look down that I've somehow back clipped my first point of protection. So I was making a decision to basically say, oh, I'll just let go and fall onto my rope. But if I had done that, I would have fallen just 30 foot straight into rock with no protection at all,
Oh,
because
wow.
I just clipped the first clip. And I'm like,
Good thing you made it.
yeah, that was an exciting route, to be honest. Especially since it was
We
a route.
wouldn't be able to learn about SIB anymore. That would just be the worst.
Yeah.
I don't
no
think
good.
I
No, but
understand.
talk about one
Oh.
mistake, right?
God,
I figured out what
hear
back clipping
climbing
is.
Stories. My
So-
hands are getting sweaty right now just
So-
listening to you
Same.
talk.
Yeah.
You can picture a carabiner, and it looks like as the rope would pull down, it would open the carabiner. Is
Yep.
that what back clipping is?
Yeah, exactly. But something basically, some variation on that is what happened. I have no idea to this day exactly what happened. I clipped it wrong in some way when I did the first point of protection. That basically, after the fact that I moved on past that first point of protection, pulling on the rope and just regular movement somehow dislodged that point of protection, and it shouldn't have. So clearly I clipped it wrong in some way, but I could have died doing that. So,
Scary.
Jesus, dude.
yeah,
You still do that really often? Like that's still some hobby of yours?
Yeah, I mean, currently they closed the girlfriend and I do that together, and we do mostly indoor stuff most of the year, and then we go for a couple rock climbing trips a year. That's what we tend to do for the outdoor stuff. But they just recently closed one of the closer gyms to me, so when we move again, we'll be getting back into it again. It's been like probably about 8 months or something since I've been last, but in general,
What's
we like to
the
do that.
highest you've ever gotten? Like on a outside rock face? The
Um,
highest
ten-
you've ever been?
Okay, well, I do single pitch stuff, so I don't do multi pitch stuff. So like the really big climbs are going to be multi pitch. So you do basically the length of what your rope can do. I've done a 100-foot climb, but that's about it. So.
Have you ever done ice climbing?
I don't really like the idea of ice climbing. I hate to be fucking cold, and the idea of going to do like exertion like on ice where you're like gloves and cleats and shit just really kind of kills the joy of rock climbing to me. My favorite rock climbing, we did it is a wall in the New River Gorge in West Virginia. It's a wall that is like about 5 foot, a wall of rock, right? About 5 foot from a lake. And you go climb this up, you go climb up and you get down, you come back and you go for a swim afterwards. And it's like a beautiful like summer afternoon where you're doing like exertion and really cool like thrilling rock climbing and then like a swim in the lake. Like the idea of going
That
ice
sounds
climbing
awesome.
totally
That
kills
sounds awful. It
My-
sounds like for me, that trip would be climb 8 feet up, vomit out of fear, and then go home.
My friend did rock climbing a lot, and he seemed to enjoy the equipment as much as the climbing. Like he'd do Grandfather Mountain in North Carolina, and he'd come back with all these pictures of his knots and his carabiners and things like no horizon, no lake, no like camping stories, just like look at this stuff I did. And that was part of why he liked ice climbing. It was like once he had figured out like he was a good climber, but like once he had figured out all the knots and stuff, he wanted to move on to the next thing, and ice climbing is a whole nother set of gear and equipment to master. And that seemed to be his draw.
Has anyone
Yeah,
here ever
totally.
seen Cliffhanger?
Yes.
Has everyone seen Clean? I love Cliffhanger. I think it might be Sylvester Stallone's second best movie, only to Rocky. And that's not saying too much because he's made a lot of shitty movies. But I love fucking Cliffhanger. We watched that just the other night. I hadn't seen it in a few years, but yeah, like you were talking about getting sweaty palms. I was getting sweaty palms watching Sylvester Stallone climb. There's a scene at the beginning where he's climbing up this rock face, and then it sort of like goes out like this, so he's kind of climbing upside down. And there's a real climber doing that. So, of course, it's not Sylvester fucking Stallone, but someone's climbing that. And
that type of route's pretty common. Like where you're talking where it comes out like that. Yeah.
and there's a part where he has to leap and grab, and it's just whenever I see that stuff, it's I like that movie a lot. I thought Stallone did a great job. I mean, it looks like he's got the physique to do that stuff. You see his like giant arms like straining to the max every time he's doing something.
He's a little too
No,
heavy.
I think that's a misconception, right? Like Alex and all, like you're talking about that. Like he's not a huge
Totally.
guy because you don't want it. You want a really strong strength to weight ratio. You don't want a really big
Unless
guy.
you've got to hang by one hand and bicep curl a woman. Then you and how
I
many
guess
times?
I haven't personally done that yet. So I mean, maybe that's the next level when I get up there. Like then I can probably comment too. But I think for now I'm gonna have to take your word at that.
Yeah.
Let's do some more MA questions. Oh, by the way, people are hitting me with like Mail Monday questions on my Reddit. Like, too many to answer at this point.
You got to be a Patreon.
Like I hate to say that. Like if you really want an answer, do
That's
the
okay.
Patreon.
I said it. You got to be a Patreon.
Yeah.
Then you get your question answered. A while back, you guys made a. Oh, that's the Deathpool question. I see that.
But anyway, yeah. It I can't guarantee responses anymore. I'm getting too many questions. But if you do Patreon, then I feel kind of obligated because you.
Should I sign up for that? Patreon?
Yeah,
Should I do it?
patreon.com/PKA. Of course you should do it. Yeah. Hey, what's the worst name someone can give to their child? My first reaction's Adolf.
That is pretty
Adolf.
bad.
I've seen the graph before of like the popularity of names worldwide, and then the years, and right when you get to like 1942 or so, like Adolf fucking drops out of the sky. It's like nobody wanted to be Adolf after that. Like there are none. Like have you ever met an Adolf?
Not in
No.
my lifetime, no.
No,
No, that would
just
have
the
to be a
one.
real awful person to name your
Yeah.
kid Adolf.
I'm sure there's some white supremacist somewhere like little Adolf. He's gonna be a leader. I tell you what. But like but you never see that. You never see it. Like I've never met an Adolf. I've met some people with fucked up names.
I got
I knew a
similar-
girl named Candy,
Mm.
and
I knew
that
a girl
seems like
named-
you're setting them up for a certain
It's Candace
career.
though. Was her name Candace and she
Her name
went
was
by Candace?
actually Candy.
Oh,
I knew a girl named Star, and like I as a parent, I hear Star. I think it's so beautiful, so nice. It's the center of their world. It's like I can see Star, but as a like dude, because I was like 19 at the time, everyone was like, yeah, my porn star. She was hot and she was ready to go, and Star was just a terrible name for that poor girl.
What about
I
Seven?
knew a guy named
Great
Mongolo.
name.
Yeah, they stole my name.
I knew a guy named Lamangelo, and it was spelled like this. And I think you can see.
It
think you can
smells
see the
lemon
problem.
jello.
There's no way. I
He had
refuse to believe someone named their kid Lemon Jello and pronounced it Lemongelo.
Oh.
It's not as bad as his cousin's name though.
Oh, this is
Oh.
like some old internet joke. Lemongelo and Orangelo.
Wouldn't you hate that? There were guys at my house. There was Santavius and Montavius and Octavius. Like those three cousins existed.
My mom had a
Octavius, that's kinda
friend.
cool.
Her last name was Minor, and her first name was B, so she was B minor.
That's weak. What about? I feel like you can't do that to your kids. Like who's doing that with these fucked up, ridiculous names that celebrities have sometimes? It's just like,
Hold
why?
on.
Why would
Do
you
you
do
have
to a kid?
kids?
Me?
Yeah. Kyle.
Not that I know of.
I mean, from the stuff we've been saying today, I could see you naming your kid something like this. Some like jackass name like this, where it's just
Yeah.
like the whole thing is you get a laugh like once and they get to live with it for the rest of their life. I mean, I'm just saying.
I get like a cool name though. Like his name would be like Bud, or something like that, Buddy, or something ridiculous. But I wouldn't name a kid like something ridiculously silly. Where'd this giant spider web come from? That just kind of fell on me.
Probably came from a
Oh,
spider.
the snake came back today, by the way. There was a 4.5 foot long snake right outside the door that's to my left over here. So that snake has come back again. The other night it was on the. So oh, what the fuck?
Or the banana
I
bread.
captured a snake the other night and brought it in to show it off on the show in a box. And then the next night it was back on my porch again and it fell off and fell on my friend's head. And she thought it had bitten her in the ear. And she comes running in. She's this little British lady. And she's, the snake! The snake bit me in the ear! My ear! Look in my ear! And she's like bent over, like showing me her ear. And I'm just like, the snake did not bite you in the fucking ear. And my girlfriend goes out there like a hard ass, pins the snake's head down with a wrench, grabs it like the fucking crocodile hunter. It wraps itself around and around her forearm. And she comes walking in the house with a 4.5 foot long snake on her arm. She's like, got it!
You need to like blur out her head and show a picture of your girlfriend holding that raccoon.
Oh God, yeah. Or it wasn't a raccoon; it was a possum that she had gutted. Yeah,
My mistake. Yeah. She like caught and gutted a possum. And
Yeah.
Good eating.
No, she just thought it was funny. She thought it was like it's more of a comedy thing.
it's crazy.
It's just a little gross.
I
with all
often
the,
like to skin small mammals for comedy.
it's a real,
This
Yeah,
is
they
what I'm
get
saying
to
about the naming thing. This seems like just one little tiny step in that direction. We're talking about killing animals. What's the name here?
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
I see where you're going. You got any more good AMA questions?
I'm looking for ones that don't drag back old stories. Like, what's your worst injury? Shucks, I don't think there's anything I haven't shared at this point. Whatever happened to the survival trip that was to take place in the fall with Joe?
Joe
Woody,
had a
and
fight
Kyle?
come up.
Yeah, that got delayed because Joe's fight, and then
And then I was trying to get us to be able to go out on that wild game ranch in Texas, and I never heard back about that. So it's just kind of floating up in the air right now. Not only like when the trip will be, but what it will be. And you see, once we get past a certain point in the year, the way the trip goes down changes because at a certain point, rabbit and squirrel are in season. And those are two animals that are really easy to survive on if you're in the wilderness and you can do some basic trapping and stuff
Dude.
like that.
So my daughter has a friend. She stayed over last night, and she did like this survival thing where they had to live off the land for 9 days or something like that. And I was like, yeah, we tried to do something similar. And Kyle went out and practiced, and squirrels were just dropping like flies. Like just, pa-pow, pa-pow, pa-pow. He's taking out squirrels like he's in a shooting gallery. And he says, Woody, if you can find water, I can keep us in a steady supply of squirrel meat. And I'm like, sweet, we got this. We went out there. I couldn't find a fucking bug. Neither could Kyle. Like, there was nothing moving. There was nothing to eat. Can you pick leaves off of trees and eat those things? Because there was no hint of food. It was a bad scene. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to go somewhere else. But in where we were, we couldn't find any squirrels. I couldn't bait a hook. I couldn't find a bug. But I'd do it again. I'd absolutely do it. Taylor, are you down for a survival trip? Is that something that appeals to you?
Oh, definitely. I'll do my best. God, seeing Kyle walk around in his shirt with his face on it, it's just so funny. And the fact that he still pretends like that wasn't a set-up shot where he's like, I was just sitting around and just happened to coyly look up in a random direction. Like, no, that was a staged shot. Just admit it. Like that.
I believe the way that it happened, but I also like if you spend enough time on camera, you know how to look your best, right? You know your best. Like for me, for example, I have a big nose, so I need to look straight on camera where that's gone. You know, chin forward, etc. I can be the most handsome version of me on call. Kyle sees a camera, he knows it too. He knows he's need to be like 10 degrees off to the side, whatever. He has a pose. He hits it all the time. He saw the camera there, hit the pose, and goes, "Oh, it was so horrible,
Then he acts so
ridiculously
embarrassed.
photogenic, Kyle." Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness, you caught me looking like that.
Yeah.
Oh dear. All right, looks like we got another mid-roll.
But yeah, I would still love to do that thing. If you guys want to ask questions, though, patreon.com/PKA. There's all sorts of levels there. Get the show early, get a video version of PKN, get AMA questions. There's a Google Hangout we do every month. You can hang out with us. Check out. We'll do our thing.
This is my squirrel gun. If we ever actually go on the survival trip, I got an M&P 15.
Is
The squirrels, there bits of squirrel that survived that, or?
No, this is what I'm going to take whenever we go on our survival hunt, trip. It's a M&P 1522 with a suppressor on it. So
I can't. So there's no scope on it at the point. You gonna scope it or
Well,
iron
I'll put
sight?
a scope on it. You know.
Need a suppressor so the other squirrels don't get wise. Just what happened to Ted?
That's how it is, though. Like with subsonic ammo, this thing goes.
Click. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess,
so
you know,
quiet.
I know nothing about guns. Didn't come from a gun background. I probably fired a gun like once or twice, and it was a little like a BB gun and like a rifle, like a small, very small rifle. So that gun to me looks really big, and I'm just wondering, is it not so big? Because it feels like you're gonna be shooting fucking squirrels. Squirrels are not that big. Do we need? Oh, this is
It's
a much
only
bigger gun.
22.
So what is this like for cats? Like I guess the last one was squirrels.
No,
a
this one's
possum gun.
This one's for vehicles. This one will shoot.
But that one's only
This one's-
like. It's only like very slightly bigger than the last one. So
The
this
projectiles
one takes
look
out a
different.
truck. The last one takes out a squirrel.
Do you
This
happen to
one
have the
weighs-
rounds, Kyle?
Yeah.
Do you have
So
that?
I'll get the
That
rounds.
might be what I'm missing. Might be what it actually fires. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
So-
so the little
so the-
one's just a 22. So you can that's what you take out plinking or just shooting little rodents. The next one is what you use if there's an armored vehicle approaching your home and you're ironing the fence.
And to be fair, he does have both behind his couch. So I mean, like,
Dude.
both contingencies, he's prepared.
Yeah.
I went to
that a
Kyle's
SWAT team or a
house.
squirrel?
I went to Kyle's house, and there's so much stuff like everywhere. In his living room, like we would just sit there and break down AK-47s and AR-15s, like just while watching Trailer Park Boys or something, like disassemble, reassemble, disassemble, reassemble. We're doing it. He has a 50 cal on a bipod with like a 50 power scope, just laying in front of the television in the living room, pointed toward the front door. Like, like he would just quick, like I don't know what.
His
Yeah.
first recourse was to go to Reddit to deal with the landlord? Seriously? Like, just, like,
But-
what is the point of having this much weaponry? Like,
I could just see someone break down the front door and this scenario taking place. Like,
See that? Well, he's gonna ruin his whole front door. It's just gonna be that whole side of the house just splinters. And he goes for that at first.
this is hilarious.
Alright.
You know, I stream mostly, when I'm streaming, I mostly stream US daytime, right? And I get mostly from that, I get European viewers. And this is the type of question, this is what they would expect me to be like when they're asking me questions. I get gun questions occasionally, and I'm like, what? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to answer a gun question? You gotta ask one of these guys, I guess. What's this stuff?
this is the small
So
one.
this is a 22 long rifle. This is what the first gun shoots, and this is a 50 BMG. It's a little rusty right now, but it's what the other gun shoots. So
It's a
very
little
different.
And can
This
we
is
have
actually a
on camera for comparison size-wise as well? Because that would really kind of help put that home.
And
Let's
just
see.
to clarify, Kyle, the larger one would also kill a squirrel.
Can you go further away, Kyle? It's cut off on ours. There you
No,
go.
but I want the perspective of how big is a squirrel relative to that larger round. I would, because all right. So
Say,
they have big squirrels in Georgia, because I mean,
Yeah.
compared to a can of soda. you
gotcha.
know.
That's kind of the perspective I wanted.
And this is actually an explosive round. I paid $50 for this one bullet. This is a Ralphos round. So
Well, that's
They're,
ludicrous. $50.
That is
Yeah,
so.
One bullet.
there's a little bit of high explosive in here. It's like rattlesnake venom, though. Just a little bit will get you.
Oh.
That's awesome. All my 50 BMG is Tracer, which is kind of fun.
I'm feeling like I must have missed out on the boys club here. Like this is like, where's
We
my?
can get you involved. Like I got that room I keep disappearing into. Like, trust me. Like, we can hook you up.
We'll have you in full body armor and.
See, you just name a gun, and Kyle will come back with 3
He's
of them.
not joking about the body armor thing. I've got one of my sponsors is a body armor company. So I've got like full plate carriers with like it'll stop a 30 cal machine gun if I get shot with it, and there's all kinds of cool little things laying around here. So
Is that the one that doesn't cycle right? Is that?
yeah, it's the one that doesn't fucking work right now. Yeah.
And
I got-
you can't just
it's either
cycle it
the-
enough so that it starts working. That's not
It's a damn shame. It looks practical.
That's a loaded magazine.
It's an everyday carry gun.
Pick up with this one or?
What's that?
No, I was laughing at the color scheme. It feels like like you have like a green one as well and like a red one. It just really depends on what you're wearing, or.
He paid for the DLC.
Yeah, this is a microtransaction. Well, it's like I think the pistol's already like closing in on $2,000. So like, why not make it gold? Why? Everybody who's got one of these $2,000 pistols has a black one. So like, why do I have to be like them? I don't want to conform to their black pistol bullshit. I like these things, and the cool thing is like, if I don't want to shoot 50 cal, then I can just like, let's see here. Yeah.
What would
the
prompt that particular decision? So when would you say to yourself, I have this pistol and I don't want to shoot 50 cal, I want to shoot what else? Like,
44
It's
mag.
cheaper.
Yeah, something's cheaper. So 50 cal is
45 bucks
expensive.
around something?
So I can just go ahead and put my my other barrel on, and now I can shoot 44 Magnum. So it just goes back and forth that easy. That's kind of nifty. I don't know. It's a loud, big fucking pistol. It's the biggest. It's the biggest Desert Eagle they make. It's the 50 Action Express. If you've ever seen Snatch, it's the Desert Eagle .50. That it's just kind of nifty to have the biggest one they make for video purposes and for big dick purposes, whatever you want.
I was going to point that out to Filthy. I don't know if you know, but Kyle makes gun videos. And
It makes a little more sense now.
yeah, so these are in some, I want to call them props. They're real guns, but it makes a video more interesting when you have something that no one else has.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You
So
can
I
probably
like-
write them off on your taxes too, right?
I do.
They're necessary,
Oh,
necessary for your streaming income.
do.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, they're totally. These are all business expenses.
If it interests you, you should look into shooting, Filthy. It's a really fun hobby. I don't have half as many guns as these two, but it's a lot of fun.
Girlfriend
Even
and I
if you
thought
just
about
want to
it.
get a shotgun and go skeet shooting, it's great. Great fun.
Yep.
That's
thought
what I'm
about
doing
the
soon.
shooting range stuff. Might be interesting.
What state do you live in? Is that private?
I live in Illinois right now.
Illinois.
Never
That's
mind.
not a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some airsoft.
Gun owners consider
like
that a
paintball.
slave state.
Yeah.
You're
a
not
very
free
powerful
over
bow
there.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Oh, look at this. A Patreon question. I've been thinking about purchasing a gun for a while now. Since you guys have so much experience with guns, what gun would you recommend for someone to start with who has little to no gun experience?
A 22 lever action. One of those things like Woody has. That's a good pick. A 22 lever action, so that you don't want a semi-auto. You want something that's going to be easy. It's reliable, cheap to shoot. You can shoot varmints with it. You can target shoot with it. You can plink cans with it. And what you don't want to do is go buy a fucking Glock 9mm or something that, like, all you can do is take it to the range and pow, pow, pow. But you're never going to be, like, going out and actually having fun with anybody with it. Plinking cans, shooting 9mm like that's a little expensive. You could get a shotgun, but if you're into, like, if you think you're going to go, like, shoot sporting clays, shotguns are great. They're also excellent for self-defense, and they're good for hunting. So it's kind of threefold, the three main things I like to do with a gun: self-defense, hunting, and like target shooting and stuff like that. The shotgun can do all three, so can the 22. So either one of those, like a Remington 870 or a Remington 1100 if you're going to be doing light duty for a light duty cheap semi-auto, or something like a lever action 22 long rifle. One of those.
I'm not Kyle. I almost feel like when Kyle's here, it's like you almost don't want to take this question. But the first thing is, what are you using it for, and where can you shoot it? If you happen to have a lot of land and you can do anything you want, then I really like Kyle's lever action 22. It's cheap to shoot and it's just fun. Yeah,
I feel like a cowboy. Like,
When
it's a fun aesthetic to.
when I first started shooting, I thought like the big boom was the like a fun, appealing part of it. I wanted a gun that like, I don't know, could hypothetically take down big game or something. I felt like it was more manly and more interesting than a small gun. But after, you know, I don't know what I'm in, a decade now into my shooting, something like that, I typically reach for the 22. It's not abusive on my ears. It's fun. It's more about like my own skill level than just watching some machine do an interesting thing. And a 22 lever action, I have a Henry Golden boy, and I just seem to hit what I point at with that thing all the time. I guess the sights are built for me, you know, like they just kind of fit what I like, you know, the way that I like to use them. And that'd be a great first gun. But like a shotgun is super fun too. It's one thing it's cool about the shotgun is there's so many different rounds. You can have Dragon's Breath that shoot like fireworks out the front. Kyle has these like anti-protester things that he shoots his friends with out of a shotgun, which is right, which is ridiculous. They're like, "Hey, you want to get hit with a ping pong ball?" And you're like, "I don't know, I'm a little scared." It's still a real shotgun. He shoots like nets out of it. Kyle's shot like he'll like take apart a shotgun shell and shoot a arrow out of it. Shotguns are interesting because you can do a lot with them, but usually they're kind of worthless at the range. So like if you live in a city or something and your only shooting is going to be indoors in a range, then the shotgun's not really the thing. If it's for self-defense, I love a shotgun because one, with the long barrel, it's not the spread, it's the long barrel that makes it really hard to miss. It's really obvious what you're aiming at. And two, I have this notion that it'd be kind of hard to rip out of your hands compared to like a pistol or something like that. Shotgun is typically referred to as the best self-defense thing. So that's where, to me, it depends on where you're going to shoot it. The lever action 22, if you have access to almost anything, is a great choice. If you want a pistol, Kyle said no, but I like a full-size 9mm. Full-size means it kicks less because it's heavier and it resists the recoil.
I like my P226, my SIG. That's a full-size 9mm. It doesn't kick hardly at all. It's a lot of fun. I mean, you can't carry it because it's huge.
Right.
But it's a lot of fun.
I have a Smith & Wesson M&P 9, and I think his is more expensive, but it's in the same class, you know, of like what you could expect in terms of handling it. And yeah, I thought it was a really good first pistol. Kyle,
where do you keep a weapon for self-defense, just out of curiosity? I mean, if you don't have them piled in front of behind the couch, like in general, where do you keep them?
Right on my bedstand.
I keep mine in a safe near my bedroom. I have a special needs son, and safe is the only answer that I trust.
Yeah.
And I keep my shotgun in the corner of the room, but I don't leave that loaded, which I probably.
So the self-defense aspect on that then is, you know, not immediate. It's like you have a minute or 2 minutes to go to your safe and grab the gun.
Yeah, it's like you hear something go bump in the night. You want to see what's up. You know, if a window breaks, if maybe you hear a voice, which has never happened, but that would be like a scenario. If somebody were to like break in my house and immediately make a beeline for the bedroom, I'd probably be caught empty-handed. But you know, I'm kind of playing the odds on that one. I have some people have kids and they're like, I just taught them gun safety, and they know better, and they actually do. Like I've met children who are just really responsible around guns, but I don't think I have that particular superpower with my son. You know, I told him.
I'm not criticizing. I'm asking because I have no knowledge whatsoever.
I get that. I didn't think you were, but you know, I told him not to do something on a Minecraft event 2 days ago, and he didn't listen to me. Why would I roll the dice on gun safety? So, you know.
I had a quick gun thing I wanted to add in there. I used to recommend the LCP for personal carry. I'm changing it to the T. For if you want a small compact semi-auto, I think it's the TCP now.
Is that
from
by
Taurus.
Ruger? Oh, by Taurus.
Taurus.
Really?
It's fatter. Let me unload it. That seems.
Taurus is sometimes a brand that people don't think highly of, so it's interesting that Kyle likes it so much.
So I feel like it's easier. It's got more aggressive knurling back here to grab hold and you know, fix a jam or a misfire. I feel like it's beefier back here. I can really get my palm on this. When you put the mag in.
Is that a 9mm?
I think it's a 380.
I'll be right back. I want to get my LCP.
Yeah. The LCP's also.
I'll be right back.
Oh, are we all getting guns?
he's getting a gun and he's getting a drink.
So why is it pink?
It's my girlfriend's gun. It's what she carries. And she has not been putting my good bullets in there. I gave her some of those shredder, like those at RIP ammo. that like breaks off into 1,000 copper razor blade bullets when you shoot someone. But she didn't put it in here.
She using like the brass
Ball
range ammo?
just Full Metal Jacket, yeah.
Oh.
Which, I mean, fuck, you
Don't you
shoot
not
somebody.
want that in your home, Full Metal Jacket, or is that like a gun myth?
Preferably, if I'm going to be in one room and you're going to be shooting bad guys in the neighboring room, I'd like it if you didn't have Full Metal Jacket ammo. But, I mean, you know, I feel like the likelihood of my girlfriend shooting in my house is like 0, unless she needs to be. And which point, I don't know. I guess I don't care. Any bullet's a bad bullet, really. And if you want something bigger though, as a guy, I recommend this as a carry piece. This is a Rossi 357 Magnum, not a pussy ass 38. Like this is a legit cartridge, 357 Magnum, but it's still small and compact. And this thing weighs a couple of pounds. You could beat someone to death with this if you needed to. I mean, I can't stress how much more hefty this is than this. Like this weighs 3 times what this does. It's a real brick in your hands, which helps a lot with the recoil. And I don't know. It's just an overall nice gun. It's got a lot of heft.
So Kyle, what makes you like the TCP over the LCP? They're very similar guns. I bet if you held them side by side, they'd have about the same footprint.
Yeah, I could grab mine. I would say the TCP has a slightly larger silhouette, and that's what's good about it. There's more to grab here. The distance between this part of the gun and this part of the gun, the width of the grip, is beefier. The fatness of it is also beefier. And I just feel like it overall it gives me a better, firmer grip on the gun. It's more stable. This gun, I like it. I like it. I'm going to unload it again for safety purposes. But just so everyone knows, it's very, very unloaded.
Yeah, I did the same thing. If you don't know...
Everyone in the stream can see before I point this gun at myself, but I'm going to let you look through the sights so that you can see like how. So.
Yeah. By comparison, sorry, guys, it doesn't have the. I'm pointing this gun right at me, right? But
yeah, there are 2 cameras. He's actually.
I have 2 cameras, so what Filthy sees is not the same. Like here, you guys would see it like that. But yeah, the idea with this gun is that you carry it a lot and shoot it a little. That's the idea. It's not a great shooter's gun. Like Kyle pointed out, sometimes just so you guys know, it's crazy empty. It's super empty. I emptied it. Like when you put your fingers on it, it's kind of, when the clip is there, it's a little bigger, you know, because it gives you that spot. But you really just have 2 fingers here and then 1 finger on the trigger, which I'm putting there.
My girlfriend just wandered by, and she has no idea what this is about. She just knows that I'm doing a podcast with some guys, and you guys are both waving around pistols on stream. She just looks at me oddly, shakes her head, and just walks away.
You supported this job.
Time for us all to go, what power?
So it's super thin.
Passing.
It's really, really light. And it's really thin, and it's really small. And the smallness, like I find a lot of people, I was talking to Taylor, he was talking about a carry gun, and I was like, what's super common is someone gets like a full-size 9, like I did, my M&P 9, and then they think they're going to carry it, and they maybe even do once or twice, and then it ends up in the nightstand. And he's like, it's funny, that's exactly what happened to both his thought process and his actions. And if you check, like if your goal is to carry a gun, then I think you should get a small one, right? First rule of gunfighting: bring a gun. And like
Speaking of,
How many rules are there?
just one. So there's Taylor, but I bet if you caught Taylor on a random afternoon, it wouldn't be on his hip, right?
No, this is way too big to be carrying on your hip.
So I prioritized keeping it so small. Now the thing is, Kyle has more gun experience than me, and he said, like, Woody, I wonder if you got one that was just a little bigger, if you'd still have your same opinion on how small.
Now, keep in mind, I will say, the gun that's in my truck right now, or in my car right now, in my Camaro, in the little glove box, it fits the glove box perfectly, just like it fits your pocket perfectly, is the Ruger LCP you got there. I carry one of those a lot, and you're right, it fits in a jeans pocket, just right alongside a cell phone or anything like that. It's a very similar thickness. And
Reach for your phone, and suddenly,
If you're curious, this is
You know the little mini watch pocket on your jeans?
Yeah.
I've even carried it in there with just the barrel stuffed in there and just like open carrying it, like so everybody could see it.
This is called a pocket holster, and it's designed to not come out of your pocket very easily. So if you can imagine this thing stuck in their thing, and then when you go to grab it, this part here, its purpose is to get stuck in your pocket so the gun kind of pulls out. And I like holsters a lot because I've told this story before, but go on.
Is this all? So all of you have? There's a permit for carrying in public generally, right? Is this the concealed permit type stuff?
Concealed carry permit, yeah.
And that's what you guys have for these?
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
I have that. We've talked about in different states, like Kyle's in Georgia, you literally just like mail a form.
Well, it's yeah, you're right. The process is it's not a it's not a may permit. It's a shall permit. If you think about that for a moment, they shall permit you a concealed carry permit in Georgia. It's not that they may permit you one. And what that means is everybody gets one, motherfucker. No, there's no like sheriff who's gonna be like, no, Jimmy Ray don't need one. Like, no, Jimmy Ray gets his because he's not a felon. All you need is you go get yourself fingerprinted at the local sheriff's department or whatever. Pay maybe $50, and 2 weeks later you're fucking packing heat. And
I live in a May permit, and that means that before you can go to the sheriff's office and get your fingerprint and do your thing, we have to pass both a shooting proficiency and a written proficiency test to get our permits.
Really, that's only the difference between North Carolina versus Georgia?
Yep.
I wouldn't have expected that at all. I would have expected they would have similar gun laws. Interesting.
Right, like they're both southern states that are just pro-gun. But yeah, right. But no, in North Carolina you have to. It was a 1-day thing. The first couple hours were shooting proficiency, and basically they gave you different targets to shoot at, and the thing for me was the time. Like I had never shot under time constraints before, and it added a level of stress. They even ran like police lights and stuff like that. So you're like, oh, fuck it. Like, it is a whole nother experience. And I was surprised how much it mattered. I thought that I would be unshakable, but you put a clock on me and I'm not as good a shooter. So that's.
I think that goes for most people though.
I bet it does, but
hard.
I underestimated how much it would. Not that I couldn't pass the test or anything. I did fine, but it was like, oh, suddenly I can. And there've been other times too where I've shot under either not competitively, I'm overestimating it, but shot against other people and stuff like that, and it makes me a worse shot. And I take that and I'm like, oh, you multiply that times 100, and now you have a stress situation. Don't go thinking that you're gonna be easier. When I hear a policeman miss like 75% of their shots, I don't like it, but I get it. Because
like I totally understand it. It's when you're under pressure, you're not as good of a shot. When I can, the faster my heart's going, the worse I am. Unless it's like some sort of like quick action instinctive shooting. Like if it's shotgun shooting, it doesn't matter. But if it's pistol shooting, I get rattled.
Even in shotgun shooting, like if you had to like jump out from behind a barrier, like all right, pop and shoot. That would be perhaps an action you haven't trained. Maybe you have. That's not you're not normal.
The shotgun in particular, I'm really fucking good at. Like I've shot from moving vehicles. I've shot, and I'm good at like calculating both things at once, both me moving one way and the target moving another, and then knowing the speed of the shotgun shell and the speed of the target and calculating all that on the fly. As long as I don't think about it too hard, I'm good at just kind of instinctively snapping on and doing that stuff. So that's why I think I'm fairly good at paintball. I feel like it's a similar kind of shooting, with the leading of the targets and the, sometimes you're moving and the target's moving at the same time, and that's what we did constantly when I was a kid.
And just I got a new knife. Do you want to see it?
Another one.
Well, you talked about it for a while, and this
you guys
one
get a new knife every week.
every month. This one's tiny. So what happened was I had this knife. And I liked it a lot. It was a Kershaw Chive, I think. I like that it's small, and I like that it kind of clicks open like that. And I used it for everything, mostly opening boxes. But also, I just find myself with a screw that needs to be tightened and, something that needs to be levered or whatever. It's not an expensive knife, which I like. It was maybe $25 or $35, something like that. So, and I like inexpensive knives because I can treat them poorly. But it was still just a knife. So I switched to a multi-tool, and it is super small. It's smaller than I expected it to be when I bought it. I was warned while it was in the mail, like, Woody, that thing's smaller than you might guess. But it comes with pliers, which are kind of cool. I use these more than you might guess. It comes with, I'll go through this really quickly, a little knife, which appears to be adequate for opening boxes and stuff. Like, none of this is meant to be self-defense. It has a nail file with a screwdriver end. It has scissors, which I haven't used yet, but I can't imagine.
For comedy's sake, it ought to have like 3 different sizes of knives. Like, you're like fox, like home invader, squirrel. You know, like
box, home invader, really difficult box.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I can't imagine these being useful for much more than like a loose thread on your clothing, but that's I guess what they're for. And then it has, I'm trying to get to one of the interesting ones. This is a screwdriver bottle opener, and this is the one I'm waiting on. This, I like, if I didn't know any better, I thought it was just like a poking
Toe knife.
Yeah.
Frank has one of those.
It's a 2-dimensional Phillips head.
Toe job.
So, you can only fit narrow things in a small package like this. So this is a Phillips head, but it just grabs half of the 4 instead of all of them. And I like this because it means I'm not using the wrong tool all the time. Oh, and you can get it engraved. So mine says WoodysGamertag, which I think is pretty cool.
Look at that knife I linked you to. It's a Spyderco bug. It's just a tiny little clip knife that I thought would be cool to put on a... Yeah. What do you think about that? $12. Spyderco is a nice knife company. I don't have any connection to them. However, I am interested in this, and I also want to give that guy modeling it some lotion. Look at his fucking hands. like hover over the picture on the left, and it'll magnify it. Jesus. We need to get a palm reader on this motherfucker. He doesn't have much time left. He's in my fucking death list. There's something wrong with him. Like, what the fuck? Get some cocoa butter, dude. You're a hand model. Like, what is he thinking? He's a hand model, and that's what his hands look like?
Clearly, no. They looked at this and go, this knife is a little too small. It might not appeal to our real, more machismo like oriented guys. We need to show like some guys had a tough fucking life as a hand model. He was chosen, right? Like they're like, we need rugged hands to go with this little baby knife.
Yeah, he goes from his hand modeling to his job at the mines. Straight from there.
What if they had gotten like an infant to be the hand model and totally threw off your scale?
I could see a baby with it. Yeah, if you're gonna get your baby a knife, that's the knife for them. All right, it's time for
recommend every baby have a knife.
Yeah, sponsor Reed. Woo woo.
On this one.
This is what we've been waiting for. So this episode of Painkiller Already is also being brought to you by the Autoblow 2, the latest and greatest device to hit planet Earth that is putting all girlfriends out there at risk. So the Autoblow... It's true! The Autoblow 2 is the gift that keeps on giving, and they're running a World's Most Beautiful Vagina competition right now for a month. And all you men and women can participate. So... let's hear about all this. So now if you want to know more about the Most Beautiful Vagina competition, you need to watch their video. However, we've deemed that we just couldn't show it on the show because it's all about sort of making fun of the fact that they're having a World's Most Beautiful Vagina competition. And while there aren't any actual vaginas displayed in the video, it's very suggestive. So watch that video. You'll like it.
Pictures of vaginas. It's not just the folded ham. There's pictures of vaginas. There's like anatomical models of vaginas. It just seemed risky.
And this is fucking America. We can talk about guns, but we can't talk about pussies.
That's right. So once you've seen the video, once you've seen the video, you'll know all about the contest, and then you can head on over to vaginacontest.com. That's right, vaginacontest.com, and you can check out all the details and try entering yourself to win some cool cash prizes. Now, could we talk about the product itself and how it works, what it does, and my personal review? I think that's where we should...
I believe you put your dick in it. Am I correct?
Absolutely. So
I guess I'll start.
Yeah.
Step 1 is lube.
So I'll start from the beginning. So this thing showed up in plain brown paper, like cardboard wrap box. You know, like it wasn't like, here's your blowjob machine, Mr. Davis, or anything like that. So that I liked. When I opened it up, I didn't know what I was opening, despite like even the company it said it was from. So it's discreet packaging, I believe they referred to that as. It's a little heavy. Like, this is not like some little, like, what do they call that other thing that you, like, manually do?
Is this to help with recoil?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You need that. So it's pretty hefty. This is a real device. You're gonna have to put this away in a drawer or something. It does take up a bit of space. I will say that. It plugs in, and that's a. Now, some of you may think that's a drawback. No, the best sex toys plug in. They don't run on.
You're not using this on the go.
No, you don't know. Absolutely not. You fucking weirdo.
It's a power thing, isn't it? I mean, like, what are you gonna get out of these two little batteries? This plugs right in, right?
Is there a cigarette lighter adapter so I can drive with it?
Right?
Does it dim the lights when you plug it in?
Wait, what did you say? Does it what?
Dim the lights when it goes in?
Right, play some music.
So
I was thinking of the power drain, but yeah.
Okay. Oh, I follow.
So what's actually going on with this thing? Like what? In case you're wondering, you've got this part, which is this is super gross. I'll admit. So you got this part, and this is the part that your penis is actually going in. Don't worry about your dick being too big for the auto blow.
How far does it stretch? I'm still concerned. All right.
If anyone is out there, that's a nice sound effect. Let me get an extra.
Sounds like high quality American made.
That's a nice pussy right there. If any of you are wondering, like, oh, is it gonna be able to handle my enormous dick? Well, then the answer is absolutely yes. It'll totally handle your big dick. So not gonna be a problem there. Now on the end, now you're not just like making love to a rubber vagina or anything like that, or rubber throat, I guess this would be. That's not the deal. The Autoblow is doing all the work for you. And if I had to describe the inner workings, I'm going to show you, but just so you know what you're looking at, there are two rings that are sort of spring-loaded, so that when you press against them, they squeeze, they hug onto your dick, and those rings are covered with these tiny little balls that roll around, kind of like an abacus. So those are kind of like rolling across your dick, kind of like one of those massagers or something that has the balls that kind of rotate freely
like
around.
Like an abacus? Stop, Kyle. You're getting excited.
That's what came to mind when I saw it. So I'm going to show you, like if you look on the inside, so you've got, these are spring loaded, so if you can see it stretches if you press against the sides.
The sexiest abacus I've ever seen.
And there's two of them on either side, and when you turn this bad boy on, the first thing you're going to notice is it purrs like a kitten, right? Like, it's got a nice, loud noise, which most people wouldn't want in a sex toy, but I'm going to say I like it. I like everybody in the house knowing Kyle's fucking got his...
Yeah, give me some space right now.
Yeah, Kyle's getting blown by an electrical implement right now. So you've got that in there, and that's, of course, squeezing this. And so what you do is, of course, this goes in there really easily. It's not a problem. It's going to jam the fake pussy into the robot here. Yeah, so it's in there now, and it won't pull immediately out. It's kind of got like a seal there, and I'm kind of grossed out by the fact that it looks like a mouth. I'll be honest.
I was saying before the show that it looks like the mouth of a Cabbage Patch Kid doll.
It a little bit does. If you're familiar with that, we'll get Woody.
Do you think that maybe is a specialty portion of this product for a specific audience, and they just?
I think
Kyle?
it's a very deliberate choice, very aesthetic.
Well,
there's a reason they're popular.
I think that's a big part of what the contest they're having is that they're going to design other inserts for this, and so they want people to show them what their perfect vagina would look like, and then they're going to make it for the Autoblow, and so you'll be able to fuck that instead. I personally am enjoying the standard thing. I will say I have used it a couple times. I thought it was pretty cool, very effective. I guess I'll just leave it at that. It doesn't take a long time to. I haven't spent a lot of time with the Autoblow.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. You pour a little bit of wet platinum in here.
So what you're looking for is efficient.
It is.
This is an efficient machine.
It's more efficient than any device or technique that known to man, as far as I know. It really gets the job done.
It's that secret abacus technology.
Absolutely, that's Chinese technology used here in the Autoblow. Secret Chinese blowjob machine abacus works, inner workings.
Millennia of innovation have led to this. But Kyle, what is the cleanup process like with one of those?
All right, so I'm glad.
A lot of shame.
It's not as gross or nasty as you might think. So here's the
You dry it in the the second sink with this hanging out with like the. No.
Throw it in there with the silverware.
Let's say this is a used auto blow.
Is it dishwasher safe? That's what I want to know.
I feel like it would melt. And I will say this part feels like human flesh.
A lot of sex toys are dishwasher safe, right? I mean, I was just wondering about this one.
They are. I doubt it though. I will say this part feels like flesh. Like it's kind of scary how much like flesh this feels. So just know that going in. But the process is this. I guess you just turn the whole thing inside out, and then wash it in the sink. That's what I did, and then sort of dry the thing off, and then wash the lint off and let it air dry, and then you're fresh to fuck it again. I certainly wouldn't want like sloppy seconds from an auto blow. That seems like very lazy and disgusting. Although I'm sure that it will happen. I won't judge you and in the way you use your auto blow, because it's your auto blow. You can do whatever the fuck you want to it, and you don't have to feel embarrassed or ashamed of it.
I've got a couple questions about the product.
You can come on the switch. You can wrap the cord around your balls, like whatever you want to do to the auto blow, and no one will judge you.
Did you not get one, Taylor? It's just Kyle?
No, I haven't gotten mine yet.
It hasn't arrived yet.
That's hardly fair.
Yet. I know, right? But just quick questions. Does it make you watch bad movies afterward?
Not afterward, but during, of course. You maybe get some pornography.
Does it want a foot rub?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes,
no.
Kyle. Jesus.
Oh, absolutely no. No, when you're done with the auto blow, you put it in a fucking drawer. And
how much does it talk?
It's not a fucking word. It's made a little noise when I pull out, but
do you have to bring it to dinner?
Absolutely not. Although I do, because nothing makes nachos better than an auto blow.
Does it make like that noise like when you remove
No. It sort of makes a kind of noise. A very slurpy sort of.
Sounds like a llama spitting.
You ever burp and it tastes a little bit like vomit? It's that noise. That's.
Ooh.
It's kind of like that. It's real hot and acidic. Woody, could you look up what a Cabbage Patch baby's mouth looks like?
I can.
Could you show the audience and just compare?
This is a team effort. I like this.
Very interesting.
Can you,
Vote in the contest. Find the most attractive vagina.
So it appears that there isn't a unique Cabbage Patch mouth.
I feel like the lips are just...
Yeah.
I know,
Really?
right?
It's so gross to touch. I swear to God, it feels like human flesh. It's
Hey, it's from real women.
Can you hold yours up, Kyle?
certainly, yeah.
I need to see
Now
the
that
lips.
is a lot.
Is this a screenshot for the fucking like?
Yeah, we're comparing a Cabbage Patch baby's mouth to the lips on this thing. I definitely. Oh my God.
Yeah, it reminds me of.
This is perfect. Yeah. There's definitely a similarity there, Kyle. You're onto something. So finally, my boyhood fetishes will be solved.
Hold on. I think I found exactly that.
Yep. Disgusting. So if you want to fuck a Cabbage Patch Kid or something,
Oh my God.
or you don't have to be don't think of this as something like we were talking about this earlier, how like if this were some kind of new rabbit dildo for the ladies, then they would all giggle about it and be like, oh yeah, that's great. And any guys who watched them talking about it be like, yeah, that's hot, I'm gonna get my girlfriend the new rabbit with the ass tickler. But like just because we're guys, a sex toy with a battery in it or that plugs into the wall or really does anything whatsoever other than using your hand is just like, guess you don't get any pussy. No, I just want to fuck a robot every now and then. You don't want to fuck a robot?
I was thinking
That's the
about the
future.
noise, right? The noise provides a lot of like possibilities. Like in my dreams, if you use this thing enough, then you can create like a Pavlovian response in your significant other, that like they hear that noise and they associate it and they know that there's a hard cock behind that door and they should come running.
According to Kyle, not for long though.
Eventually,
So the window of opportunity is
Not for-
pretty
Yeah.
limited.
well,
90 seconds to
that's
act.
why it will become an urgent mating call to your to your significant other. When she hears row 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 row, she's gonna be like row. Yes.
What about your ice maker in your refrigerator? Is this not going to have disaster?
Someone's fucking some rubber, or they're making a mixed drink.
Now I think you could. It's a little bit loud. I will say that. So if you're gonna have to masturbate, but I wouldn't say that it's completely out of the realm of possibility if you've got to be quiet most of the time, because you could still use it like a fleshlight because it still does the same thing. You just don't have the added fun of a robot doing all the work for you.
This is like
so
the
you can
deluxe
still,
model. Like you pay the fucking motor.
Yeah.
You're gonna use that shit.
Exactly.
Hands-free. Do your homework.
It can go either. But if you do have to go into silent
long-term,
if you do have
long
to do
drives.
some silent running mode masturbation, then you can do that. Just so you know.
It's like having 2 masturbatory tools in one. It
Leaves your hands free for whatever else you want to do. You know, you choke somebody or yourself, or like maybe there's a maybe you're like holding.
You can cradle your automatic machine gun while simultaneously getting off. You don't even have to leave the couch.
You know that what is it called? Auto
There we go. Look at
asphyxiation.
this.
Autoerotic asphyxiation.
Autoerotic asphyxiation can finally be safe, right? You can choke yourself
No,
while
it's
giving
not
yourself a
safe.
blue job. Oh,
Let's
totally
not
safe. No,
put
no, it's
that
good.
out there.
It's good. And then as you go out, you'll just stop choking yourself. As opposed to the whole belt method, which, you know, we all struggle with, right?
How many
Right?
times
Like,
have
there
you
needs to be, like,
almost killed yourself?
Yeah,
There
with
needs to be like a late night TV show for that. Like, tired of using a belt? Like you're trying desperately. You'll have more hands than you know what to do with.
yeah. So at last, this is the tool that we've all been dreaming of.
Well, I'm
so check
impressed.
it out. I promise you, it's totally worth the investment. I think it's the best masturbation I've ever experienced. I think it's the most fun you can have without another person involved. If you're a guy, it was a lot of fun. I think it's kind of comical that it is what it is. I have no shame about such things. So it's like the people in my house were like, oh yeah, that showed up and he disappeared, and I was like, yeah, I went and fucked it. Like what? Like you're not gonna embarrass me. Like
Right, own
clearly,
that shit.
I was like,
Like when
okay.
a video game shows up, you don't wait till everybody leaves to try it. You just
Yeah,
go
next
into the
time I'll just do
bathroom.
it here in the living room. Like I won't even have any shame about it. I'll just like, what do you want?
This is my house. Get out if you don't like it.
Hypothetical single Woody would be the same way. I'd be talking about first-person experiences more if I didn't have a daughter in high school who could be shamed by this thing, which is why I just laugh at Kyle's jokes.
How much does this run you, Kyle?
I'm not sure. They gave me a free one, but I believe they're a couple $100, right?
Was that out of pity?
Yes. I sent him my sort of a sexual resume listing some of my accomplishments or
And they're like, we
failures.
need to broaden this ASAP.
Yeah.
Quick.
Like really, it's been that long? Yeah. Let's get him
I'm
one.
gonna look here. Now, is there
It's not
a
gonna be for
coupon
everyone.
code or anything? For-
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think they just want. So the web price, there's a web-only price, is $159.
Cheaper than I thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to be
Yes.
honest, it's a complete bargain. The last prostitute I bought was like $200. And I would much rather, well, I mean, that was a great story, but I'd much rather trade that experience, the sexual part of it, for an Autoblow. Much better.
And if you break it down to how much money it costs based on how much you're going to be using it per year, it's like a quarter a day. It's like barely more than feeding a kid in Somalia. Like,
Yeah.
just barely more than that.
And those kids never make it. I mean, some
I
warlord's
mean, if you're
gonna
trying to
come
master
along.
this, right? Like, I mean, I have like 4,000 hours in Civ. I have no idea how many hours you have in that already. I mean, like, you're going for the mastery.
There's a ticker on the back, just like a tractor. So it's,
Fantastic.
Oh, that would
See
be
the
so
value.
depressing.
I know, right? What
Like
if there were
number
an
of
app?
revolutions or something.
Yeah.
Like, join the Autoblow app. It'll keep track of how many hours you spend.
And
getting
you
your
know,
dicks
and you
on
know
fire.
how it would look? It's a digital display, but it's an abacus. It just clicks.
Kyle, I have a story, kind of. Somebody wrote me, because you mentioned your prostitute story that you got out of. So hang in here. It's a paragraph long. Dear Woody, I'm a 19-year-old guy and a faithful PKA listener since episode 55. My story begins on Tinder. I have been chatting with this cute Asian girl for a couple weeks and decided to meet up at a park. After a few hours of exploring the woods and talking, we decided that we should fool around in the back of her car. Everything was going great until she got on top of me and let out a concerned, uh-oh, definitely not what you want to hear. So there I am, naked, sweaty, in the back of an Audi. I looked down and saw a pool of blood forming. Uh-oh, indeed. The situation was only made worse by the complete absence of napkins, paper towels, or any kind of absorbent material. We ended up cleaning up with my underwear, and I went commando. She was obviously very embarrassed. So immediately, I started telling her that it's not the worst thing that's happened to me to make her feel better. But to my dismay, she asked the story. The problem is, I didn't have a story. but FPS Megaduck did. I told her about the girl that stuffed her hand wallet with makeup pads. I think he messed up the story. that knocked loose, causing an even larger tidal wave of blood. I kissed her forehead and told her, don't worry, it's not the worst I've seen. We've been talking for a few months and the relationship is going great. Thank you, PKA, for giving me the necessary skills to talk my way out of this.
A relationship built on lies.
No, in my case, she had a diaphragm, and I think younger people might not. I don't think diaphragms are as popular as maybe they once was, but basically it's a female contraceptive device that prevents the semen from getting to her cervix. It's sort of a disc with a sort of an expansive ring thing, and it's like plastic, rubber.
How old are you?
I'm 29 now, unfortunately. That happened in May.
I'm 42.
How old am I?
42. Yeah.
24.
Okay. Just wanted to get kind of the range. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 31.
So
just curious.
Oh. So she had a diaphragm, and apparently she was on her period big time and still working as a prostitute. And I didn't purchase her per se, but she was bought for me, and I was asked if I preferred the blonde or brunette. And I think she was the blonde. And anyway, during intercourse, the diaphragm was knocked loose because she said for whatever reason the diaphragm got knocked loose. And
giant
I looked
cock.
down and
Just say
it was giant cock. She said my large penis was. She's like, I knew you were too big, and it just seems too self-serving to add at this point of the story. But in any case, there was blood everywhere, like he butchered a pig, and for whatever reason, it didn't gross me out at all because it was just like, I'm already fucking a whore in a.
My thesis is on is on sexual arousal and sexual disgust.
Okay,
so
this is great.
Yeah, so this disgust comes in a couple of different flavors, and one of those flavors is sexual disgust, and this is generally in response to sexual stimuli, things like bodily fluids and the like. And it turns out, that men in general have less of a problem with that than women, and B, as your sexual arousal goes up, your response towards sexual disgust, but not the other types of disgust, goes down. So in other words, when you're really turned on, that type of shit doesn't bother you so much. So go on. Sorry, just to interfere.
Totally,
That's interesting.
and I agree with you 100%, and I can definitely testify to that. You're absolutely right. Although after I come, it might be a different story.
Yep.
So yeah, absolutely, blood every fucking where, and I thought it was hilarious. I kept making blood brother jokes and buying her. I bought her a Bloody Mary later. And I was just really making fun of her the whole time. I was like, well, I'm O negative. What about you? And like, I was like, look, I'm not gonna be pissed about this. I was like, just make sure you take care of the sheets because it was a very nice hotel. It's my credit card's on the room, and those sheets looked like fucking Norman Bates had spent the night and had a little fun. I mean, there was enough blood on those sheets that you would think someone slit their wrist and died in my bed. So she took care of the sheets. She called them, took care of that. And that was that. But yeah, it wasn't like makeup.
Yeah, makeup
thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, Jesus Christ! Like what kind of lady stuffing her vag with that? That's a little crazy. It was a diaphragm, and I didn't know it. And I thought that was really funny. I'm glad that happened. That's just such a silly story. And that story gets worse and worse as it goes on. Speaking of which, I'll get a little bit of Jeremy news. I'll throw out there real quick because Filthy doesn't know Jeremy or anything. But Jeremy is getting married the day after tomorrow. It's sort of a redneck country style wedding, so like there's a lot of denim and cowboy hats, and I'm going to put my phone in my shirt pocket and film the whole thing, and if it's funny enough, we'll do a Patreon only video that we'll upload and show off Jeremy's wedding maybe if anybody's interested in that. If it's interesting, if there's some legit funny shit that goes down at the wedding, like if there's like a hoedown or like someone shoots a shotgun in the air when they say I do or something like that. Like,
We'll have to edit it down.
Remy, whereabouts in Georgia are you?
Northeast Georgia near the South Carolina line.
Okay.
So about an hour and a half outside of Atlanta and about an hour southwest from Greenville.
Rural?
Right there in that area. What's that?
Rural?
Rural? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, big time, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of not it's
So the potential's there.
Totally, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not even there. It's almost a guarantee.
That's exciting.
Especially with this particular guy. Yeah.
Yeah, this particular guy's he's a character. I have a story. Here's the link, but it has an update since I bookmarked it. So the story was that Homer and Marge are getting legally separated in Simpsons season 27, and it came from Al Jean, the executive producer on the show. But now I see the update. They're claiming that they're not breaking up. So I don't know what to make of that. Legally separated, breaking up. I'm not sure what happens there. But
I mean, they'll probably like separate for an episode or two.
They've lasted longer than most real marriages.
Yeah, right?
yeah, that's true.
Helps that neither of them get any older.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
How much longer can they drag that show out? Jesus.
I haven't watched it in so long.
Yeah, probably 10 years at least.
I haven't watched it in a long time, but I kind of root for them. Like, I like The Simpsons. They seem good.
Sure, I got nothing against them. I'm just like done
Yeah.
with it. I like South Park a lot.
Dude,
I even like Family Guy.
We haven't done Game of Thrones talk. I understand people like spoilers.
Do you watch Game of Thrones, Filthy?
I do. I'm a big fan.
Oh.
I almost put Martin on the fucking death list because I don't want him to die, right? Because if he dies, the fucking series ends. Yeah, he said that he does not want his work. He doesn't want someone to write it like other writers do. Sometimes they'll have their notes in a story. He wants his legacy for the Game of Thrones series to die with him if he dies. Which
He
is
told
fucking...
the director and everything for the show how it ends, and I'm sure the details, but yeah, that would suck if there was no, ending in the literature.
Yeah.
I'd be really bummed out.
Yeah, but I'm a big Game of Thrones fan, so we can do that.
Yeah. Have you read the books?
Yeah.
You have? Aha.
Yeah.
You're slightly ahead of me. I'm listening to the audiobooks, and I haven't...
So our goal going forward with this broadcast should be not to do any book spoilers or show spoilers that go past episode 9 of season 5. Agreed?
What was episode 9? This is Thursday. What was Sunday's episode?
9.
That was
Sunday's
episode
was
9.
Yeah, so the
How
10th
can
one
we
is
go past that?
by reading the book.
If
Like,
you,
I
yeah,
see.
you're a book
Gotcha, I
reader.
understand.
Do you know what's going to
Gotcha,
happen
gotcha.
next show?
Yep, yep.
Like, I
Well,
do.
I mean, they're diverging, right? The book is no longer in sync with the movie. The show's
They're
Um,
diverging more
Well,
and more
okay,
every episode.
this is not a spoiler of anything past the last aired episode. Didn't you know Danny was going to fly off on a dragon?
Mhm.
Yeah, I knew that. So, like, I also have a pretty good idea what the big thing in the next episode is.
But the stuff with Stannis Baratheon's daughter, that is not in the books yet.
Apparently,
Although that's supposed to be coming.
yes, that's right. Yeah, I agree. So, but yeah, the last show was pretty significant.
See,
I
I
thought
started out that episode where my girlfriend and I were talking about it, and she's like, I just don't like Stannis. And I'm like, well, Stannis he's a pretty, like, just talking about the show, not from the book knowledge. I'm like, well,
Yeah,
he's a neutral guy, and he's pretty good. He follows the laws for the most part. He's just trying to make ends meet and follow his own, follow his own path as he sees fit. And not like 4 minutes later on screen, he's like, burner. And his daughter's aflame.
Really?
And I'm
That
like,
was your take home? Was that he's a pretty reasonable guy? He's a fucking fanatic, right? He has
he
a
is a
goal and he's
fanatic.
willing to give anything for that goal. That's dangerous, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
I
I'm
would've given
kind
him-
of with Merca. I feel like Stannis is the law-abiding. Like, his big problem is that he's not charismatic. But
yeah, he refuses to
not
do any.
charismatic. He's inflexible.
Yeah, he starts out as lawful neutral, I guess, and then eventually he just kind of convinces himself that his word is law, and as long as he can rationalize it in his head, he still thinks he's abiding by the law in a way.
He's like working from like the ends justify the means, right? Anything
Yes.
is going to be sacrificed along the way for this.
He's the
Regardless of
rightful
what it is.
leader.
His daughter doesn't
don't-
matter exactly.
I don't feel like it was anything until he got to the part where they start killing when they kill the daughter. I think that because before he always trying to temper it. He was always like, no, do we really?
Wait.
He was going to kill that bastard boy
Birthing
though,
the
right?
shadow, right? Like birthing
Yeah.
the shadow that killed the other rival.
Killed his own brother with
think
a
he-
ghost demon.
his
So-
brother
he was
was
actually-
not supposed to get the throne, and he had an illegitimate claim. He was his younger brother, but people liked his younger brother, so he's like, I guess I'll take a stab at this, winning the Game of Thrones. And he's like, no,
I don't remember
you're
what
the
they call
younger
it. So
brother.
this is what, demonology or something. Like he's willing to like dabble. Like I mean, like all right, so. What isn't he willing to do? He's convinced that this is right. He's right to be in this position. What isn't he willing to do that? And all that we've been shown so far is that nothing is out of bounds for him and what he's willing.
And
to
the thing,
But it
That's
took
clear
him
now.
a while.
I
It
hate
took
that
him
they-
a while to get there.
I hate that they burned the daughter. This is not a spoiler of any way, but in the books we don't know what happens. One would assume the daughter's going to die in the books too. Where I am, she's still alive. If it wasn't
Based on-
that, if it was something else, like, all right, we'll give her a quick death because in the situation we're in, going back is death, going forward is death. We have no choice but to invoke some magic because we're so fucked. In a situation,
although to be fair, he's not. It's not exactly they hadn't like that situation hasn't just arisen to them. Like everyone was like warning him, "Oh, you can't really march that way. You don't have any food. You're marching into the winter in the north with no fucking food or supplies." And he's like, "Yeah, we're doing it. Like, this is the time, right?"
Right, because if he didn't
But
march,
it is the time. If he stays at Castle Black, like that winter's gonna last 15 or 20 years or something outrageous. Like without some sort of a divine, like magical dragon magic intervention, or like slaying the White Walker King or something. Like winter is coming. And it's not going to be like, oh, we'll wait till the winter's over and then we'll wrap this up. It's like now or never.
There wasn't enough food in the wall either. Like he had to go. He had to go somewhere. And they're all like, well, that's a dangerous place to go. But no one's providing. You know, it's like picking a restaurant. Do you want to go here? No. Do you want to go there? No. Where do you want to go? Oh, I don't know. But all these ideas suck. Well, fucking, you got to be for something. You have to be for something. And no one's for anything. So he's like, well, let's march
and then
towards this
Melisandre
thing.
comes around and kills your daughter so you can go to Applebee's. Another shitty option.
No. She's the only character with fucking plan. She's like, oh, you want this?
So does she have real magic, or is this all bullshit like the books?
I believe it's real magic. I think that,
Wait,
that
are you
from
saying
everything
it's
we've
bullshit
been
in the
shown,
books?
I feel like everything we've been shown thus far suggests that her magic is 100% legit, especially considering that the Lord of Light also kept resurrecting the leader of the Brotherhood or whatever. I can't recall his name, but the guy who's the one missing an eye, and he's got
Band
a
of Brothers
lance.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
there's just too many things that would lead us to believe that this is legit magic. Like she's killed 2 or 3 people with magic. Like 2 of them that we can definitely say she did. She killed Renly definitely with magic, and she definitely killed I think it was the Castellan of the castle that was holding King Robert's bastards, or at least one of them. And he wanted the bastard. They wouldn't give him up. And then that night, the guy like falls off a tower or something. They surrender the castle.
Even that one's not as definite. The only definite one I have is the shadow thing, right? She births a shadow and does whatever. And then she says, oh, you need that guy dead too? Fine. And then he falls off a wall. But standing on walls is dangerous.
Don't forget now that the books were different than the show there. In the book, we see her birth the demon specifically for the Castellan that I mentioned, not for Stannis. We don't see the birthing of the demon to kill Stannis. We only see the birthing of the demon with Davos taking her into
the
Renly.
Fucking cool way to bring a demon into the world. If you want like a magic, like I've read, I read a lot of sci-fi, a lot of fantasy. I like to think like we've seen some pretty great fucking authors dress that. That's a really cool way to bring a demon into the world. Like the physics, that's pretty fucking like. There's definitely a cost associated with that. It doesn't come off as light.
I like that magic cost something in this.
But she takes credit for the Red Wedding, and you're like, I don't know. Tywin seems to have a pretty good claim to the Red Wedding too. She takes credit for. I'm trying to think of the other ones. I don't remember them all, but
Joffrey.
She takes credit for Joffrey, and it's like
Balon Greyjoy
dropping the leeches in the flame. But
for Joffrey, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark, she took credit for all 3 of those. She named all 3, and within like 6 episodes, they all died.
But you know, unless you're birthing a demon, I need a better tie to it. You know, there were a lot of people who wanted to kill Joffrey, and one of them
3
did.
kings died in a war. Like,
I mean, I'm just saying.
But then again,
she
definitely did some. Right? She definitely birthed the demon, and she's definitely bringing back that guy from the dead. She drank
that poison. Remember when Maester, when that Maester was trying to poison her, the crippled Maester who used to be who was Stannis' Maester. He fucking poured this awful poison into the glass of wine, handed it to her. She drinks all but like a sip, then gives it to him. He drinks the last sip and falls over fucking dead with blood coming out of his nose. And she just kind of simpers at him like, well, fool.
You guys think Lord of the Light, force of good, force of evil? You think this is really what she's portraying it as? It's being set up pretty...
Of course
I think it's a force of evil in the end. Good things don't make you birth black demon ghosts to go assassinate things. Like
you're so racist. If it had been a white demon ghost, would you be okay with it?
Well, of course.
I feel like good magic should be fairer, and by fair I mean prettier. It should be like
now black people are ugly. Jesus, Kyle.
It's not even. I think it's evil magic, and I think it's real. It's some sort of a demon god. That's what the Lord of Light is. You don't see the children of the forest ordering anybody to burn anybody or any idols or anything like that. I feel like
I feel like when you have to pay for blood with blood, then you're starting to deal with some bad guy stuff.
But this is Martin. Fucking everyone dies in his series, right? Everything is blood for blood. Why would magic be any different? I mean, there's nothing that's gained in this except that like half everyone dies for it.
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
I'm looking forward to the next
He's doing a good
episode.
job.
Yeah,
I
I want to finish the book before. I only have an hour and a half left in the last audiobook. If people don't know, it's like 150, 200 hours, something like that. So I'm about
They're really great.
99% through the book, so I'm pretty close.
I'm gonna pick up book 4 again. I'm about 8 hours into book 4. I'm gonna pick it up again after this season concludes. I prefer to do it that way. I was way ahead of Woody, and then I completely stopped after the season kind of started. Especially when we got the first 6 episodes early through some nefarious means.
4.
So or maybe 5 episodes, but we got.
Yeah.
Remember, was it 4? It was a big chunk.
3 or
of them.
4.
Yeah,
I forget
whatever.
what it was. Yeah.
Depending
Yeah, it was a
on which
month's worth.
enforcing agency is viewing you, you should keep going down. 3, 2, the
Like the sentence is per episode.
Never
Like,
happened.
I never saw any of them episodes. Not the first 4, no sir. Yeah, watch the first 4 like the first day, and I feel like that made. In my opinion, this has been the weakest season thus far. I think seeing the first 4 out of the gate like that is part of it. I also think the Sand Snakes bullshit, Jamie being adorned bullshit is part of that, because I feel like all of that is wasted airtime. There's a couple of interesting characters there, but since Bronn isn't even supposed to be in existence anymore, I don't think he's mentioned again in the books. I think once he like abandons Tyrion at the fight with Oberyn, like you don't see his character anymore. He's bought off and sold and gone. But so they can't even write for him well. Like he's not even doing anything interesting or cool anymore.
Game of Thrones gotten less sexy too? Because
There used to be tons of titties and ass and all the time. Khaleesi doesn't want to show her tits anymore, and they even stopped like making the less famous chicks get naked. Look, this show was
dude. I gotta
love
think.
the casting.
Gratuitous
Marjorie, fucking
nudity.
Tyrell, gorgeous.
But dude,
Perfect
there was a
She doesn't get
brothel
naked
scene
either.
last week. There was a scene where they went to a whorehouse, and I don't recall any nudity in the whorehouse. Season 1 Game of Thrones, you'd be looking at all the varieties of
The
pubes.
whores show up naked. That's how you judge the whores. When he's like too old. Like they should in past episodes when you go to Littlefinger's establishment, you're buying whores. They're naked. They're naked right there, and like they're not shooting them from like the neck up either. It's full frontal nudity, and then they do like a panning close up of their ass cheeks. Like,
Yeah.
Thrones is about. Like I want to see titties bouncing and like asses gyrating. Like let's have.
What
some
is
full
your problem,
penetration.
Dan or whatever their
Going
names
the
are?
wrong way with this. Yeah, I don't understand. This is what Stern complains about when he talks about the show as well. He's like, the Khaleesi used to get naked. Everybody used to get naked. There used to be tons of gratuitous nudity, and they've cut it all down.
You don't want to get naked anymore, Khaleesi? Bring in the body doubles.
Maybe like play devil's advocate here a little bit. The whole season has been a build up. It's been a really slow build up. Maybe they're saving all the nudity for the last couple episodes. We don't know.
That's true.
There's only
I don't know.
one more episode.
The finale may just be
An
total
orgy.
nudity the entire time. Yeah, right. All the characters naked throughout the. That's right.
Filthy, I
I
liked
feel-
you until you started
Honestly,
defending the lack of nudity in Game of
I don't
Thrones.
Did you not hear the devil's advocate right at the beginning of that?
Yeah, like, they just need more time for the plot. Like, there's so much shit going on. They're like, oh, we had 45 seconds allotted to tits here, but
Yeah.
God, we should really catch up with
None
what
of us have the
Tyrion's doing.
extended version yet, do we? When it comes out on DVD, I bet the extended version is 20 minutes of nudity cut from each fucking episode.
I hope so. Yeah, like Daenerys in the books, this isn't giving anything away, is really sexual. Like, there's a lot of sexy stuff that she's doing.
Yeah, she has that lesbian scene. Like, where's that at? Where
Yeah,
she has
right.
the underage lesbian finger fuck fest. I
Well,
want
I'm
that.
sure that's why
Where's
it's
that
not there.
scene?
That-
Like nothing like a 9-year-old slave girl finger banging a 13-year-old queen on a boat, right?
I don't think that she was
Tactile.
9. But yeah, I think it's the light-skinned black girl that they got from who has the worm love story. I'm not sure about that, but there's definitely
That was so boring and such a waste of time. That worm love story. Every time that happened on the screen, it was like, this could be better allotted to Arya
But
or
it
to
does, it does bring questions about what is a eunuch. I thought eunuchs were totally
Balls
gone. I
and
think
dick.
there's- Yeah, right? That's what I thought eunuch was too. How are we having a physical love story at all?
yeah.
No,
Yes,
they
that's
still
it.
have a dick, right?
He gets a
Because
titty
they-
squeeze
No,
in,
that's-
they
that's-
make out, that's it.
I think, and some of these Like, you need masculine man. Like, okay, in the books, this is not a spoiler. I swear to God, you'll be fine. There's a character named Strong Belwas or Belhas. Strong Belwas. And there's pit fighting, which you've seen in the shows. This guy is a very good pit fighter, and he also serves as like kind of a right-hand man of Khaleesi, not in like an intelligent sense, but he's around and being protective and stuff like that. And Strong Belwas is a eunuch, but he's big and he's strong and he's a gladiator. And I'm like, so did they leave the balls there? Because I don't get how to be big and strong if you don't have balls. You're right.
Dedication and whey protein.
Yeah, the slave master at Pentos or wherever she bought all the Unsullied like goes into this at great extent. She's like, yeah, a boy who's been cut will never be as strong or ferocious, but he went into detail about why
I remember
it's better.
that. Yeah, but he'll be more obedient and something else, and
yeah, something like that.
But it made me wonder if what a eunuch was consistent throughout all the societies and cultures.
Sure.
Because like Strong Belhas, he vibes to me like a guy who's got a swinging pair, even though he's a eunuch. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Testosterone shots. He's on the roids. He's juicing.
That could be it.
I'm sure they have that there, right?
Yeah, maybe he could just eat bull testicles.
Hold on, we got the Lord of Light with the magic. We can't have testosterone. Like as like a supplement. Like this is a minor ritual. You like sacrifice a bull's nuts or something. Bam, testosterone shot done.
I like that.
But the show's
logic there.
The show's picked up in the second half, in my opinion, and I'm not going to spoil anything.
Man, how many hundreds of hours is it on total on audio to be displaying in like hour segments like
based on what I know in the books, the last episode should be a must watch. So I think that people will like it.
Here are my predictions for the last episode, and I haven't read anywhere near where we are. I think that Cersei is going to die or something awful is going to happen to Cersei. I really hope the Mountain comes back into play as some sort of Franken Mountain because they've alluded to him twice this season. You should like 2 or 3 times they went back and talked about the Mountain and that he's being worked on, and he's the work continues, my queen. That creepy fucking maester. So I think Marjorie and Loras are going to be all good. One of them might die. Loras might die, but I don't think so. I think they're both going to be good. That the Queen of Thorns and Littlefinger are both bringing armies, or at least something like that, to King's Landing to force this the Sparrow's hand. I think he's going to do something crazy. Then there's going to be a big standoff. Some people are going to die. I'm hoping the Sparrow dies. He doesn't seem like a character that is going to be around for the long haul.
Does he?
Yeah, he's way too extreme.
Pisses everyone on power off. Yeah.
He's not making any friends, is he?
Yeah, he really is a only the gods, which leads me to. Yeah, only the gods are his friends. It seems like he's made enemies anywhere and everywhere he can. The only person who might just think of him with indifference is I think is it Kevin Lannister or Jason Lannister? Who's Cersei's uncle? Who's now Kevin? Yeah, maybe I feel like even him, he looks at him with indifference. He's like, whatever.
I don't like that Sparrow's attitude of like, oh, I wear dirty robes and scrub the floor and talk condescendingly to you. It's like you're choosing to do this. Stop acting like you're better than everyone else under the auspice of being humble. Like that's the worst kind. He's just a big humble brag.
The winners in these games, like Lord Peter Baelish, like they're coming out with like, they're the people who, will get their hands dirty, are manipulating the system to its absolute extreme and don't give a shit about like the piety element of it. So I
think he's playing the game smartest.
What do you guys think of Arya's storyline? I think that's I loved that in the book and felt they didn't pay enough attention to it, and kind of excited where it's going with this. What do you guys think of that? The assassin training style stuff.
I like it. I like it, and you have to do something crazy like that with Arya because I feel like otherwise she's not all that interesting to me. Arya. I mean, Sansa is completely awful, but Arya is only a couple.
I said that.
Arya's only a couple degrees better.
Like Sansa, I'm like, no, I can't stand that.
It's in the book and the show, but I felt like the book stressed more how, as part of the assassin thing, that she has to give up herself. She has to stop being Arya Stark. They ask her, "Who is she?" "I am nobody." Stuff like that. In the book, they really, really work that, and it
They're
makes
not
you
good
think that
for
if she's going to get any assassin training, then she's going to extract herself from the whole Game of Thrones. You know, that list, you know, in the book, they make it super clear you can't kill for yourself. So is she going to take herself out of this game? I don't know.
See, I don't know about that because in the show, or in the books at least, that whole organization seems a lot more cultish. Whereas in the show, it's coming off more as like she's getting training for what the viewer is hoping will eventually be vengeance on those people. Even though doing that would kind of go against the entire order of the Faceless Man. But
yeah, in the book,
I don't know.
In the book, I'm becoming convinced that she's not going to be Arya Stark anymore. She's just going to join this thing and not do her list because that's her new
She's
life.
going to do the list. She's going to do the
she
list.
will. She has to.
I mean, even you see in the show right now, that's all she's concerned with.
He enjoys crushing your expectations.
Mhm.
He likes to set up something and then dash that. So like, yeah, like you're right. Like it would kind of be that would be like the normal progression of like a hero or heroine, right? Would be like, you know, like, yeah, she's getting the assassin training. Yeah, there's this injustice on her family and herself, and yeah, now she's gonna kick some ass. Like this would be just like Martin. Right?
Although
Turn
I
around,
will say
kill
this:
ass, kick.
this isn't.
On the way back to Westeros, like that's how it would go.
This is a
Like that.
storyline that's ripe for divergence, right? Like in the books, she might not do these things, but then in this show, that she might follow through with them. Who knows? But
I mean, she's just not interesting to me if she's killing people I don't care about. You know what I mean? Like I just don't care. Like I don't want to watch the adventures of Arya the Assassin, even no matter how interesting it may be. I'm here for the Game of Thrones, and like literally for the Game of Thrones, not just the show. Like I'm here to see who's going to win this thing. I want to see big macro changes happening in the Game of Thrones world. And titties, lots of titties.
I got that earlier. Just reiterating.
Here's what should have happened in that scene. Here's what should have happened in that scene. The dragon. All right, so the Khaleesi should have pulled the spear out of the dragon, and then they should have had that moment where he growls at her and snarls, and you're scared, and then he kind of smiles at her almost, if a dragon can smile, and there's this moment where you think that they have an
kind
understanding.
of a lewd wink from the dragon.
No, just sort of a moment where like she realized they both look at each other and they know that, and you know
the
that
same
like
look that you're wearing on your shirt.
Yeah, no, just bear with me here. So she and the dragon stare at each other, and they both
She
sort
is
of
flame
understand.
retardant, and her clothing isn't.
This is where I'm going. Yeah,
That's what
they
I
have a
thought.
moment where there's understanding between them, where she's like, "Oh, good, you recognize me. We don't have trouble right now. You know I was helping you." And he's like, "Yeah, totally." And then he goes, "Arr, caw," and like blows fire right at her, but it's to kill the bad guys who were right behind her. And for a moment, you think she's dead. For a moment, like the music, you know, bum, bum, bum. And you see like horrified reactions from like Tyrion and like the other main stars. And then you look again and she's fucking naked as can be. He's burnt all her clothes off. And the dragon does like a swooping motion underneath her. And like she rides him away naked, titties like bouncing as she
I want to
goes.
say something.
That should be bold, though.
It's about the book, but it's not a spoiler at all. I swear this won't ruin anyone's enjoyment. Just to tell you how disappointing it is, after the big pit scene where she flies off on a dragon, he spends the next 30 to 45 minutes talking about her bowel movements. That's how the book goes.
And then a feast for 4 hours.
Actually, the feast is first, and then there's excruciating detail on her bowel movements.
Well, good. You know,
I
I
don't
need to
recall
know.
that portion of it. I guess I won't reread that section.
I let you know the Khaleesi is staying regular during these trying times.
There's where you're wrong.
Khaleesi needs a fiber 1 bar.
This is where we need the Lord of Light again, right? Testosterone, fucking bowel movements. It's like a pharmacy. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's all the Lord of Light can do to her. It's, well, like, we're out of leeches.
Demonology keeps you regular.
We'll give her the runs. Like,
Yeah.
That's so much better. She should be getting naked all the time. They all should be getting naked all the time. I want Marjorie Tyrell to get like titty fucked or something. I want some nudity in there, like all the hot chicks.
It's the Game of Thrones porno.
My daughter hates.
I don't want to be ridiculous with it. I just want. Remember when Raz just.
Things with porno. You can have a really decent plot, but mostly you want every scene to be. He's
Do you
bouncing
remember
a dragon.
Season 1, a chick literally flashes her pussy just because
Tyrion's
Theon
like,
tosses
"Here,
a coin.
here's a
He's
coin."
like, "Can I see it one more time?" And just like pussy right there in the middle of a character development scene that wasn't even in the books.
Yeah.
They wrote that scene to show you some pussy, and that's what I want from Game of Thrones. That scene was. Roz doesn't go to King's Landing in the books. Roz just her storyline ends after they leave Winterfell. Like I don't think they ever pick her up again but they brought her along to King's Landing just so you'd have somebody to show ass and titties constantly. They found a really hot chick, gave her a minor role. Then all of a sudden she's working for Littlefinger. She's like she's in Joffrey's bedroom. She's doing all this like high level shit. Just so the whole point was ass and titties. They should still be doing that.
What happened to her?
Joffrey got her killed.
Oh, did Joffrey have her killed?
He shot her with a crossbow, I think.
I forgot
Yes, he
which
did.
one he shot. I didn't realize it was the same.
I think he
actor.
shoots them all. In the books, he shoots lots of people with that crossbow.
Joffrey's a dick.
He is really
Was.
what a dick.
He did such a good job. And as soon as
Oh,
he
I know
died,
the actor. Didn't you just
So
fucking
good.
hate him the second
Dude,
he walked on his screen? You're
I
like, fuck that guy.
I loathed the actor and that
Yeah,
fucking
he did
like
such a good
smart
job.
ass face like thing. Yeah, and then as soon as he died, it was like, I tip my hat to you, sir. You crushed it in that role. You know,
Yep.
like
I
I
found his
appreciate
best
you.
casting
Casting for
film.
this.
Yeah.
I thought they'd done a phenomenal job with this.
Another thing. So Cersei's supposed to be really beautiful, right? And
I think she is.
I look at her now.
She is. Everyone thinks she is, but you, Woody. Just so you know.
I'm not a fan of Cersei's either. I don't know if it's like the personality that goes along with it that's poisoning it for me, but fuck.
Well, wait,
You're
aren't we in
evil.
season 6? Is that right? She's 8. What season are we in? 5?
We're season 5.
Okay, so it's the end of 5. She's aged 5 years during this thing, and I'm like, don't forget, Woody. Everyone gets older. Please don't put pictures of 5-year younger version of me, because it's hard. So yeah, Cersei's pretty hot. They maybe should have anticipated the thing going 10 years, Kyle, because by the end of this 10-year thing,
Kyle ages. This
Cersei will have
t-shirt
a different look.
Never ages.
Yeah.
I think she's very beautiful even at her current age. If you go back and I don't know how many nude scenes she's had in Game of Thrones, but if you go back to 300, the original 300, she's the Queen of Sparta, and she gets nice and naked and bounces on Gerard Butler for a while, and she's
You know why
really-
I love that scene?
She's got a smoking body.
Dude, you see sex scenes and they're missionary, and I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. They're a sex scene, whatever. You see sex scenes and he's tagging that from the back. It gives a whole nother insight into that relationship. These two people have a passionate love for each other. When he's hitting it doggy style like they do in 300, I'm like, yes. It means more to me than missionary does. It's like it says that not just that they love each other, but that they lust each other. And I think it's, if I made movies, I would use that to demonstrate that all the time.
Yeah, you ever see Legends of the Fall with Brad Pitt?
No.
Sorry,
had
the
a
porno
doggy-
version or
They had a doggy. No, the real one. They had a doggy.
Does
style
anyone
love
just
scene in that
see
as well.
Filthy analyzing me as I say this? He's
Yeah,
just
totally.
like,
Yeah.
go ahead, Woody. This
Yeah.
is interesting to me. Go on.
but it's okay, man. A lot of my research was with the BDSM group population as a whole. So we have all sorts of really interesting research studies out there. One of the studies I did was a study on switches. So we actually recruited people who take a top or a bottom role, and we randomly assigned them to a top or a bottom role for the experiment, for the portion of the study itself. And then we did lots of readings and tests on them during this. So what you're saying is really tame is what I do in my professional life outside of Twitch. So don't worry about it. We're not judging anything. It's all totally reasonable. Doggy style? Oh my god, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, come back to me when you're pegged, Woody.
Ugh.
You being a little judgy. I'm sorry, Kyle. I cut you off. I just saw Filthy.
I was gonna say you won't get any judgment out of me, Woody. Don't worry.
Thanks, Kyle.
Kyle, gently stroke it. Be like, it's okay. Don't listen to the bad man.
Sorry about what happened earlier as well.
I love your rubbery soul.
That never happens to me. Really could have used batteries as low. I mean, it's not like you're getting a lot of use. Yeah, that thing is highly effective, I gotta say. And I feel like the best sex toys definitely come. They plug into the wall. The Hitachi Magic Wand. If you want to get your girlfriend something for her birthday, that's what you want. You want that big fucking gigantic 120 volt vibrator.
That's the one that masquerades around as like a back.
Yeah, it's a neck
Massager,
massager or
right?
something. Yeah.
Maybe originally. I don't think anyone's buying back massager on that.
It's got two settings: low and screaming orgasm. it's highly effective, and the best sex toys come with a AC adapter.
Yeah, I get behind that.
Nice. Wow. I suddenly at a standstill.
You got any more AMA questions you want to get to? We're almost at 4 hours
That's a great
here.
idea, actually. Let's look. Oh, a meetup event for Europeans.
Sorry, a made-up event that we started with?
For
Meetup. So
Europeans.
we sometimes do meetup events. The last one was a paintball thing in Chicago. The next one will be too. That's set in stone now. So July
Yes, sir.
25th. No. Is
In
it-
Chicago.
Yeah, in Chicago.
I'm like fucking like half. It'd be so
Yeah,
easy.
you want to come?
go.
Yeah, come, man. We're playing
Paintball?
paintball. Yeah, it's a
Alright,
huge
what is it?
scenario paintball event. The Wolf's coming too, by the way.
Do I
that's
need any
awesome.
practice? Do I need any expertise? I've been paintballing twice.
No, it's more fun for
No.
us if you don't.
No, you can play with us, and we can probably hook you up with a good deal too.
All right. When is this? July when?
Is it the 12th?
I'm sorry, I should know this off the top of my head. I think
Yeah,
it's July
I think it's
12th.
on
It's
their
that
website.
weekend. But if you go to pvbomb.com, they have all the information there, and you can pre-register. I think that Saturday we're going to be doing like a PKA day only. I don't know if the park will still be open, but we'll definitely have Saturday will definitely be an opportunity for all of our fans to get together with us and play. Maybe I was thinking depending on how many there were last time, I think we had plenty of people to do this though. Maybe breaking up in a couple of squads. Like I get a squad of guys, Woody gets a squad of guys. We do it like pick up basketball and do some little round robin type mini tournament stuff. Just some quick rounds of search and destroy or a team deathmatch, 6v6, 8v8, something like that. Some that's more conducive to the smaller fields they have there because I felt like last time we were playing like 20 versus 20, 50 versus 20, 50, and it was a little crazy. So that would be fun. But then Sunday, they're opening it up for the massive Call of Duty scenario game, the World at War, I believe they call it. And they do have, of course, if you've played those COD games, the Nuketown map built to scale exactly like it is in the game, painted the same. The mannequins are there, the bus is there,
Hilarious.
all the signs, everything 100% authentic. A lot of fun to play there as long as you don't have too many players. But that's what's going to be happening Sunday.
The dates. So the dates are July 11th and 12th. That's a Saturday and a Sunday, July 11th and 12th. So we'll probably fly in on the 10th and fly out on the 13th. You could do the same.
I'm close enough that I would be remiss not to at least check in.
Totally check in and hang out with us, etc.
Yeah.
It'd
be fun.
Yeah, we'll take care of you. So so we're doing this again, paintball event. If you go to pbbomb.com and at the top click on their event calendar, you can see there's a link to it.
Yeah, and as soon as you can, you're going to want to start pre-registering for this thing because what we saw last time was like some people didn't do it correctly. They didn't go through the process like I stressed all along, and they didn't end up even playing with us. Like I'd run into guys, he's like, yeah, I came. And I'm like, well, what are you doing? He's like, we're going to play over here. I'm like, you realize if you'd said when you got here that I'm with the PKA group or you had signed up beforehand that you'd be playing with us, right? Like we have our own personal little group where it's me and Woody and Chiz last time and Joe Lozon, and then like 80 or 90 of you, and you get FaceTime with us. We're all playing the game together.
We hang out together all weekend. So if you pre-register, then you'll be sure to get that right. Another thing is they have different levels of guns, and you can pre-register in like a good
Don't
gun.
cheap out on it.
Yeah, Taylor's used the bad. I don't want to call them bad, but like the gravity-fed hoppers before, and you were at a severe disadvantage compared to the better hoppers and the
You're
better
hopeless.
guns.
I've only been paintballing a couple times, and it's been a number of years. Do they allow alcohol at these events?
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah.
You can smuggle it in. The easiest way is to smuggle it in your stomach 5 minutes before.
I didn't notice anybody had alcohol at the whole thing, and I didn't think they sold it there. I don't know if they have a
Sorry, guys.
policy.
Well, it just went down a notch in my books.
What was I? Oh yeah. But the gun makes a huge difference. Is that your gun, Kyle?
Yeah, it's like in the current configuration. This is my diadem, which I love so much. Mag-fed first strike. I got cameras all over it, top and bottom. I got my barrel taken off now, but recently I've been putting a rotor on top and running. I got 40 first strikes down here, I think, 200 regular paintballs, and then I got a huge harness with like 2,000 paintballs on my back, camera here, camera on my head, and I just fucking destroy noobs. I got a coiled remote now, so I just got
And if
the
that
air
other
going.
gun you were showing me is down for the count, you can also kill squirrels with this, right?
You could totally kill a fucking squirrel with this. Absolutely. These
That's
things, these things hurt like a motherfucker.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I've shot you with a first strike before. That's right. That's when I shot you in the hand that time.
What
Yeah, you
costs
made my
a
hand
first
bleed.
strike versus a regular strike?
A first strike paintball is like a it's a conical projectile that has sort of rifling grooves cut into the sides of it, so it fires like a bullet. It's spinning like a football. It's much more accurate. It shoots it's more efficient. So if the gun was going to shoot 280 feet per second with regular paint, when you put a first strike in, it'll shoot like 310 feet per second, and there's more accurate. They hurt a lot more, and I don't know. You can shoot them at only specific guns.
They fly straight, so like
They're
if
expensive.
you have a scope set up and such, then you can even snipe with them, which is pretty cool. So, but yeah, so we have a paintball event coming up July 11th and 12th. We should start saying that because we keep saying July 12th. But yeah, July 11th and 12th at pbbomb.com. Pre-register, you'll hang out with us, and you'll be sure to get one of the good guns.
Yes, that's pretty important. There's a couple levels of guns, and their best gun, which isn't all that more expensive, is just infinitely better than the semi-automatic Tipman or something like that. Having electronic marker really. There are moments where you get shot. You like come around a corner and there's the guy, and like there's not time to go, boom, and just get him. With these electronic markers, you can come around the corner and be like, oh shit, and just shoot 30 times in a second and just really fuck everything up in front of you. I definitely recommend the electro marker.
At the last event, we had a couple like father-son groups. At previous years, we had a lot of father-son people, and I thought it was pretty cool. Like I don't know. Like if you're a dad out there and you're hearing this, it's like, like what are you going to do that weekend otherwise? Like make him mow the yard or just sit around the house or who knows what. The alternative is to come play paintball with him and have something that you guys talk about for years. Just do it. Get off your ass. Play some paintball with us. You're going to be so happy you did.
And it's a great workout. I think it's about time for me to start running again, getting in shape for the next one. And get my cardio back up to par again.
Stupid, sexy Kyle working out for paintball.
You've got to. It's 2 full days of running. So I like to start running about a month in advance. So it's about time again.
Yeah. Let's do another AMA.
Okay. What do you got?
I'm looking. Quick, 2 masked men have burst into your room. One is unarmed, you think, and the other has a crowbar. How do you react? Well.
Cry.
We just happen to all have loaded weapons next to us. Like
lucky me.
I look at them strangely like, is this the right house? I take another sip of whiskey, calmly assessing the situation here. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Kyle unlocks the fucking shoulder. I don't know what that's called. What is that? The shoulder fucking support on the gun.
This is a Chris Vector. If you've ever played like Modern Warfare 2, this is the Chris Vector. It was on on Future Weapons a few years back.
Your name has this tag in front of it, FPS, which I assume is first-person shooter, right?
It is.
Which I avoid at all costs. So every time you tell me like COD or this, I'm like filling in acronyms in my mind, like COD. Oh, Call of Duty. Okay, I got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I just reached my 4-hour limit for this group video.
Oh yeah,
call.
you just click the video thing again,
camera.
and it powers you back up. Apparently.
Yeah. For me, you stay faded out for a while, but it's better than just the picture.
Yeah, so I would reach for my gun, and I think that's the best option.
If my gun wasn't here, I would reach for. Well, I guess I've got a little knife here that would be a step in the right direction.
Relationships.
What's that?
Yeah.
I'd begin diplomatic relationships.
Yeah, I'd just be like, "Hey, you guys want to hang out?" I think they'd be Nah, man, we're gonna leave. We're gonna. Oh shit! What the fuck is that?
I was waiting for you.
just like spit in it and be like, "Come on!" I think that would freak them out enough. They'd just be gone.
Hey, I got a question for Filthy. I didn't sort of finish my line of questioning. What do you do after your ride on YouTube and Twitch? Right, like at some point, Civ won't be an interesting game anymore. What's your long-term plan?
So a lot of my degree is actually stats based. My master's degree. So I have a lot of statistical training. So I think what we're kind of looking at right now is I've given this a year. It's grown. It's interesting. It's fun. It doesn't pay all that well yet. We'll give it some more time. Girlfriend's still pursuing her PhD, so we have time in the area. So I'm not in any particular rush for that. But at some point, what will probably end up happening, assuming this doesn't take off, which seems fairly likely that it won't take off to some massive degree, that I expect that I will try to leverage the degree into something potentially, hopefully, in the gaming field. Honestly, I think I look at Blizzard staff, and Blizzard staff uses a lot of statistical techniques that I'm familiar with that I can use as resale value for there. So we'll see. Ideally, something in this world that I'm in now. But potentially using the skill set that I already have and the education I already have. So.
So I guess LeBron James just flashed his dick on TV. If anyone wants to see,
You know I do.
there you go. Let me send this along to you then.
All right, let's make sure I'm not sharing it with the stream.
Yeah.
And
Why did he do this?
I don't think he meant to. I think he's sort of doing like a motion where he's like moving his shorts down and then up or something, or untucking a shirt, and somehow some cock and balls were exposed.
Yeah, it looks like an accident. Poor guy.
Totally.
poor
Yeah.
guy, he seems okay.
Yeah, he's doing
That would really cripple him.
Even LeBron James wouldn't need a special mouth for his auto blow. It really supports any size penis.
123 points through his first 3 games. It's an
That's-
NBA record. You know, like we all look back on, like you guys are old enough, but you look back on the Jordan days as like the greatest player to have ever lived. LeBron belongs in this conversation. I mean, Jordan never scored 123 points in 3 games.
How many championships has that guy won?
I don't know, but he's lost a couple too.
Enough for a ring on every finger yet?
You know, but
Probably not.
What that really means is that Jordan led the best teams of all time, right? Like
LeBron's had teammates. LeBron is not as good of a player as Michael is.
I don't know enough about basketball to say either way.
I don't know enough
I
about
don't either,
basketball
but I feel like I've looked in. I've watched enough videos like that break this down and go back and forth and talk about the stats and the things they did and the help they both had. I just feel like LeBron's not the same, not the player Jordan was.
Malik Rose has won like 3 or 4 championships, and Charles Barkley's won none. I know Malik Rose in particular because he went to Drexel, which is where I got my undergrad degrees. That doesn't mean he's a better player. Like championships is only one way to measure a player.
Well, we're talking about like a guy who's he's the leader of a team. He's supposed to be this. You're saying that this is the best player that's ever played the game before, or he's supposed to be in that argument. He should be the best in the game, the best in the world. Should be able to lead a team of
Any
really
team?
good guys to not any team, but good players. And LeBron's had good players. He had good players in Miami, and he failed a couple times.
The team that's surrounding LeBron right now, a lot of people would argue pales in comparison to the teams that surrounded Michael Jordan. I mean, where's the Scottie Pippen on this team?
Well, the competition's different too. He's not playing against Larry Bird, is he?
No, but he plays,
I mean, it's a different version of basketball. It's a different era as well. Like if you what would happen if you threw Michael Jordan into this era with all of the advantages that LeBron's had? I bet he stomped LeBron.
It's hard to argue.
Jordan was in his prime now, I feel like.
The thing about Jordan is that I feel like he's still good enough to be the best right there in the game. Like if you grab some guy from like Wilt Chamberlain, right? Wilt Chamberlain was amazing. But would he do more than Shaq? Like, it seems like the body advantage he had. Like, Wilt Chamberlain did what he did against a bunch of tall, slow white guys, right? Like, Shaq did his thing against some incredible athletes, but Jordan, he played against some incredible athletes too. Like, you could drop him into prime Jordan into a 2015 setup, and he'd still be incredible.
But I feel like before you start comparing LeBron to Michael, you have to figure out if LeBron's as good as Kobe. Right now, yeah. But they're comparing their careers. I think Kobe's got a much better, much stronger career. He's won championships with and without Shaq. He seems like the guy who's led different teams in different situations against different kinds of competition to championships. And he's got I don't know how, I think he's got 5 as well. He's got several like Kobe does.
I wish my basketball knowledge was infallible. Like I really knew it, but
Mine's not.
LeBron is supposed to be the guy who passes, the guy who does all these assists. He makes his whole team better more so than any of these other stars, right? Kobe's the selfish player, and while Kobe's great, I'd rather have LeBron on my team. If I played in the NBA right now, and I suck, LeBron would get me some baskets. He'd just find me, He's amazing at it.
Clearly, right now at this moment, LeBron's the best. It seems like the best guy playing basketball at this moment. Especially since there's only 2 teams technically playing right now.
Right.
He seems like the MVP of these current finals. But I don't know, if you get in your time machine and you like somehow have Jordan have his career in the 21st century, I don't know. I feel like he had such a determination, such a work ethic that. I don't know. I just don't see that from LeBron. LeBron doesn't seem to be. Jordan was cruel. Jordan, like we talk about how like when Filthy was playing today, he was like, now it's time to punish some people. I feel like that's what Jordan said when he walked out on the court. He's like, time to go punish some people. It's time to make some people realize that they might be the best in their neighborhood or the best in their state, but when they're on this court, they're not the best of anything. Like, I feel like that's what Jordan was when he went out there. And LeBron's just a big guy with lots of talent. This is the first time I've ever been
compared to Michael Jordan, by the way.
There you go. Yeah, you're totally the Jordan of Civ, right? Like, why not?
It is what it is.
I think that's a good. We'll just start marketing ourselves that way.
Yeah, get an editor, get somebody to Photoshop, and you know how Jordan's got that famous like thing where he's like levitating, doing the free throw line dunk that's all over the Jordan shoes. Like just you with a fucking keyboard and mouse, just like that silhouette, like same thing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so let's call this a wrap. That was Painkiller already, episode 234. Thank you so much to Dollar Shave Club, Autoblow 2, and FilthyRobot. Not sure if this is the first time.
Very much for having me up, guys.
You've been,
yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Check out FilthyRobot. He has a YouTube channel and a Twitch stream. Kyle. And he has a really interesting donation animation. Make it happen. So.
That's the default. Thanks guys.
So yeah, seriously, thanks for coming on. I thought you did great.
Yeah, you did a great job, man. You piped in way more than a lot of people who are way too quiet and don't get involved.
It was fun.
You did really well.
Are we like this part won't go up? Or,
no, that we're still live. We're still live. Just so you know, you're. But usually I tell.
Can we talk about those darkies yet? That's what I want to know.
No, but so on his stream today, I invited him, and I was like, "Hey, it's a gaming podcast, but usually we go, talk about more than just games, whatever's funny, etc., tell stories, etc." And he's like, "Oh, the pressure." But now it's all said and done, and you rocked it. So anyway, I am going to cut the show right here. Thank you so much.
Good night, everyone.
Cheers.